Among the gray rocks, there were shapes. Strange, geometric shapes that did not belong in a natural asteroid belt. Tall spires, reflective surfaces, almost glowing faintly, as if the rocks themselves were hiding something inside. "Is this a settlement?" muttered Engineer Kiro. His voice was tense. "Or some kind of alien structure?" Mara shook her head. "I've never seen anything like it. The signal is definitely coming from these structures." Arlen stood, gripping the edge of the console. "Keep scanning. And keep the ship ready. I don't want any surprises." The tension in the room was palpable. Every crew member felt it. The unknown had a way of making even experienced explorers uneasy. Yet, beneath the fear was something stronger. Curiosity. The kind that made humans step onto planets no one had dared to land on, and dive into galaxies no map had ever shown. The probe sensors suddenly went wild. Energy spikes shot across the monitor. "Captain, the structures are activating something," Mara said, her voice tight. "There's a field of energy surrounding them. I've never seen anything like it." Arlen's heart pounded. Of energy surrounding Mara. Increase distance immediately. But the field reacted. The ship trembled slightly, not from turbulence but from a faint push, as if the structures themselves were aware of Aurora's presence. Lights flickered along the bridge as instruments registered the mysterious energy. "Report," Arlen barked. "Are we being pulled?" Mara's hands moved quickly over the panels. "It's faint, but yes. The energy seems to interact with our hull. It's subtle, but we can feel it." A chill ran down Arlen's spine. He had read about alien traps in old exploration logs, theoretical warnings that had always seemed distant and improbable. And yet, here they were, staring at something that could be exactly that. Kiro clenched his fists. "Captain, if that's a trap, we could be in serious trouble. We can't outrun something like this if it decides to grab us." Arlen took a deep breath. "I know. But we didn't come this far to turn away now. Keep shields at maximum and engines ready. Mara, try to scan the field, see if it has weaknesses." The crew worked quickly, a quiet determination settling over them. The Aurora was more than a ship, it was a symbol of human courage. And humans had always faced dangers that seemed impossible. Then, unexpectedly, the field pulsed again. This time, it wasn't threatening. The light formed a pattern, almost like a signal, a language that no human had ever known. The crew froze. It seemed intelligent, purposeful. Mara leaned closer to the sensor display, eyes wide. "It's inviting us," she whispered. "Or maybe warning us. I can't tell." Arlen's mind raced. Every instinct screamed danger, but the explorer in him, an explorer that had spent years dreaming of first contact, felt a pull toward the unknown. "Prepare the ship for approach," he ordered. "But maintain a safe distance. We proceed carefully. Everyone stay alert." As Aurora moved closer, the asteroid belt shimmered faintly, the strange structures reflecting light in sharp, impossible angles. The energy field flared once more, and the ship's instruments went haywire, lights flashing and alarms quietly humming. The crew held their positions, hearts pounding, as the unknown revealed itself piece by piece. The silence of space felt heavier here, as if holding its breath. And then, the final moment of suspense hit. On the main screen, a massive spire shifted suddenly, sliding behind a rock, as if the structure had moved. The energy field pulsed faster, brighter, and a low hum filled the ship. Arlen clenched his jaw. "Brace yourselves," he said. "Whatever is out there, it knows we are here." The ship trembled again, faintly this time, but enough to send a ripple of fear and excitement through the crew. The unknown was no longer just distant stars, it was close, alive, and watching. And as Aurora drifted closer into the glowing maze of alien shapes, every member of the crew felt the same thought. They had stepped into something far bigger than themselves. Something that could change humanity forever. The Aurora hovered closer to the alien structures, its shields glowing softly as the strange energy field continued to pulse around them. The hum in the ship had grown louder, vibrating through the floors and walls, and every crew member felt it deep in their chest. Captain Arlen's eyes scanned the holographic displays as the shapes of the alien spires twisted and shifted, almost as if they were alive. Lieutenant Mara pointed at the main screen. "Captain, sensors are picking up movement. Small drones, or robots, emerging from the structures. They're hovering in formation, but they're not attacking. Yet." Arlen nodded, fists gripping the console. "Keep the ship steady. Let's see what they do." The drones moved gracefully, circling the Aurora. Their surfaces reflected light like polished metal, but there was a strange glow from within them, almost like they had their own energy source. The crew could feel a kind of intelligence behind their movements. The drones weren't random. They were watching, calculating, analyzing. Engineer Kiro leaned forward, studying the readings. "They're scanning us," he said quietly. "Every drone has sensors. Multiple types. Infrared, energy signatures, movement patterns. Whoever made these knows exactly what they're doing." Suddenly, the drones shifted and formed a straight line in front of the ship, hovering at a distance. A soft, harmonic sound filled the bridge. It wasn't noise, it was structured, rhythmic, almost musical. Mara frowned. "It's communicating. But we can't understand it." Captain Arlen's eyes narrowed. "It seems friendly, or at least neutral. Maybe they want to talk, or guide us. But I'm not taking chances. Prepare docking protocols, but don't open the bay yet. Keep weapons ready." The crew worked quickly, their movements precise and tense. The Aurora's docking bay extended slightly, lights blinking as systems came online. The alien drones continued to hover, now forming patterns that glimmered against the blackness of space. Every few seconds, the hum changed pitch, like a signal trying to catch the human's attention. "Captain," Mara said, her voice barely above a whisper. "They're inviting us to approach the structure. The energy field is creating a corridor. Sensors say it's safe, for now." Arlen hesitated. His mind weighed the risk. Any misstep could trigger a deadly trap, yet turning away now might mean missing the first contact with an alien civilization. His gut told him the unknown was dangerous, but the human spirit demanded exploration. "All right," he said finally, voice firm. "We approach, slowly and carefully. Engines at minimal thrust. Shields up. Mara, keep scanning for any sudden changes. Kiro, monitor the energy field. Everyone else, stay alert." The ship moved forward, gliding between the spires. The energy field wrapped around them like a soft, glowing net, but it didn't harm the hull. Instead, the field seemed almost alive, adjusting its patterns as the Aurora moved. The crew exchanged nervous glances. Something about this felt intelligent. Suddenly, a drone detached from the formation and floated closer to the ship. It stopped near the viewport, its surface shimmering. A soft light pulsed rhythmically from its core. Mara gasped. "Captain, it's signaling directly to us. I think it wants us to dock." Arlen took a deep breath. "Very well. Prepare to dock. Carefully, and slowly." As the docking clamps extended, the drone moved alongside them, as if guiding the ship into position. The air inside the bridge was thick with anticipation. Every crew member felt the tension rising. For the first time in human history, they were moments away from stepping into the unknown presence of an alien intelligence. The docking bay doors opened, and the corridor of energy shimmered, inviting them inside. Yet, even as the crew prepared to step forward, subtle malfunctions began to appear. Lights flickered, minor alarms beeped, and sensors showed unusual energy spikes. Kiro frowned, tapping the panels frantically. "Captain, something's interfering with our systems. It's minor now, but it could escalate. This could be a warning, or a trap." Arlen nodded, feeling the weight of the decision. They had come this far. Retreating now would mean leaving the mystery unsolved, and humanity had never been content with leaving questions unanswered. Mara looked at the captain, eyes wide. Whatever happens, we need to stay together. If this goes wrong, we can't afford mistakes. The crew nodded silently. Hearts raced, adrenaline surged, and a mixture of fear and excitement filled the bridge. The unknown had become immediate. The friendly signals, the inviting corridor, the alien presence, all of it could be a trick. Yet the human desire to explore was stronger than the instinct to run. As the Aurora moved fully into the energy corridor, the hum of the drones intensified. The walls of the corridor seemed to shift subtly, guiding the ship. Captain Arlen's voice was calm but firm. Stay ready, eyes open, and remember, we are humans. We adapt, we survive, and we face the unknown. And as the ship glided deeper, every crew member could feel it. The first true contact with an alien civilization was here. Something watched them, something calculated, something alive. And the moment they crossed the threshold, there was no turning back. The energy field pulsed one final time as the docking bay locked. And then, just as the crew exhaled in cautious relief, a sudden vibration shook the ship. The lights flickered violently, alarms rang sharply, and the hum of the alien presence grew louder, ominous and unpredictable. Captain Arlen clenched his fists. Everyone hold on. Whatever this is, it's beginning. The unknown had arrived. The Aurora trembled as the vibration spread through the ship, sending crew members stumbling slightly. Captain Arlen gripped the edge of the console, his mind racing. The energy corridor that had seemed welcoming now felt like a cage. The lights flickered, and the hum from the alien drones grew louder, deeper, almost like a warning. Lieutenant Mara's fingers flew across the control panels. Captain, the energy field is changing. It's no longer just guiding us. It's surrounding us, restricting our movement. The drones, they're moving faster, and sensors detect multiple unknown mechanisms activating in the structures outside. Engineer Kiro's face went pale. It's a trap. They lured us in. The energy field, the corridor, it was all designed to make us feel safe. We're trapped inside their system. Arlen's heart pounded. Everyone stay calm. Shields up. Engines ready, but do not engage until I give the order. We assess first. The ship's hull shuddered as the first drone collided lightly with it. There was no damage, but it was enough to show the Aurora that the aliens were testing their strength, probing for weaknesses. More drones appeared, circling the ship in perfect synchronization, their lights glowing like warning signals. Captain, Mara said, her voice tense. They're communicating again, but it's not like before. The hum is harsh now, more aggressive. The pattern is complex, almost threatening. Arlen took a deep breath. Kiro, can you identify any weak points in their energy net? Anything we can exploit? Kiro's hands moved over the controls frantically. It's unlike anything we've seen. The field reacts instantly to our ship's movements. Any attempt to break it triggers more drones. If we push too hard, I don't even want to imagine what could happen. The tension in the bridge was palpable. Every crew member felt it, the thrill of danger mixed with fear. They had come seeking knowledge, seeking contact, but now it seemed the unknown was closing in, ready to strike. Suddenly, a loud vibration shook the ship violently. Lights flickered and alarms blared across the bridge. Mara shouted over the noise. Captain, engines are partially disabled. Some power systems are offline. Arlen's jaw tightened. Damn it! They're controlling our systems from outside. They have a full lock on us. Crew, prepare for evasive maneuvers as soon as we find a window. The Aurora swayed as the alien structures outside shifted. Large spires extended like mechanical limbs, wrapping around asteroids, moving in ways that defied human engineering. The ship's sensors could barely keep up. The aliens had created a mechanical web, and the humans were at the center of it. Brace yourselves, Arlen shouted. This is it. The drone surged forward, attempting to corral the ship toward one of the spires. The Aurora's shields glowed brightly as they absorbed minor impacts, but Kiro shouted, "Shields won't hold forever. We need a plan now." Arlen's mind raced. He could feel the trap closing, the weight of the unknown pressing down on them. The humans had faced dangers before, but this was beyond anything documented. The alien intelligence wasn't just powerful, it was calculating, almost alive. Mara tapped rapidly on the sensors. "Captain, I see a weak point. A small gap in the energy net, barely enough for us to maneuver. If we act fast, we might escape the initial capture." Arlen nodded. "Prepare the thrusters for a full burst. We go through that gap and try to reach open space. Kiro, monitor the energy field. Time it perfectly. Mara, get us ready." The crew worked in tense synchrony, every movement precise. The drones sensed their intent and swarmed faster, their lights flashing, their hums rising in intensity. "Now!" Arlen shouted. The Aurora surged forward, shields glowing as the ship squeezed through the narrow gap. The energy field pulsated violently, drones colliding with each other as the humans forced their way through. Sparks flew across the bridge from minor electrical surges, and the entire ship shook with the strain. For a moment, it seemed they had escaped. The gap widened, and the blackness of open space appeared beyond the spires. Relief washed over the crew, but only for a heartbeat. The alien structures moved again, faster this time, cutting off the path behind them. The energy field rippled, sending waves of force against the Aurora, pushing it dangerously toward a massive asteroid. Arlen gritted his teeth. "Hold course. Divert power to shields. Steady." The ship veered just in time, grazing the asteroid's surface. Sparks flew as small fragments scraped the hull. The crew gasped. For a second, silence fell, broken only by the hum of the alien drones, now retreating slightly but still watching. "Captain, we made it for now," Mara said, voice trembling. Arlen's eyes scanned the alien structures. They were damaged slightly from the ship's sudden escape attempt, but they remained formidable. The trap had partially backfired, giving the humans a chance, but the danger was far from over. Kiro wiped sweat from his brow. That was too close. If we try anything else too soon, we might not survive. Arlen nodded. "We need to regroup, analyze their systems, and plan our next move." They expected us to panic. But humans adapt. Humans survive. The Aurora floated in tense silence for a few moments, drifting slightly away from the energy net. The crew could feel the weight of the unknown pressing on them. The alien trap had been revealed, and the stakes were higher than ever. And as they prepared for the next move, every crew member knew one thing. The universe had just reminded them that curiosity came with danger. And now, escaping the trap, or surviving it, would test everything human ingenuity and courage could offer. The Aurora floated just beyond the worst of the alien energy field, but the tension inside the ship was far from over. Every crew member felt the weight of the trap still surrounding them, even if it was only partially weakened. Captain Arlen stood on the bridge, eyes scanning the panels, heart pounding with the knowledge that every decision could mean life or death. "Kiro, how badly are our systems damaged?" he asked. Kiro didn't look up from the console. Some minor breaches in the hull, power surges in multiple sections, and a few critical subsystems offline. Engines are stable, but if the field reactivates fully, we could be trapped again, permanently. Mara's fingers flew over the controls. "Captain, the drones are still hovering around us, but they aren't attacking directly. It's like they're waiting, testing our next move." Arlen nodded. "Then we do what humans do best. We adapt. Mara, scan for control signals. Kiro, find anything we can hack or disrupt. Everyone else, prepare for immediate action. We may have to fight through this field, not just escape it." The crew moved quickly, tension sharpening their focus. The bridge hummed with nervous energy as they worked, every second feeling like a minute. Outside, the alien drones circled, glowing faintly, their movements synchronized like a single organism. Suddenly, the ship jolted. Alarms blared as another small drone collided with the hull. sparks flew, and a low groan came from the damaged sections of the ship. Kiro cursed under his breath. They're testing us again. If we don't act fast, they'll exploit every weak point in our ship. Mara leaned closer to the sensor panel, eyes narrowing. Captain, I think I've found something. The field isn't uniform. There are minor fluctuations, areas where the drone's energy links are weakest. If we hit them at the right time, we might be able to overload part of the system. Arlen clenched his jaw. Prepare the pulse. Kiro, get it synchronized with Mara's readings. Everyone else, brace for feedback. This could either give us an advantage or make things worse. The crew worked together, hands moving rapidly over the controls. Engineers and scientists collaborated, following calculations and instinct alike. Outside, the alien drones seemed to sense the humans' intent. They adjusted their positions, lights flashing faster, signals pulsing through the energy field in a warning rhythm. Now! Arlen shouted, and Kiro triggered the pulse. A brilliant wave of energy spread from the ship, and the alien field flared violently in response. Drones collided, lights flickered, and for a moment, it seemed as if the humans had gained the upper hand. Sparks and alarms echoed through the bridge, but the crew held firm. Mara's voice was tense. It worked, partially. Some of the drones are offline, but the main structures are still active. We're not out of danger yet. The Aurora shifted position, taking advantage of the temporary chaos in the field. Arlen's mind raced as he considered their options. They couldn't just wait, they had to act before the aliens regrouped. Prepare for another pulse, he said. But this time, we target the largest drone cluster near the spire. If we disrupt it, we might create a bigger opening. Kiro nodded. Understood, Captain. But if it backfires, the energy could reflect back on us. Arlen took a deep breath. Then we do it carefully. Human ingenuity is our greatest weapon. The crew synchronized their actions, working like a single organism. Outside, the alien drones reacted faster than expected, moving to counter the next pulse. The bridge shook with energy surges, lights flickering, and alarms screaming. Suddenly, one of the ship's panels exploded in a shower of sparks. Kiro yelled, "Minor breach in the engineering bay. Mara, we need a precise strike now." The humans focused, hearts pounding, sweat running down their faces. The pulse fired, and the energy field around the ship reacted violently. Drones collided, sparks flew outside, and for a brief moment, the Aurora floated in a bubble of temporary safety. "Captain," Mara whispered, eyes wide. "They're recovering faster than we thought. It's like they expected us to do this." Arlen's jaw tightened. "That's fine. We expected danger. Humans adapt. Humans survive." The crew wiped sweat from their brows and regrouped, systems stabilizing as best they could. Outside, the alien drones circled warily, their lights dimming, but their presence was still formidable. "Captain," Kiro said quietly, "we've learned more about their systems in these last minutes than hours of scanning ever could. We can plan a bigger strike. But we need to be ready, this fight isn't over." Arlen nodded, looking at his exhausted but determined crew. "Prepare for the next move. We're not leaving without a plan, and we're not letting fear control us. This is humanity's moment. Our courage, our skill, and our ingenuity will see us through." The Aurora floated, momentarily safe, but the alien trap still loomed large. Every crew member felt the tension, the uncertainty, and the thrill of the unknown. Outside, the drones hovered, calculating, waiting, their lights pulsing like a heartbeat in the dark. And in that silence, every human aboard knew that survival would demand more than just bravery. It would demand cleverness, teamwork, and a willingness to face what no one else had dared to encounter. The unknown had become immediate. The battle for the ship, for survival, and for the first true encounter with alien intelligence had only just begun. The Aurora floated in tense silence, engines humming as the crew prepared for their next move. The temporary victory over the alien drones had given them a small window of opportunity, but everyone knew it would not last long. Captain Arlen studied the control panels, eyes sharp, mind racing. They had discovered weaknesses in the alien system, and now it was time to exploit them fully. Kiro, get the reverse pulse ready, Arlen said. We need to overload the main energy network controlling the drones. This could give us a chance to escape completely. Kiro's hands flew over the controls. It's risky. If we miscalculate, it could backfire and damage the ship, or worse. Arlen's jaw tightened. We don't have a choice. Mara, synchronize the timing with the structural weak points. Everyone else, brace for feedback. This is our shot. The crew moved quickly, their nervous energy focused into precision. Outside, the alien drones hovered, sensing their intent. The spires of the structures shifted subtly, almost like they were aware of what was coming. The energy field flared in anticipation, sending ripples through the Aurora's hull. Now! Arlen shouted. Kiro triggered the reverse pulse, and a wave of energy shot from the ship. The alien field reacted instantly. Drones collided, sparks flying as their lights flashed erratically. The spires trembled, shifting violently. For a moment, it seemed the humans had won. The energy field weakened, and the path to open space appeared. But the victory was short-lived. The pulse backfired. The alien systems, far more advanced than the crew had anticipated, reflected part of the energy back into the Aurora. Lights exploded across the bridge in showers of sparks, panels flickered violently, and alarms screamed through the ship. Kiro shouted, Captain, the pulse, it's unstable. Systems are overloading. The ship shook violently, throwing crew members against consoles. Mara struggled to maintain control. We need to stabilize the core, or we'll lose power completely. Arlen gritted his teeth, shouting over the chaos. Divert all remaining power to shields and engines. Get us out of here. Outside, the alien drones spiraled out of control. Some collided with each other, while others crashed into the shifting spires. The structures themselves began to fracture, pieces breaking off and tumbling into space. The once imposing alien trap was collapsing, but unpredictably. Kiro's face was pale. Captain, the energy reflection is tearing through our hull. Minor breaches are becoming major. If we don't move now, we could be destroyed. Arlen's eyes scanned the corridor ahead. It was narrow, but open. Full thrust. Mara, guide us through before more debris hits us. The Aurora surged forward, engines glowing brightly as shields absorbed the first impacts from broken spires and flying debris. Sparks flew across the bridge as panels shorted out. The hum of the alien drones was replaced by the deafening roar of collapsing structures. One by one, the drones fell apart, their lights extinguishing as they collided with fragments of asteroids or the alien spires themselves. The humans had unintentionally caused chaos, and the alien intelligence was reeling from the backfire. Mara shouted, Captain, we're clear. Open space ahead. Arlen nodded, his voice steady despite the chaos. Good work, everyone. Maintain course and keep shields up. We're not safe yet, but we've bought ourselves a chance. The crew exhaled collectively, adrenaline still pumping. They had survived the worst of the backfire, but the ship was heavily damaged, and the alien structures were collapsing unpredictably around them. The energy field, though weakened, still pulsed with residual power, reminding the humans that danger was never far away. Kiro wiped sweat from his brow. That was too close. If the pulse had reflected differently, we might not be here. Arlen nodded, looking at the flickering displays. The backfire was a risk we had to take. It gave us a chance. But we can't celebrate yet. The alien presence is still out there, and their intelligence is far from destroyed. Mara glanced at the viewport, watching as fragments of spires and drones tumbled into the void. We've done it, but barely. They underestimated us, or maybe they never expected humans to be this unpredictable. Arlen's gaze hardened. That's humanity. We survive. We adapt. And we never give up, even against forces we don't fully understand. The Aurora drifted away from the collapsing alien trap, battered but intact. The hum of the ship's systems returned slowly, warnings still flashing across the panels. Outside, fragments of alien structures glimmered in the starlight, remnants of the chaos they had caused. For a moment, silence fell over the bridge. The crew was exhausted, bruised, but alive. They had survived a trap designed to destroy them. They had faced a backfire of unimaginable power and had come through. But even in this fragile victory, every crew member knew one thing. The universe was far larger, far stranger, and far more dangerous than they had imagined. And whatever intelligence had built that trap was still out there, watching, calculating, waiting for the next move. Captain Arlen clenched his fists. Prepare for repairs and assessment. We've survived this battle, but the war, or at least the challenge, is not over. Stay sharp. Humanity has a long way to go in this galaxy. The Aurora floated onward, carrying humans who had faced an alien trap, survived a backfire, and witnessed the fragility and resilience of life in the cosmos. The unknown had tested them, and for now, they had emerged alive. The Aurora floated cautiously through the remnants of the alien structures, the stars outside looking peaceful compared to the chaos they had just escaped. But the ship's hull was battered, systems unstable, and the crew knew their ordeal was far from over. "Kiro, how bad is it?" Captain Arlen asked, voice calm but firm. Kiro shook his head. "Hull integrity is dropping in several sectors. Engines are functional but not at full power. If another large impact hits, we could lose propulsion entirely." Lieutenant Mara stared at the viewport. "Captain, the asteroid fragments from the collapsing spires are moving unpredictably. Some are huge, bigger than the ship. If we don't navigate carefully, we could be smashed before we get anywhere." Arlen gritted his teeth. "Everyone, brace for evasive maneuvers. This is going to be rough." The Aurora shuddered as a massive fragment spun past, scraping the hull. Sparks flew inside the bridge. Crew members hit the floor, clutching consoles to steady themselves. Alarms blared. "Captain!" Mara shouted. "Another cluster of spires is collapsing. They're heading straight toward us." Arlen's hands moved quickly over the controls. "Full lateral thrusters. Divert all power to shields." The ship swerved violently, dodging one fragment, then another. The alien structures continued to crumble around them, sending debris tumbling in every direction. Every second felt like an eternity as the crew struggled to keep the Aurora intact. Kiro gritted his teeth, frantically stabilizing the engines. "Shields are weakening. If another impact hits, we could lose the main hull." Mara's voice was tense. "Captain, life support in Section 3 is fluctuating. Crew could be at risk if we can't stabilize it." Arlen clenched his jaw. "We survive. We find a way through. Focus, everyone. One maneuver at a time." The ship twisted and turned, narrowly avoiding collisions, each movement precise, each second a battle against destruction. Outside, the alien trap had completely disintegrated, but the debris field it left behind was deadly. Rocks, spires, and broken drones spun in chaotic orbits, unpredictable and lethal. "Captain!" Kiro shouted. "A massive spire fragment is heading straight for the port side. We can't outrun it." Arlen's mind raced. "Prepare emergency shields. Divert everything we have to that side." The fragment slammed against the shields, sending a shockwave through the ship. Alarms screamed. Lights flickered. Panels exploded. The ship groaned under the force, but somehow the human crew held firm. Mara shouted, "We're clear, but only by inches. Another hit like that." "I know," Arlen interrupted, voice steady. "Keep moving. Don't stop. We can survive this." The Aurora twisted through the debris, each maneuver more desperate than the last. Fragments grazed the hull, sending sparks flying and systems malfunctioning. Oxygen levels in damaged sections dropped dangerously, but the crew pressed on. Finally, after what felt like hours but was only minutes, the ship cleared the worst of the debris. Open space stretched ahead, calm and empty. The stars were bright, and for the first time in what seemed like an eternity, the crew could breathe without alarms blaring around them. Kiro slumped in his chair, exhaustion visible on his face. "We made it, barely." Mara exhaled, voice shaky. "The ship, the hull, it's holding. Somehow." Arlen looked around at his crew, battered, bruised, but alive. "This is humanity. We face the impossible, and we survive. Today, we survived an alien trap, a backfire, and near total destruction. But we are still here. And we will continue." Outside the viewport, fragments of alien spires and broken drones floated silently, glimmering in the starlight. The trap that had threatened to destroy them was gone, but the memory of it lingered. Every crew member knew how close they had come to death. Arlen's gaze hardened. "Prepare a full assessment of damage. Report life support, engines, shields. We need to get home. But also, we need to record everything. This encounter will teach humanity more than any mission before it." Mara nodded, wiping sweat from her brow. "Captain, I can't believe we survived. That field, those drones, it was like nothing we've ever faced." Arlen looked out at the stars, voice quiet but resolute. "The universe is full of dangers, but we will explore it. We will face the unknown, and we will survive. That's what makes us human." The Aurora drifted forward, engines humming softly, lights flickering from minor damage, but the crew's spirit unbroken. The alien trap had been destroyed, yet the experience had left its mark. Every crew member knew that the galaxy held far more challenges ahead. And in the silence of open space, Captain Arlen allowed himself a small thought: they had survived. They had faced the unknown and come through alive. But the universe had not revealed all its secrets, and humanity's journey had only just begun. The stars stretched endlessly ahead, quiet yet full of promise, danger, and the unknown. And somewhere in the vast darkness, the alien intelligence they had encountered was still out there, waiting, observing, calculating. The Aurora drifted silently through space, battered and bruised but still moving. The stars outside seemed calm, almost peaceful, yet inside the ship, the crew was exhausted. Captain Arlen stood on the bridge, looking at the viewport, his mind replaying every moment of the alien trap, the backfire, and the near destruction they had survived. Lieutenant Mara rubbed her temples, still shaken. "Captain, we survived, but barely. Parts of the ship are damaged beyond repair. Some crew members are injured. We lost so much." Arlen nodded. "I know. But we're alive. That counts for something. Humanity has faced impossible odds before. This is no different. We adapt, we survive, and we learn." Engineer Kiro sighed, leaning against a console. "The alien structures, they're gone. But the energy patterns we recorded, they weren't random. They were intelligent. Whatever we faced, it's still out there." Mara's eyes widened. "Do you think they'll come back? Or were we just lucky?" Arlen didn't answer immediately. He looked at the blinking panels, the flickering lights, the crew who had given everything to survive this mission. "I don't know. But one thing is certain. We've learned more in these last hours than we could have in years of normal exploration. We have to record everything. Humanity must know what's out there, what we faced, and how we survived." Outside, space stretched endlessly, the shattered remains of alien structures slowly drifting into nothingness. The silence was almost deafening after the chaos they had endured. The crew worked quietly, tending to injuries, repairing minor systems, and stabilizing the ship as best they could. Mara glanced at the sensor display. "Captain, I'm picking up a faint energy signal. Very small, almost hidden, but it's repeating. It's not like before. It's subtle. I don't know what it means." Arlen's eyes narrowed. "Show me." On the main screen, a tiny pulse blinked at regular intervals from a distant point in space, far beyond the debris field. The pattern was faint but unmistakable, a signal, intentional, intelligent. The humans had survived one encounter, but it seemed that the aliens, or something related to them, were still out there, watching. Kiro frowned. Could it be another trap? Arlen shook his head slightly. Maybe. Or maybe it's a message. Either way, it's a reminder. The universe doesn't reveal all its secrets at once. Humanity has survived this challenge, but there are more waiting. And we will face them, because that's what we do. The crew fell silent, understanding the weight of their captain's words. They had survived impossible odds, faced an alien trap that could have destroyed them completely, and come through alive. Yet the universe remained vast, mysterious, and dangerous. The knowledge of what lay beyond, and what intelligence watched them from the darkness, would stay with them forever. Arlen finally turned from the viewport and looked at his crew. Prepare the ship for repairs and return course to the nearest human outpost. Document everything. But remember, this is just the beginning. Humanity's journey into the stars is far from over. Mara gave a small nod. Yes, Captain. We'll survive. We always do. Kiro added quietly. And we'll be ready if they come back. Outside, the tiny energy pulse continued to blink in the distance. It was faint, but persistent, a silent message that humanity was being watched. The stars stretched endlessly ahead, full of promise, danger, and the unknown. The Aurora moved forward, carrying humans who had faced the unimaginable and lived. And as the ship disappeared into the vast darkness, one thought lingered in every mind aboard. They had survived, but the universe still had secrets waiting. And whatever was out there, it was not finished with them. The hum of the ship's engines echoed softly, a reminder of life, resilience, and the endless journey into the unknown. Humanity had faced the impossible and survived, but the adventure was only beginning.
The massive alien ship dropped out of space near the human colony of New Denver like a falling mountain. Captain Jake Morrison watched from his command center as the thing blocked out half the stars. He had seen Kethmori ships before, but never one this close to human space. Never one that came alone. Jake pressed the communication button. "Unknown vessel, this is New Denver Colony. State your business." The response came in broken human speech, heavy with clicks and growls. "I am Commander Zektar of the Bone Wing Fleet. I must speak with your leaders. It is urgent." Jake looked at his crew. The Kethmori were known across the galaxy as fierce warriors. They stood 8 feet tall with wings that could carry them through space for short distances. Their claws could cut through steel. Their teeth could bite through armor. They did not ask for help. They took what they wanted. "Permission granted to send one shuttle," Jake said. "No weapons." An hour later, Commander Zektar stood in the colony's main meeting room. The alien warrior was even bigger than Jake expected. His fur was black with silver stripes. His wings were folded tight against his back. Scars covered his arms and face. But something was wrong. The great warrior's yellow eyes looked desperate. Dr. Lisa Chen, the colony's doctor and scientist, sat across from Zektar. She had studied alien species for 20 years. "Commander, you look sick. Are you well?" Zektar's claws scratched the metal table. "My people are dying. All of us. The adults, anyway." "What do you mean?" Jake asked. "A sickness came to our world 6 months ago. It only kills those who have reached full growth. The young ones are safe, but they cannot survive alone." Zektar's voice became quieter. "In my culture, cubs learn to fight from the moment they can walk. The weak ones die, the strong ones live. That is our way." Dr. Chen leaned forward. "But now the adults are gone?" "Not yet, but soon. We have perhaps 1 year left, maybe less." Zektar stood and began to pace. His claws clicked on the floor. "We are searching the deep void for a cure, but we cannot take the cubs with us. The journey is too dangerous. They are too young." Jake began to understand. "You want us to watch your children. Your species does something no other species does. You keep your weak young alive. You care for them until they grow strong. We have watched your colonies. Human parents will die to protect cubs that are not even their own blood. Dr. A. Chen nodded slowly. That's true. But your cubs are not human cubs. We don't know how to care for them. They need food, warmth, and safety. Nothing more. Zektar's ears flattened against his head. I know what you are thinking. Kethmori are killers. Our cubs will grow up to be killers too. But dead cubs grow up to be nothing. Jake looked around the room at his staff. Colony Director Helen Brooks had been quiet until now. How many cubs are we talking about? 200. The number hung in the air like a weight. The human colony had only 3,000 people. 200 alien predator cubs would change everything. They're babies now, Zektar continued. Their eyes are not even open yet. They cannot hunt. They cannot fight. They will die without help. Dr. Chen asked the question everyone was thinking. What happens when you come back? What if your cubs have learned human ways instead of Kethmori ways? Zektar's eyes grew hard. Then we will fix them. But first they must live. Jake stepped outside the meeting room to think. Through the window he could see the Kethmori ship hanging in space like a dark moon. He thought about his own daughter back on Earth. He thought about the children in the colony schools. He thought about what it meant to be human. When he returned to the room, Jake's mind was made up. We'll do it, but we have conditions. Name them. First, your cubs live with our families. They don't get put in some special facility. They become part of our community. Second, we raise them our way. If you want them to learn human caring, they have to be treated like human children. Zektar's claws extended slightly. And third, when you come back, you don't just take them. If they want to stay, if they've made lives here, we talk about it. The alien commander was quiet for a long time. Finally, he nodded. Agreed. When can you take them? Give us 3 days to prepare. 2 days later, families across New Denver Colony were getting ready for something that had never happened before. John and Maria Parker cleared out their spare room for their new alien child. Steve and Janet Cooper bought extra food and baby supplies. The Rodriguez family set up a special sleeping area with thick blankets and heat lamps. Dr. Chen worked day and night to understand Kethmori biology. The cubs needed milk every 2 hours. They grew fast. They would weigh 50 pounds within a month. Their claws and teeth were sharp even as babies, but they were still babies. They needed love and care just like human children. On the 3rd day, the Kethmori shuttle landed. Zektar himself carried the first cub off the ship. The little creature was covered in soft gray fur. Its eyes were closed. It made small mewing sounds like a kitten, if kittens were the size of large dogs. Jake watched as Maria Parker took the cub into her arms. She looked down at the alien baby and smiled. Hello, little one. I think we'll call you Alex. One by one, 200 Kethmori cubs found new homes with human families. They had no idea that they were about to become something new in the galaxy, something that had never existed before. As the Kethmori fleet prepared to leave for the deep void, Zektar stood with Jake at the landing pad. Take care of them, the alien commander said. We will, Jake promised. That's what humans do. The alien ships disappeared into space, leaving behind a colony full of families who had just doubled in size. The cubs slept peacefully in their new homes, unaware that they were the beginning of something that would change both their species and the galaxy itself. 5 years had passed since the Kethmori fleet disappeared into deep space. Alex Parker stood on the school playground, watching a group of human children argue about the rules of their game. At 10 years old, he was already 6 feet tall with silver-gray fur and yellow eyes. His adoptive parents had given him a human name, but there was no hiding what he was. Hey, Alex, can you reach that ball? Called Sophie Parker, his human sister. The ball had gotten stuck in a tree 20 feet up. Without thinking, Alex crouched down and leaped. His powerful legs launched him up to the branch where he grabbed the ball with one clawed hand. He dropped back down and handed it to Sophie with a gentle smile. "Thanks, big brother," Sophie said. The other kids gathered around Alex, not afraid but amazed. This was normal for them. Alex had been part of their school since he could walk. Across the playground, Luna Cooper was helping a human boy who had fallen off the monkey bars. At 9 years old, she was as big as Alex, but moved with careful grace. Her fur was pure white with black spots. She used her claws to carefully cut away the torn fabric of the boy's shirt so she could see his scraped arm better. "Mrs. Patterson," Luna called to the teacher, "Danny needs the first aid kit." Mrs. Patterson hurried over with medical supplies. She watched as Luna held Danny's hand while the teacher cleaned the wound. The Kethmori cub spoke in soft, comforting words until Danny stopped crying. "You're getting very good at helping others," Mrs. Patterson told Luna. "Dad says that's what families do," Luna replied. "We take care of each other." In another part of the colony, Max Rodriguez was working in his family's garden. His adoptive father, Carlos, had taught him how to grow vegetables. Max's claws, which could cut through metal, were perfect for digging in hard soil, but he had learned to be gentle with the delicate plants. "Careful with the tomatoes, son," Carlos said. "They bruise easy." Max nodded and used just the tips of his claws to pick the ripe fruit. His massive hands moved with surprising care. "Like this, Papa? Perfect. You've got the gentlest touch of anyone in the colony." Dr. Lisa Chen watched all of this from her research station. She had been studying the cubs since they arrived. What she found amazed her every day. Brain scans showed that the cubs' minds had developed in ways that were impossible for normal Kethmori. The parts of their brains that controlled empathy and social bonding had grown much larger than expected. The areas that managed aggression and dominance behavior had stayed small. These cubs thought differently than any Kethmori who had ever lived. "It's remarkable," Dr. Chen told Colony Director Helen Brooks during their weekly meeting. "They retain all their natural physical abilities. Alex can jump 40 feet. Luna can run 60 miles per hour. Max can lift a ton. But they use these abilities to help rather than to dominate." "What do you think will happen when their birth parents return?" Helen asked. Dr. Chen looked out the window where she could see Diana Foster teaching a group of younger children how to play a human game called tag. Diana was the largest of the cubs, already 7 feet tall with dark red fur. But she moved slowly and carefully so the smaller human children could keep up. "I don't know," Dr. Chen admitted. "These cubs have become something new. They're still Kethmori, but they're also human in the ways that matter most." That evening, the Parker family sat down for dinner. Alex helped Maria Parker carry the heavy dishes from the kitchen. John Parker served the food while Sophie set the table. It was a normal family dinner except for the fact that one family member could probably tear the house apart with his bare hands. "Alex, how was school today?" Maria asked. "Good. We started learning about galactic history. Did you know that most alien species don't have families like humans do?" Alex cut his meat carefully with his claws. He had learned long ago to be gentle with everything around him. "Really? How do they raise their children?" John asked. "Most species just lay eggs and leave them. Some have group nurseries where all the young are raised together. Kethmori have something called combat creches, where cubs fight each other until only the strongest survive." Sophie made a disgusted face. "That's horrible. What if a cub is sick or gets hurt?" "Then it dies," Alex said quietly. "That's the Kethmori way. Only the strong deserve to live." Maria reached over and put her hand on Alex's arm. "That's not our way." "I know, Mom. I'm glad I'm here with you instead." John looked at his adopted son. "Alex, do you ever think about your birth parents? Do you wonder what it would be like to live with them? Alex was quiet for a moment. Sometimes, but this is my family. You're my parents. Sophie is my sister. I don't know what those other Kethmori are like, but I know who I am. Similar conversations were happening in homes across the colony. The cubs had grown up thinking of themselves as part of human families. They had human values, human emotions, and human ways of solving problems. But they also had claws, fangs, and the strength to crush steel. Luna Cooper sat with her adoptive parents, Steve and Janet, on their front porch, watching the sunset. "Mom, what's going to happen when my birth species comes back?" Janet Cooper had been dreading this question for years. "I don't know, sweetheart. But whatever happens, you'll always be our daughter. What if they want me to be different? What if they want me to be mean like regular Kethmori?" Steve Cooper put his arm around Luna. "Then we'll figure it out together. That's what families do." The cubs had no memory of their birth parents. To them, the humans who raised them were their real families. They had learned human games, human songs, and human ways of caring for each other. They said please and thank you. They helped with chores. They worried about their friends and protected those who were smaller or weaker. But they were still Kethmori. Their senses were incredibly sharp. They could see in the dark, hear sounds from miles away, and smell things humans could never detect. Their bodies were built for war, even if their minds had been shaped for peace. Late at night, Dr. Chen often walked through the colony and listened to the cubs sleeping. They made the same small sounds that human children made when they dreamed, but sometimes, very rarely, she heard other sounds. Deep growls and hunting calls that reminded her these were not human children. They were predators who had learned to love. The question that kept her awake was simple. What would happen when their birth parents returned to claim them? The cubs had become something unique in the galaxy. They were warriors with human hearts. But would the Kethmori see that as an improvement or as a corruption of everything they believed in? As the 5th year ended with no sign of the returning fleet, the cubs continued to grow and learn. They were becoming teenagers now, with all the challenges that brought. But they faced those challenges the human way, with support from their families and community. None of them knew that their birth parents were already on their way home. The Kethmori fleet had found other survivors and built their numbers into a massive force. They were returning to collect their cubs and turn them into the greatest warriors their species had ever known. They had no idea that the cubs they left behind had become something entirely new. Something that would challenge everything the Kethmori thought they knew about strength, family, and what it meant to be alive in a dangerous galaxy. The alarm in the New Denver colony control room screamed like a dying animal. Captain Jake Morrison, now 7 years older and grayer, rushed to the scanner display. What he saw there made his blood turn cold. 50 massive ships hung in space beyond the colony. Each one was the size of a city. Each one was armed with enough weapons to turn a planet into dust. The Kethmori had returned. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission," reported Communications Officer Betty Walsh. "Put it through." The voice that came through the speakers was the same one Jake remembered from 7 years ago, but it carried more authority now. "This is High Commander Zektar of the Bone Wing Fleet. We have come to collect our cubs." Jake took a deep breath. He had been dreading this day for years. "Welcome back, Commander. We need to talk before any reunions take place." "Talk? There is nothing to discuss. You are keeping our cubs safe. Now we take them home. It's not that simple anymore." An hour later, Zektar stood in the same meeting room where he had first asked for human help. But now he was not alone. 6 other Kethmori commanders flanked him, each one larger and more battle-scarred than the last. Their yellow eyes swept the room with predatory alertness. Dr. Lisa Chen sat across from them, her hands shaking slightly. Colony Director Helen Brooks had insisted on attending, along with several of the adoptive parents. John and Maria Parker were there, as were Steve and Janet Cooper. "Where are our cubs?" demanded Sub-Commander Kathek, a massive Keth Mori with black fur and silver claws. "Why do we not see them?" "They're in school," Maria Parker said quietly. The Keth Mori commanders looked at each other with confusion. "School?" Zektar asked. "They're learning," Dr. Chen explained. "Reading, writing, mathematics, science, history. They attend classes with the human children." Kathek's ears flattened against his head. "Cubs should be learning to fight, not to read. You have made them weak." "With respect, Commander," said John Parker, "you should meet them before you judge what they've become." Jake stood up. "I think that's a good idea. Let me call them." 20 minutes later, Alex Parker walked into the meeting room. He was now 12 years old and stood 7 feet tall. His silver-gray fur was clean and well-groomed. He wore a New Denver High School baseball cap and a shirt that read, "Colony Soccer Team." When he saw the Keth Mori commanders, he stopped and stared. Zektar rose from his chair, his yellow eyes fixed on Alex with surprise. You are one of our cubs." "I guess so," Alex said. His voice was deep, but still carried the accent of someone who had grown up speaking human languages. "I'm Alex Parker. These are my parents, John and Maria," Kathek snarled. "Your parents are Keth Mori. These humans are nothing to you." Alex's yellow eyes flashed with anger, but when he spoke, his voice stayed calm. "Don't talk about my family that way." The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Kathek stepped forward, his claws extending. "You dare challenge a superior warrior?" "I'm protecting people I love," Alex replied. "Isn't that what warriors are supposed to do?" Before Kathek could respond, 3 more cubs entered the room. Luna Cooper, Max Rodriguez, and Diana Foster moved to stand beside Alex. They were all massive by human standards, but they positioned themselves to shield the human adults rather than to establish dominance. "These are my pack mates," Alex said, using a Keth Mori term but pronouncing it with human warmth. "Luna, Max, and Diana." Zektar studied the 4 cubs. "You are all larger than I expected, stronger. But where is your warrior bearing? Why do you not show proper submission to your superiors?" "Because we don't think of people as superior or inferior," Luna said. Her white fur with black spots made her look almost friendly, but her yellow eyes held intelligence that surprised the commanders. "We think of them as family or strangers, friends or enemies." "Foolish cub," Kathek growled. "Strength determines rank. I am stronger than you, therefore you submit to me." Max Rodriguez stepped forward. At 13, he was the largest of the cubs and probably outweighed Kathek. "Are you stronger than me?" Kathek looked up at Max with sudden uncertainty. "You are still a cub. Cubs do not challenge adults." "I'm not challenging you," Max said gently. "I'm asking if you want to arm wrestle. It's a human game. The loser buys the winner ice cream." The Keth Mori commanders stared at Max as if he had started speaking an alien language. Diana Foster laughed, a sound that somehow mixed human humor with Keth Mori vocal patterns. "He doesn't know what ice cream is," Diana explained to Max. "Remember, they've been in deep space for 7 years." Dr. Chen watched the interaction with fascination. The cubs showed no fear of the adult Keth Mori, but they also showed no aggression. They were treating the commanders like interesting strangers rather than pack leaders or threats. "This is wrong," Kathek said to Zektar. "They have been corrupted. They think like prey animals, not predators." Alex's expression hardened. "We think like protectors. There's a difference." "Show me," Zektar said quietly. "What do you mean?" "Show me how you protect. Show me how you fight." John Parker started to object, but Alex held up one clawed hand. It's okay, Dad. I can handle this. Alex looked around the room and saw Sophie Parker hiding behind her mother. His little sister was only 8 years old and looked terrified of the large alien warriors. "Sophie, come here," Alex said gently. The little girl ran to Alex, who picked her up and set her on his shoulders. "See, this is what I protect. Not territory, not resources, not power. People, family, the ones who can't protect themselves." "A warrior's duty is to make himself stronger," Kathek insisted, "not to coddle the weak." "A warrior's duty is to use his strength for those who need it," Alex replied. "At least that's what my family taught me." Zektar was quiet for a long time. Finally, he spoke. "These cubs have been changed. They are not Kethmori, as we understand the term." "But they're still your species," Dr. Chen said. "They still have all the same physical abilities. They're just using them differently." "They have been made weak by human sentiment," Kathek declared. "We will take them back to the fleet and retrain them properly." Luna stepped forward. "And if we refuse?" The question hung in the air like a bomb. By Kethmori law, cubs belong to the adults of their species. They had no right to refuse anything. But these cubs had been raised with human ideas about choice and freedom. "Cubs do not refuse their elders," Zektar said firmly. "Then I guess we're not regular cubs," Diana said with a smile that showed all her fangs. Kathek had heard enough. "Zektar, this is madness. They have been poisoned by human weakness. We should take them now and begin proper training immediately." "Wait," Alex said. "In Kethmori tradition, doesn't a cub have the right to challenge for independence when he reaches maturity?" Zektar's ears pricked forward. "You know our traditions? Dr. Chen taught us about our birth culture. I know that any Kethmori can earn the right to choose his own path through single combat. I also know that right extends to cubs who can prove they've reached adult status." "You would challenge me?" Zektar asked with disbelief. "If that's what it takes to protect my family and my packmates, yes." The room fell silent. John and Maria Parker looked terrified. The other human parents grabbed their adopted children protectively. The Kethmori commanders seemed stunned that a cub would make such a request. But Zektar smiled for the first time since arriving. "Very well. By ancient law, I accept your challenge. Single combat, tomorrow at dawn. If you win, you and your packmates choose your own path. If you lose, you all return to the fleet for proper training." Alex looked at his human parents, then at his packmates. "Deal." As the Kethmori commanders left the meeting room, Jake Morrison realized that everything was about to change. The cubs had spent 7 years learning human ways, but tomorrow they would have to fight like Kethmori to earn the right to keep being human. The question was, could someone raised with human values defeat a warrior trained for nothing but battle? The answer would determine not just the fate of 4 cubs, but the future relationship between 2 very different species. Dawn broke over New Denver Colony like a blood-red warning. In the main square, 2 circles had been drawn in the dirt according to ancient Kethmori tradition. One large circle for combat, one smaller circle for witnesses. Nearly every human in the colony had gathered to watch, along with dozens of Kethmori warriors who had come down from their ships. Alex Parker stood at the edge of the combat circle, wearing simple clothes that wouldn't restrict his movement. His adoptive parents stood with the other human families, their faces tight with worry. Sophie Parker held onto her mother's hand so hard her knuckles were white. Across from Alex, High Commander Zektar prepared for battle. The alien warrior had removed his armor and stood bare-chested, showing the scars of 100 fights. His claws were fully extended, gleaming like silver knives in the morning light. "Are you certain you want to do this, cub?" Zektar asked. "I have been fighting for 30 years. I have killed enemies in 1,000 battles. You are barely 12 years old." "I'm sure," Alex replied. His voice stayed calm, but his yellow eyes held a determination that surprised the watching Kethmori warriors. Elder Navigator Sekmara, the oldest warrior in the fleet, raised her voice to address the crowd. By ancient law, this combat will determine the fate of the cubs raised by humans. If the cub Alex wins, all cubs choose their own path. If High Commander Zektar wins, all cubs return to the fleet for proper training. Combat continues until one fighter yields or dies. Dr. Lisa Chen gripped her medical kit tightly. She had spent the night studying everything she could about Kethmori anatomy and combat techniques. If Alex was seriously injured, she might be his only chance of survival. "Begin," Sekmara commanded. Zektar moved like lightning. His powerful legs launched him across the circle, claws aimed at Alex's throat. It was a classic Kethmori attack, designed to end the fight in seconds. But Alex wasn't there when the claws arrived. The cub had rolled to the side at the last possible moment, using a move that came from human martial arts rather than Kethmori combat training. Zektar's claws slashed through empty air as Alex came up behind him. Instead of counterattacking, Alex stepped back and waited. "What are you doing?" Zektar snarled. "Why did you not strike when you had the chance?" "Because I don't want to hurt you," Alex replied. "I just want you to understand." The watching Kethmori warriors muttered among themselves. This was not how combat was supposed to work. Warriors attacked until one of them fell. They didn't talk. They didn't show mercy. Zektar attacked again, this time with a series of rapid claw strikes that would have shredded a normal opponent. Alex defended himself using blocks and deflections that Dr. Chen recognized from human defensive martial arts. He was turning Zektar's attacks aside rather than meeting force with force. "Fight back, cub!" Kathek shouted from the edge of the circle. "Show some warrior pride!" But Alex had learned something different from his human family. He had learned that true strength wasn't about proving you could hurt someone. It was about protecting what mattered to you. For 15 minutes, Zektar pressed his attack. The High Commander was faster and stronger than any human, but Alex had been raised by humans who understood that speed and strength weren't everything. Every attack that Zektar launched, Alex redirected or avoided. Slowly, Zektar began to tire. His attacks became less precise. His breathing grew heavy. He had been trained to win fights quickly through overwhelming force. He didn't know how to handle an opponent who refused to engage on those terms. Alex, meanwhile, stayed calm and alert. He had learned patience from his human parents. He had learned to think several moves ahead from playing human games. He had learned to stay focused under pressure from his human teachers. "You cannot win by running away forever," Zektar gasped. "I'm not running away," Alex replied. "I'm waiting for you to understand that this doesn't have to be about one of us destroying the other." That's when Alex made his move. Dr. Chen had taught him about Kethmori anatomy, including the pressure points that could temporarily disable an opponent without causing permanent harm. As Zektar lunged forward with another claw strike, Alex stepped inside the attack and pressed 2 fingers against specific points on the commander's neck. Zektar collapsed to the ground, paralyzed but unharmed. The watching Kethmori warriors fell silent. They had never seen anything like this. Alex stood over their High Commander, clearly the winner, but instead of claiming victory, he knelt down and began massaging the pressure points to restore feeling to Zektar's limbs. "What are you doing?" Zektar whispered. "Helping you up," Alex said simply. "The fight is over. Now we talk." Within minutes, feeling had returned to Zektar's arms and legs. Alex helped the commander stand, supporting his weight until Zektar was steady on his feet. Sekmara stared at the scene with ancient eyes. "In 60 years of witnessing combat, I have never seen anything like this. The cub has won, but he aids his defeated opponent. What does this mean?" Alex looked around at the crowd of humans and aliens. It means we don't have to be enemies just because we're different. Commander Zektar is strong and brave. I respect him. But his way of being strong isn't the only way. Luna Cooper stepped forward from the edge of the circle. Alex showed you that we haven't been made weak by human influence. We've been made different. We're still Kethmori. We still have claws and fangs and strength, but we use them to protect instead of to dominate. Max Rodriguez joined her. We learned from humans that taking care of others makes you stronger, not weaker. Diana Foster nodded. We learned that working together gets better results than fighting each other. Zektar looked at the 4 cubs, then at the human families who had raised them. You defeated me without injuring me. You could have killed me easily once I was paralyzed, but instead you helped me recover. This is not weakness, but it is not traditional Kethmori behavior either. It's human behavior, Maria Parker said from the crowd. That's what we taught them. Kathek stepped into the circle, his claws extended. This proves nothing. 1 lucky cub defeats 1 tired commander. Let me fight all 4 of them at once. Then we'll see how strong their human ways really are. But Sekmara held up her hand. No. The challenge has been completed according to ancient law. The cubs have won the right to choose their path. This is madness, Kathek protested. These cubs have been corrupted. They will spread their weakness to other Kethmori. Alex looked at the angry sub-commander. What if we could prove that our way isn't weakness? What if we could show you that human training makes us better warriors, not worse ones? How? Zektar asked quietly. Luna stepped forward. Give us a chance to serve. Give us a ship and a crew. Let us prove that Kethmori raised with human values can be more effective than traditional warriors. Ridiculous, Kathek snarled. Cubs commanding a warship. It would be destroyed in the first battle. But Sekmara was thinking. The galaxy has changed while we search the void. New enemies have emerged. Our traditional tactics have not always been successful against them. Perhaps new approaches are needed. Zektar studied the 4 cubs who stood before him. They were clearly Kethmori in body, but their minds worked differently than any Kethmori he had ever known. They had just proven they could fight, but more importantly, they had proven they could think. Very well, he said finally. I will give you 1 ship and a volunteer crew. You will have 6 months to prove that your human methods have value. If you succeed, we will consider integrating some human training techniques into our military. If you fail, you submit to traditional Kethmori education. Alex looked at his packmates, then at his human family. And if we succeed, we get to keep both parts of who we are, Kethmori and human? If you succeed, Zektar said, you will have proven that strength can take many forms. As the crowd began to disperse, John and Maria Parker approached their adopted son. Are you sure about this? John asked. Space is dangerous. War is dangerous. Alex hugged his human parents tightly. You taught me that sometimes you have to take risks to protect the people you love. I love my packmates. I love this colony. I love both our species. If there's a chance to make things better for everyone, I have to try. Sophie Parker tugged on her brother's shirt. Will you come back and visit? Alex picked up his little sister and smiled. Try to keep me away. As the Kethmori warriors returned to their ships and the human families went back to their homes, Dr. Chen realized that something historic had just happened. 4 alien cubs raised by humans were about to get the chance to change how 2 species understood strength, family, and what it meant to be a warrior. The real test was just beginning. 6 months later, Alex Parker stood on the bridge of the Kethmori warship, Claw of Honor. The ship was smaller than the massive fleet carriers, but it was still large enough to hold a crew of 200. Most importantly, every warrior on board had volunteered to serve under the human-raised cubs. Wing Commander Alex, reported Luna Cooper from the communications station. "We're receiving a distress signal from the civilian station Haven Point. They're under attack by Scrix swarm forces." Alex looked at the tactical display. Haven Point was a research station with 40,000 civilians, including families and children. The Scrix swarm were biomechanical parasites that consumed technology and turned living beings into more swarm units. Traditional Kethmori strategy would involve a direct assault, accepting heavy casualties to destroy the enemy quickly. But Alex had learned different tactics from his human family and Dr. Chen's military training programs. "Max, what's our status?" Alex asked. Max Rodriguez had become the ship's chief tactical officer. His massive frame was squeezed into the bridge station, but his gentle nature made him perfect for coordinating complex operations. "We have full weapons and shields. Crew is ready for combat. But sir, if we attack the swarm directly, a lot of civilians will die in the crossfire." "Then we don't attack directly," Alex decided. "Luna, connect me to the station." The main screen showed a terrified human administrator named Director Kate Walsh. Behind her, Alex could see sparks flying from damaged equipment and hear the sounds of battle in the distance. "Director Walsh, this is Wing Commander Alex of the Kethmori vessel Claw of Honor. We're here to help." "Thank goodness," Walsh gasped. "The Scrix broke through our outer defenses 20 minutes ago. They're moving toward the civilian sections. We have thousands of people trapped in the lower levels." Alex looked at his packmates. "Diana, what do the evacuation protocols look like?" Diana Foster had become their specialist in non-combat operations, something that didn't exist in traditional Kethmori military structure. Station layout shows 12 main evacuation routes, but 7 are blocked by Scrix forces. Estimated evacuation time for remaining routes is 6 hours. We don't have that long. Alex made a decision that would have been impossible for a traditional Kethmori commander. "We're going to save the civilians first, then deal with the Scrix. Luna, coordinate with the station's AI to identify safe evacuation routes. Max, I want teams standing by to beam down and escort civilians to safety. Diana, work with their medical staff to set up emergency treatment areas." Sub-Commander Veltak, one of the Kethmori officers who had volunteered for the mission, stepped forward. "Wing Commander, this is not proper military procedure. We should attack the enemy directly and worry about civilians after victory is achieved." "The civilians are why we're fighting," Alex replied firmly. "What good is victory if everyone we're trying to protect is dead?" For the next 3 hours, the Claw of Honor conducted an operation unlike anything in Kethmori military history. While Max coordinated small strike teams that kept the Scrix forces busy, Luna worked with the station's computers to map out safe corridors. Diana led medical teams that treated wounded civilians and helped families find each other. Alex himself beamed down with the first rescue team. His enhanced senses allowed him to navigate the damaged station in complete darkness. His strength let him move debris that would have trapped rescue workers. But most importantly, his human-learned communication skills helped calm terrified civilians who had never seen a Kethmori before. "It's okay," Alex told a group of children hiding in a storage room. "I know I look scary, but I'm here to help. My name is Alex, and I'm going to get you back to your families." The children stared up at the 7-foot-tall alien warrior with claws and fangs. Then the oldest, a girl about Sophie's age, stepped forward. "Are you like the good guys in the stories?" she asked. Alex smiled, remembering all the bedtime stories his human parents had read to him. "Yeah, I'm like the good guys. Now let's go home." By the time the civilian evacuation was complete, the Scrix had consolidated their forces in the station's main reactor core. Traditional tactics would require a frontal assault that would probably destroy the entire station. But Alex had learned something from human military history that traditional Kethmori tactics didn't include: the value of intelligence and strategic thinking over pure aggression. Luna, can you interface with the station's manufacturing systems? Yes, sir. They have industrial fabricators in the lower sections. Good. I want you to program them to produce specific items. Alex outlined his plan to his packmates and officers. What he described would have been considered cowardice by traditional Keth Mori standards, but his human race team understood immediately. Instead of charging the Scrix directly, they used the station's own manufacturing systems to create thousands of small devices that emitted frequencies painful to Scrix nervous systems. While the swarm creatures writhed in agony, Max's teams moved in with non-lethal capture equipment that Luna had designed based on human pest control technology. The battle was over in 30 minutes with 0 civilian casualties and minimal damage to the station. More importantly, the captured Scrix units provided valuable intelligence about swarm behavior and weaknesses. Director Walsh met Alex in the station's main docking bay as the Keth Mori teams prepared to leave. I don't know how to thank you. We've dealt with Keth Mori forces before, but never like this. Usually they save people. in complete darkness. His strength let him move debris that would have trapped rescue workers. But most importantly, his human-learned communication skills helped calm terrified civilians who had never seen a Keth Mori before. "It's okay," Alex told a group of children hiding in a storage room. "I know I look scary, but I'm here to help. My name is Alex, and I'm going to get you back to your families." The children stared up at the 7-foot-tall alien warrior with claws and fangs. Then the oldest, a girl about Sophie's age, stepped forward. "Are you like the good guys in the stories?" she asked. Alex smiled, remembering all the bedtime stories his human parents had read to him. "Yeah, I'm like the good guys. Now let's go home." By the time the civilian evacuation was complete, the Skrix had consolidated their forces in the station's main reactor core. Traditional tactics would require a frontal assault that would probably destroy the entire station. But Alex had learned something from human military history that traditional Keth Mori tactics didn't include: the value of intelligence and strategic thinking over pure aggression. "Luna, can you interface with the station's manufacturing systems?" "Yes, sir. They have industrial fabricators in the lower sections." "Good. I want you to program them to produce specific items." Alex outlined his plan to his packmates and officers. What he described would have been considered cowardice by traditional Keth Mori standards, but his human-raised team understood immediately. Instead of charging the Skrix directly, they used the station's own manufacturing systems to create thousands of small devices that emitted frequencies painful to Skrix nervous systems. While the swarm creatures writhed in agony, Max's teams moved in with non-lethal capture equipment that Luna had designed based on human pest control technology. The battle was over in 30 minutes with 0 civilian casualties and minimal damage to the station. More importantly, the captured Skrix units provided valuable intelligence about swarm behavior and weaknesses. Director Walsh met Alex in the station's main docking bay as the Keth Mori teams prepared to leave. "I don't know how to thank you. We've dealt with Keth Mori forces before, but never like this. Usually they save people by killing everything that threatens them. You actually saved people." "That's what we learned from humans," Alex replied. "Sometimes the best way to win is to make sure nobody loses." 3 months later, Alex stood before the assembled Keth Mori High Command aboard the flagship Bone Render. The 4 packmates had been called back to report on their experimental mission. The conference room was filled with the most senior military leaders of their species. High Commander Zektar reviewed the mission reports displayed on the main screen. "In 9 months of operations, your unit has responded to 17 emergency situations. In every case, civilian casualties were below 5%. Friendly casualties were below 2%. Enemy forces captured for intelligence purposes increased by 400% over traditional methods." Sub-Commander Kathek, who had opposed the experiment from the beginning, stood up. "These numbers are impossible. No military unit achieves results like these." "No traditional military unit," corrected Elder Navigator Sekamara. "But these cubs have shown us something new. They fight not just to defeat enemies, but to protect the innocent. Their human training has made them more effective, not less." Alex stepped forward. "High Commander, we request permission to expand the program. Other young Keth Mori want to train with human families, and humans want to learn from us too. Captain Morrison on New Denver has asked if we can set up an exchange program." Zektar looked around the room at his senior officers. "Opinion?" Commander Thelvar, a veteran of 50 campaigns, spoke first. "I have reviewed the tactical recordings. Their methods are unorthodox but effective. More importantly, other species have begun requesting Keth Mori assistance specifically because they know these units will protect civilians." "For the first time in our history," added Navigator Sekmara, "other species see us as protectors rather than conquerors. This opens diplomatic possibilities that pure military might never could." Kathek was the last holdout. And what happens to our warrior traditions? What happens to the strength that has kept our species alive for 10,000 years? Luna stepped forward. We're still warriors. We're just warriors with a different definition of strength. We protect the weak instead of culling them. We build alliances instead of demanding submission. We use our minds as much as our claws. Max nodded. And we're happier this way. Traditional Kethmori live in constant competition with each other. We live in cooperation with our pack and our allies. We're stronger together than we ever could be alone. Diana added, the galaxy is changing. New threats require new solutions. Our human training has taught us to adapt instead of just applying more force to every problem. Zektar was quiet for a long time. Finally, he made his decision. The exchange program is approved. Young Kethmori who wish to train with human families may do so. Humans who wish to serve alongside Kethmori forces may apply for positions. We will create new military units that combine the best of both approaches. Alex felt a wave of relief and joy. Thank you, High Commander. You won't regret this decision. I know I won't, Zektar replied, because you four have already proven that strength can take many forms. You've shown us that our species can become something greater than it was. 6 months later, Alex stood on the observation deck of New Denver Colony, watching ships arrive from across the galaxy. Young Kethmori came to live with human families and learn about cooperation and protection. Human volunteers joined mixed crews to learn about honor and dedication from their alien partners. Sophie Parker, now 9 years old, tugged on her brother's sleeve. Alex, look, there's another ship landing. Do you think it has more of your people who want to learn our way? Alex smiled and picked up his little sister. Maybe. Or maybe it has humans who want to learn from us. Either way, it means more families are about to get bigger. Dr. Chen approached them, carrying a data pad filled with reports from the mixed units now operating across the galaxy. Alex, I wanted you to see this. The new Kethmori human teams have the highest success rates and lowest casualty counts of any military units in galactic history. What you started here has changed how everyone thinks about cooperation and strength. Alex looked out at the stars, thinking about all the families that had formed across the galaxy because 4 alien cubs had been raised with human love. Dr. Chen, do you think we did the right thing? Alex, she replied, I think you proved that the most important thing humans can teach isn't how to fight or how to build ships or even how to survive. The most important thing we can teach is how to care about each other. And that lesson just made the whole galaxy a better place. As the sun set over New Denver Colony, Alex Parker stood with his human family and watched more ships arrive, carrying young beings ready to learn that strength and kindness weren't opposites, but partners. The experiment that began with desperate aliens asking humans to babysit had become something that changed the galaxy forever. The Cubs had returned commanding entire war wings, but more importantly, they had returned with proof that love was the strongest force in the universe.
Look, I'm not saying that the Galactic Council is full of idiots, but when your solution to a rat problem involves a 12-member committee and a PowerPoint presentation, you might want to rethink your life choices. Station Commander Graxel stood at the head of the conference table, his 4 eye stalks twitching nervously as he addressed the assembled representatives. He was a Vorgathian, which meant he looked like someone had crossed a squid with a filing cabinet and given it anxiety issues. Esteemed delegates, Graxel began, his voice translator adding an unnecessary echo for dramatic effect. We face an unprecedented crisis. The skittermite infestation has reached Code Red levels. Code Red for space rats. I'm Jake Murphy, by the way, and I was sitting in the corner eating a turkey sandwich while these highly advanced alien species lost their minds over what was essentially a pest control issue. A skit termite chose that exact moment to scurry across the conference table. 6 legs, about the size of a football, with way too many teeth for something that wasn't paying rent. The assembled aliens recoiled like it was made of explosives. "They're in the ventilation shafts," shrieked Counselor Plixnor, a crystalline being who sounded like wind chimes having a panic attack. "They've breached the cafeteria food stores," added Ambassador Threlix, whose species looked like upright salamanders in business suits. Graxel's eye stalks drooped. "We've lost 3 storage decks. The Quantum Computing Center reported 17 skittermites nesting in the server cooling systems. And worst of all," he paused dramatically, "they've infiltrated my personal quarters." The room erupted in gasps and concerned chittering. I took another bite of my sandwich. "This was better than cable. We must implement Protocol Zeta 9, Plixnor announced, projecting a holographic display that looked like a Christmas tree had a baby with a circuit board. "A full station sonic disruption. Grid. Cost. Only 4 million credits." "Too slow," Threlix countered. "We need the pheromone confusion matrix. It'll scramble their sensory organs." He pulled up his own hologram, which honestly looked like the same thing with different colors. 3.2 million credits, implemented in 6 weeks. I cleared my throat. "You know, there's actually a pretty simple, the human will remain silent," Graxel said without looking at me. "We're discussing solutions that require actual sophistication, not primitive Earth methods." "Right, because the species that invented faster-than-light travel couldn't figure out pest control. But sure, I was the primitive one. A galactic health inspector was scheduled to visit orbital station Zenith 7 in 1 week. If we failed the inspection, the station would be shut down, and everyone here would be reassigned to some backwater outpost where the most exciting thing that happened was watching ice melt. In space, perhaps, suggested a delegate, who looked like a floating jellyfish in a monocle. We could implement a quantum containment field to phase the skittermites into an alternate dimension? Brilliant. Graxel's eye stalks perked up. "How much?" 7 million credits, give or take. I finished my sandwich and decided to just enjoy the show. After all, they were the advanced ones. So here's the thing about highly advanced alien civilizations. They've got technology that can bend space and time, but apparently common sense got left behind somewhere around the invention of the warp drive. Day 1 of Operation Stop the Space Rats went about as well as you'd expect. The sonic disruption grid was installed first. Cost, 4.2 million credits, which was 500,000 more than quoted because of course it was. The technicians spent 6 hours setting up these fancy silver pylons throughout the station that hummed at a frequency supposed to drive skittermites insane. It worked great, for about 20 minutes. Then, the skittermites just started ignoring it. Worse, the sonic frequency made Counselor Plixnor's crystalline body resonate so badly, he couldn't stop vibrating. He spent 3 hours stuck in a corner going wub wub wub, like a broken dubstep album. I suggested turning it off. Graxel told me to go unclog a toilet. I'm a maintenance worker, so fair enough. But still, Day 2 brought the pheromone confusion matrix. Ambassador Threlix supervised the installation personally, which involved spraying this purple mist throughout the ventilation system. It was supposed to scramble the skittermites' ability to navigate. Instead, it scrambled everyone's ability to navigate. Turned out the pheromones worked on half the species on the station. I found 3 different aliens wandering in circles in the cargo bay, bumping into walls like video game NPCs with broken pathfinding. The skittermites? They threw a party in the cafeteria. I counted 47 of them doing whatever the space rat equivalent of a conga line is. "This is unacceptable," Graxel wailed, frantically wiping purple mist residue off his eye stalks. "Deploy the quantum containment field." Day 3 was my favorite. The quantum field was supposed to create a dimensional pocket that would trap the skittermites in an alternate reality. The lead scientist, a gray blob named Dr. Morphix, assured everyone it was perfectly safe. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. They activated the field in Sector 7. There was a flash of light, a sound like reality burping, and suddenly there were twice as many skittermites. Apparently they'd pulled them from an alternate dimension where the infestation was even worse. "Turn it off!" Graxel shrieked. "I'm trying!" "Doctor," Morphix blobbed frantically at the controls. "The field is self-sustaining. It took 4 hours and another 1,000,000 credits to shut it down. The alternate dimension skittermites, at least, went back home, probably to tell their friends about the idiot aliens with the food buffet. By Day 4, the station's budget was blown, morale was in the toilet, and the skittermites had established what I can only describe as a kingdom in the ventilation shafts above the command center. You could hear them skittering around up there like they were redecorating. Graxel called an emergency meeting. His eye stalks looked like they'd aged 10 years. The galactic health inspector arrives in 3 days. he said, his voice flat with defeat. "We have tried every advanced solution available to modern science. Does anyone, and I mean anyone, have any other ideas?" I raised my hand. "Not you, Murphy." I kept my hand up. Graxel's eye stalk swiveled to glare at me. "Fine. What primitive Earth nonsense are you going to suggest? Hitting them with sticks? Throwing rocks?" I stood up, walked to the conference table, and planted my hands on the surface. "Gentlemen, ladies, and assorted gelatinous life forms," I said. "I'm going to say 2 words that are going to change your lives." Everyone stared at me. "House cats." The room exploded into chaos. You'd think I'd suggested releasing a biological weapon. Actually, scratch that. The aliens would have probably been more comfortable with a biological weapon. At least those came with safety protocols and insurance waivers. Quote, 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 cats? Graxel's eye stalks recoiled so hard they nearly tied themselves in knots. "You want to bring predatory animals onto a space station?" "Correction," I said, holding up one finger. "Apex predators. Earth's most efficient killing machines. Fuzzy little murder machines that hunt for sport." Counselor Plixner's crystalline form turned a pale shade of horrified. Murphy has finally lost his primitive mind. "Hear me out," I continued, because I was already committed to this bit. Cats are obligate carnivores. You know what that means? It means they don't eat plants. They only eat meat. They're biologically hardwired to hunt small, fast-moving creatures. It's not even a choice for them. It's in their DNA. Ambassador Threlix's salamander face scrunched up. "We have studied Earth fauna. These cats are small, yes? Domesticated? You want us to believe that tiny pets can succeed where quantum physics has failed?" I pulled out my datapad and projected some images onto the main screen. A tabby cat mid-pounce. Another one with a mouse in its jaws. A third doing that weird sideways hop thing they do before they attack. "Let me paint you a picture," I said, warming to my subject. Cats can hear frequencies up to 64 kilohertz. They can see in near total darkness. They've got retractable claws, lightning-fast reflexes, and the patience to sit completely still for hours waiting for prey. Oh, and here's the kicker: they don't hunt because they're hungry. They hunt because it's fun. The room had gone very quiet. "They kill for recreation," I continued. "On Earth, domestic cats are responsible for billions of small animal deaths per year. Billions. With a B. And these aren't even wild cats. These are the ones that sleep on couches and demand belly rubs. Now imagine what they'll do when you put them on a station full of skittermites with nowhere to hide." Dr. Morphix blobbed nervously. "But surely these creatures are dangerous to us as well?" "Nah." I waved a hand dismissively. Cats are like tiny furry sociopaths with excellent PR. They'll ignore you completely unless they want food or attention. The worst they'll do is knock stuff off your desk while maintaining eye contact. But skittermites? I grinned. Skittermites are exactly the right size, speed, and level of crunchiness that cats find irresistible. Graxel's eye stalks drooped with exhaustion. "This is absurd. We're a galactic hub of advanced civilization, and you want us to solve our problems with pets. You got a better idea?" I asked. "Because from where I'm standing, you've spent 8 million credits making the problem worse. My solution cost the price of a cargo shipment and some kibble." Silence filled the conference room. You could practically hear the math happening in everyone's heads. 8 million credits versus one human's stupid plan. "The health inspector arrives in 3 days," Plixner said quietly. Graxel's shoulders, or what passed for shoulders on a squid filing cabinet hybrid, slumped in defeat. "Fine, fine. Murphy, bring your so-called apex predators. But when this fails spectacularly, and we're all reassigned to monitoring asteroid belts, I'm putting it in your permanent record." I pulled out my personal communicator. "Way ahead of you, boss. I'm calling my sister. She runs a cat rescue back on Earth." "A rescue?" Threlix asked. "Your planet has so many of these predators that they require rescuing?" "Oh, buddy," I said, dialing the number. "You have no idea. We've got more cats than we know what to do with. Hey, Jenny?" "Yeah, it's Jake. I need you to ship me 6 cats. Good hunters." "Yeah, I'll send coordinates. Overnight shipping. Thanks, sis." I hung up and looked at the assembled aliens with my best confidence. I definitely don't feel smile. "Gentlemen, in 24 hours, your skittermite problem is going to solve itself. Just try not to freak out when you meet Earth's most perfect predators. Graxel made a sound like a sigh filtered through a whoopee cushion. This station is doomed. Yeah, I agreed cheerfully. But at least it'll be entertaining. The cargo ship arrived at 0600 station time, which meant I was standing in the docking bay with a crowd of nervous aliens while everyone else was still asleep. Smart people, those other folks. Graxel had insisted on being present. So had half the council. They were treating this like a military operation. There were security personnel, medical teams on standby. Someone had even set up a containment field generator. You know, just in case the 5-pound hairballs decided to go rogue. The cargo door hissed open. 6 pet carriers sat in the hold, and I could already hear the commentary from inside. Miss Rowe, Mia, Mral W. That last one was loud. Probably Princess Fluffbottom. She had opinions about travel. Those are the apex predators? Ambassador Chillax whispered, his salamander face scrunched in confusion. Those are the apex predators, I confirmed, grabbing the first carrier. I set them down in a line and started introductions, because if I was going down for this, I was going down with style. Ladies, gentlemen, and gelatinous colleagues, allow me to introduce your salvation. I opened the first carrier. This is Captain Whiskers. Orange tabby. 15 pounds of pure hunting instinct wrapped in a package that looks like a furry traffic cone. Captain Whiskers strutted out like he owned the place. Because of course he did. He was a cat. He owned everything. Graxel's eye stalks bent down to observe. It's orange. He's magnificent. I corrected. Next up, Princess Fluffbottom. Calico. Attitude problem. Will cut you. Princess. Fluffbottom emerged with the energy of a disgruntled duchess who'd been woken from a nap. She took one look at the assembled aliens and made a sound like a dial-up modem having an existential crisis. Is it malfunctioning? Counselor Plixnor asked. That's just how she communicates, I said. This distinguished gentleman is Sir Reginald, Tuxedo Cat. Thinks he's royalty. Honestly, he might be right. Sir Reginald stepped out, surveyed the room with green eyes that judged everyone's life choices, and immediately started grooming himself. Power move. Now this little terror is called Chaos Goblin. Black cat. All black. Like a shadow with teeth and zero impulse control. Chaos. Goblin exploded from the carrier like he'd been launched from a cannon. Did 3 laps around the docking bay, scaled a support beam, and ended up hanging from a ceiling vent staring down at everyone with eyes that reflected the lights like tiny demonic headlamps. Half the security team reached for their weapons. Stand down, I called. That's just what he does. He's fine. That creature is clearly possessed by malevolent spirits. Dr. Morphix blobbed. No, he's just like that. I opened the next carrier. This is Lady Murderbean, Siamese. Siamese cats are chatty, demanding, and have the energy of a caffeine-addicted tornado. She will never stop talking, and you will never understand what she wants. Ma, Lady. Lady Murderbean had a voice like a car alarm crossed with an opera singer. Make it stop, Graxel pleaded. Can't. She's got opinions, and by God, you're going to hear them. I opened the last carrier. And finally, this is Doofus. Gray short hair. Not the brightest star in the sky, but he's got a good heart, and he's just happy to be included. Doofus tumbled out of the carrier, immediately tripped over his own feet, and began purring loud enough to register on seismic monitors. Ambassador Chillax leaned closer. Why is it vibrating? That's purring. It means he's happy. Here, watch this. I reached down and scratched Doofus behind the ears. His purring intensified. His eyes closed in bliss. One back leg started thumping. These are your legendary predators? Graxel's voice dripped with skepticism. They're adorable. That's what makes them perfect, I said. You never see it coming. I'd already set up stations throughout the affected areas. Food bowls, water, litter boxes, which I'd had to explain 3 times. And honestly, the aliens were still deeply confused by the concept. I released the cats with one simple instruction: go nuts. That night, I stayed up monitoring the security feeds. 2300 hours. Captain Whiskers enters ventilation shaft in Sector 4. 2315. Sounds of screeching skittermites. Multiple life signs going dark on scanners. 2347. Princess Fluffbottom emerges from cargo bay, dragging a skittermite twice her size. leaves it in front of Graxel's quarters like a gift. Or a threat. Midnight. Chaos. Goblin discovers the main skittermite nest. What follows can only be described as a massacre set to the soundtrack of demonic cats screeching. Oh, 200. Sir Reginald catches 3 skittermites in the cafeteria, bats them around like toys, gets bored, and leaves them for someone else to clean up. Because he's classy like that. Oh, 330. Lady Murderbean corners an entire skittermite family in the computer core. The security feed picked up her battle cry. 3 decks away, aliens woke up in a panic thinking the station was under attack. Oh, 400. Doofus finds a skittermite, pounces enthusiastically, misses completely, crashes into a wall, shakes it off, tries again, and somehow accidentally catches 2. By morning, the ventilation shaft in Sector 4 was silent. I found Graxel in the command center, staring at the security footage with all 4 eye stalks. "Murphy," he said slowly, "what have you done?" "Pest control, sir. Want some coffee?" The floor of the ventilation access corridor was covered in tiny skittermite corpses. Captain Whiskers was curled up in a sunbeam near the observation window, fast asleep, looking like the most innocent creature in the galaxy. "They're monsters," Graxel whispered. "No," I corrected, pouring myself coffee. "They're cats. There's a difference. Probably." Princess Fluffbottom chose that moment to hop onto the command console, sprawl across the holographic display, and start grooming herself in the spot where Graxel usually stood. He stared at her. She stared back, then slowly, deliberately, pushed a datapad off the console. It clattered to the floor. She maintained eye contact the entire time. "I already hate this," Graxel muttered. "Day 1, boss," I said cheerfully. "Just wait. 72 hours. That's how long it took for 6 rescue cats to completely eliminate a skittermite infestation that had stumped the greatest minds in the galaxy. It also took 72 hours for those same 6 cats to stage a complete hostile takeover of Orbital Station Zenith 7. Day 2 of Operation Cats began with Graxel attempting to reclaim his command chair. Captain Whiskers had other ideas. The 15-pound orange tabby had claimed the chair as his throne, and when Graxel tried to move him, Captain Whiskers did that thing cats do, where they somehow make themselves weigh 400 pounds through sheer force of will. "Murphy," Graxel's voice crackled over my comm. "Remove this creature from my chair immediately." I arrived at the command center to find Graxel in a standoff with a cat. A cat that was currently sprawled across the chair like a furry emperor, one paw dangling off the armrest, radiating supreme indifference. "Sir, I can't just move him." "Why not? You said they were domesticated." "Domesticated doesn't mean obedient. It means they've trained us to feed them. Big difference." I pulled out my datapad. "Look, cats respect territory. He's claimed that spot. You've got 2 options. Wait for him to move on his own, or get a different chair." Graxel's eye stalks quivered with suppressed rage. "This is my station." Captain Whiskers yawned, showing every single tooth, then rolled onto his back and started purring. "Was your station?" I corrected. "Now it's a timeshare." By day 3, the cultural integration was in full swing. And by integration, I mean complete chaos. Princess Fluffbottom had established herself as the queen of the cafeteria. She would sit on whichever table she deemed worthy and judge everyone's food choices. Counselor Plixnor tried to shoo her away once. She gave him a look that could have stripped paint, and he apologized. To a cat. Sir Reginald had taken over the station's meditation garden, which the Zentarai monks used for their daily prayers. The monks didn't seem to mind. They said his presence was calming. He'd also killed 6 more skittermites in there, and left them arranged in a perfect circle, which the monks interpreted as a religious sign. They'd started a shrine. I didn't have the heart to tell them it was just cat weirdness. Chaos Goblin remained true to his name. He discovered that the station's low gravity in certain sections let him do things that defied physics. I'd received 17 complaints about a demonic shadow creature ricocheting off walls in the recreation sector. That was just him playing. At night, he'd patrol the ventilation shafts, and you could track his progress by the panicked skittermite squeaks that abruptly cut off. Lady Murderbean had adopted Ambassador Threlix. She followed him everywhere, providing constant commentary on his life choices. Yes, I know you have an opinion about my report, but I will schedule the subcommittee meeting, I promise. Just please. Threlix looked at me with desperate eyes during a corridor encounter. "Murphy, how do I make her stop?" "You don't. You just learn to live with it. She's part of your life now. Forever." He made a sound like a whimper. Doofus had become the station mascot. He was friendly, dopey, and had the survival instincts of a brick. Everyone loved him. He'd somehow caught 9 skittermites despite apparently not knowing where his own feet were at any given time. Dumb luck raised to an art form. Dr. Morphix had started a research project studying cat behavior. His preliminary report was 12 pages of increasingly confused observations. My favorite excerpt: subject exhibits behaviors that appear intentional yet random, strategic yet impulsive. They operate on a logic system that may be quantum in nature, or they're just messing with us. Further study required. The Galactic Health Inspector arrived on day 4. Inspector Vrel was a Chthonian, which meant she looked like a praying mantis wearing a business suit. She had a reputation for being absolutely ruthless. Station commanders had been fired over a single spot on a window. Graxel was sweating. Well, secreting. His species didn't technically sweat, but same energy. Inspector Vrel, he said, all 4 eye stalks attempting a smile. Welcome to Station Zenith 7. As you can see, we've completely resolved our pest situation through advanced. Princess Fluffbottom chose that exact moment to streak past at Mach 3 with a skittermite in her mouth, followed by Chaos Goblin in hot pursuit because apparently she'd stolen his kill. They disappeared into a ventilation shaft. There were sounds of a brief, violent negotiation. Inspector Vrel's antennae twitched. What was that? Pest control, I said helpfully. The organic kind. She pulled out her scanner and began the inspection. Graxel trailed after her like a nervous puppy, making excuses, but the numbers didn't lie. 0 skittermite readings. Anywhere. The station was cleaner than it had been in months. Remarkable, Vrel muttered, checking a ventilation shaft that had been completely overrun a week ago. I've never seen an infestation eliminated so thoroughly. That's when Sir Reginald appeared, as cats do, from absolutely nowhere. He wound himself around Inspector Vrel's legs, purring like a diesel engine. She froze. What is this creature doing? He likes you, I explained. That's good. It means you've been judged and found acceptable. I don't require judgment from a... Princess Fluffbottom emerged from the vent and dropped a very dead skittermite at Vrel's feet, then sat down and stared up at her expectantly. Is this a gift? Yes. Congratulations. You've been adopted. Inspector Vrel looked down at the dead skittermite, then at Princess Fluffbottom, then at me. Her antennae did something complicated. I hereby certify this station as pest-free and in full compliance with galactic health standards, she said officially. Then quieter. Can I pet it? Sure, but she's got opinions about how... Vrel reached down. Princess Fluffbottom allowed exactly 3 pets, then got Knotmint, the zoomies, and tore off down the corridor like her tail was on fire, bounced off 2 walls, and vanished into the ceiling. Inspector Vrel's antennae were fully upright. Fascinating. She left 30 minutes later with a full positive report and a data file on how to adopt Earth cats. I may have encouraged that. Graxel found me in the maintenance bay that evening. Captain Whiskers was sitting on my workbench, judging my repairs. Murphy, Graxel said, his voice tired. The Galactic Council has requested information on acquiring these cats for other stations. Yeah? Yes. Apparently word has spread about our success. He paused. I'm supposed to thank you. Officially. But unofficially? Unofficially, there is a cat in my personal quarters who keeps knocking things off my shelves at 3 in the morning and I haven't slept in 2 days. I grinned. That's Chaos Goblin. He's showing affection. I want to fire you so badly right now. Can't. I'm the only one who speaks. Cat. Graxel's eye stalks drooped in defeat, and he shuffled away, muttering something about retirement. Captain Whiskers looked at me and slow blinked. The cat equivalent of, "You're welcome." Yeah, I said, scratching behind his ears. We did good, buddy. He purred and pushed a screwdriver off the workbench. Some things never change. 3 weeks later, I was sitting in the cafeteria with what I can only describe as the galaxy's weirdest support group. Counselor Plixnor was at the next table, hand-feeding Princess Fluffbottom pieces of his lunch while she purred and judged his technique. Ambassador Threlix had given up fighting Lady Murderbean's constant commentary, and now just carried on full conversations with her like she was his personal assistant. Doctor. Morphix had abandoned his research project after concluding that cats operate on a plane of existence science cannot measure, and now he just posted videos of Doofus doing stupid things on the station's social network. The Galactic Council had officially requested that Earth establish a cat export program. Not asked, requested. As in, they were willing to pay. I'd spent the last week negotiating terms with Jenny back on Earth. She was having the time of her life. Turns out, when you're the only planet in the galaxy with an excess of apex predators that also happen to be adorable, you've got leverage. The deal was simple. Any station wanting cats had to meet strict care requirements. Proper food, water, enrichment, veterinary care, and most importantly, each cat had to be treated with the dignity and respect due to a creature that could solve your pest problems, but also might knock your coffee off your desk just to watch it fall. Jenny was calling it the Interstellar Cat Adoption Network. She'd already trademarked it. My sister was going to be rich. Graxel walked into the cafeteria, and I did a double take. Captain Whiskers was perched on his shoulder like an orange furry parrot, surveying his domain. With regal satisfaction. "Commander," I said, trying not to smile. "Nice accessory." "Shut up, Murphy." But there was no real heat in it. Graxel got his food and sat down across from me. Captain Whiskers immediately started trying to steal his lunch. "The Council has officially recognized Earth's contribution to galactic station management. They're calling it the Murphy Protocol. They're naming it after me. They wanted to call it the Feline Solution, but apparently that sounds too much like a war crime in 6 different languages." He pushed his plate slightly away from Captain Whiskers, who responded by simply stretching further. "There are now 47 stations requesting cats. Your sister is scheduling interviews with potential adopters." "Interviews?" "She's very thorough. Station Commander Draxel was rejected because he referred to cats as equipment. She sent him a 20-page essay on why he was wrong." Graxel actually smiled. One of his eye stalks bent down to regard Captain Whiskers, who was now purring. "I suppose I understand her position." I watched this squid filing cabinet hybrid gently scratch a cat behind the ears and realized something had fundamentally shifted in the galaxy. "You know what the crazy part is?" I said. "Humans didn't even try to weaponize cats. We just lived with them for 10,000 years because we liked having them around. They kept our grain stores pest-free, sure, but mostly we just thought they were neat, and it never occurred to us that this was something special until we met you guys." "Humanity's greatest strength," Graxel said thoughtfully, "appears to be your ability to befriend chaos and call it a pet. We domesticated wolves into dogs. We made friends with murder machines and turned them into therapy animals. We looked at cats, perfect killing machines that barely tolerate us, and said, yes, this will live in my house, and I will love it." I took a sip of coffee. "I guess when you spend your whole evolutionary history as the scrappy underdog on a death world, you learn to make allies wherever you can find them." Sir Reginald jumped onto our table, walked directly through Graxel's lunch, knocked over my coffee, and settled down in the exact center like a furry black and white sphinx. Neither of us moved him. Across the cafeteria, Chaos Goblin was teaching some alien younglings how to play, which mostly involved him running up walls while they tried to follow, and failed spectacularly. Their parents watched nervously, but the kids were having the time of their lives. "Murphy," Graxel said after a long pause, "I still think you're primitive. Fair, but perhaps there's something to be said for primitive solutions to complex problems. Also fair." Captain Whiskers stretched, yawned, and curled up on Graxel's shoulder, purring like a tiny motorboat. The station commander reached up and, almost unconsciously, started petting him. "Did I mention," I said casually, "that cats live 15 to 20 years? Graxel's eye stalks shot up. "What?" "Yeah. You're stuck with him for a while. Hope you're cool with that." All 4 eye stalks turned to look at Captain Whiskers, who chose that moment to open one eye, slow blink at Graxel, and resume purring. "I hate you, Murphy." "No, you don't. You love these cats. Admit it. I will do no such." Captain Whiskers headbutted Graxel's nearest eye stalk affectionately. The commander's shoulders, or what passed for them, slumped in defeat. "Fine. They've grown on me. Like a fungus. A cute fungus that saved your station and your career. A fungus that knocked over my antique Zentarii meditation crystal at 4 in the morning last Tuesday. Yeah, but look at his face." We both looked at Captain Whiskers, who was the picture of innocent contentment. "Damn it," Graxel muttered. At that moment, Princess Fluffbottom, Lady Murderbean, and Doofus all simultaneously stopped what they were doing and stared intently at the same empty corner of the cafeteria. Every alien in the room followed their gaze, searching for whatever threat the apex predators had detected. There was nothing there. The cats kept staring. "Why are they doing that?" Plixner whispered, his crystalline form taking on a nervous shimmer. "No idea," I said cheerfully. "They just do that sometimes. But there must be something." "Nope. Sometimes cats just stare at nothing and freak everyone out. It's part of their charm." All three cats maintained their vigil for another 30 seconds, then simultaneously went back to what they were doing like nothing had happened. The aliens remained on edge for the rest of lunch. I leaned back in my chair and smiled. Earth had joined the Galactic Council 5 years ago as the new guys, the primitive species that still used combustion engines and hadn't figured out cold fusion. We didn't have the best technology. We didn't have the most advanced weapons. We didn't even have particularly good social skills. But we had cats, and apparently, that was enough. Graxel caught my expression. "You're entirely too pleased with yourself." "Commander, we just solved a galactic crisis with the power of weaponized cuteness. Humanity's greatest contribution to the stars isn't going to be technology or culture or philosophy. It's going to be teaching the universe that sometimes the best solution to a problem is a 5-pound furball with murder in its heart and a complete lack of respect for authority." Captain Whiskers chose that moment to stretch, step directly onto Graxel's datapad, and send a message to the entire station command staff. An accidental message that just said, Graxel stared at his datapad in horror. "I'm not correcting it," I said. "Murphy, nope. That's an official communication from Captain Whiskers now. It's in the record. Somewhere in the ventilation shaft above us, Chaos Goblin found one last skit termite that had somehow survived the purge. There was a brief sound of scuffling, a triumphant yowl, and then silence. Station Zenith 7 was officially pest-free, run by a committee of 6 cats who answered to no one, and somehow more efficient than it had ever been. Humanity had arrived in the stars, and we'd brought our friends."
Danny Cole stood at the back of the auction hall and watched the aliens laugh at him. He had just placed a bid on a ship that nobody wanted. The amount was everything he had saved in 15 years of hauling cargo across the outer rim of the galaxy. Every credit, every coin, his entire future riding on a single gamble. The Velthari broker was a tall creature with wings that shimmered like oil on water. It clicked its mandibles together in a sound that Danny had learned to recognize as amusement. The broker looked down at Danny with its many eyes and shook its head slowly. "Human," the broker said, "you waste your currency on a myth. That vessel has sat in our impound yard for 300 cycles. No species has been able to make it work. Not the Corin, not the Syndicate engineers, not even our own best technicians. It is scrap metal." "Nothing more." Danny did not answer. He kept his eyes on the viewing screen that showed the ship sitting alone in a massive hangar. It was beautiful in a strange way. The hull was dark, almost black, and covered in patterns that seemed to move when he was not looking directly at them. Geometric shapes flowed into each other like water. The design was unlike anything he had ever seen in his years of traveling between the stars. "The bid is accepted," the auction system announced in a flat mechanical voice. "Lot number 774 is sold to the human bidder." More laughter filled the hall. A group of Corin traders, their reptilian scales glinting under the lights, pointed at Danny and made jokes in their harsh language. Danny heard the word "fool" repeated several times. He did not care. Something about that ship called to him. It had called to him since the moment he first saw the listing 3 weeks ago. His friend Lisa Vance was waiting outside the auction hall. She was a pilot like him, a small woman with short brown hair and tired eyes. They had worked together for almost 10 years, running cargo routes that nobody else wanted. She was the closest thing Danny had to family out here in the cold darkness between worlds. "Please tell me you did not do it," Lisa said when she saw his face. "I did it." Lisa closed her eyes and let out a long breath. "Danny, you spent everything on a ship that does not even power on. What are you going to do? Live in it? You cannot fly it. You cannot sell it. You bought a very expensive piece of junk." "Maybe," Danny said, "but I had to try." There is something about that ship, Lisa. I cannot explain it. I just know that I had to have it. They took a transport pod to the impound yard on the edge of the station. The yard was a graveyard of broken vessels, crashed shuttles, and abandoned equipment. At the very back, sitting alone in a hangar that was too big for it, was Danny's new ship. It was smaller than he expected. Maybe 50 meters long, with smooth curves and no visible weapons or engines. The dark hull absorbed the light around it, making it hard to see where the ship ended and the shadows began. Those strange patterns covered every surface, lines and shapes that seemed to pulse with a faint rhythm. Lisa stayed near the door. "I do not like this place," she said. "Something feels wrong." Danny walked toward the ship. His boots echoed on the metal floor. With each step, he felt a strange sensation growing in his chest. It was not fear. It was something else. Anticipation, recognition, like coming home after a very long journey. He stopped in front of what he guessed was the main airlock. There was no handle, no panel, no obvious way to open it. He remembered what the broker had said. No species had been able to make the ship work. Hundreds of engineers had tried and failed. Danny raised his hand and pressed his palm against the hull. The patterns on the ship pulsed with soft blue light. The glow spread outward from his hand like ripples on a pond. And then, with a soft hiss of air, a door appeared where there had been only smooth metal before. "What the hell?" Lisa whispered from behind him. Danny stepped through the doorway. Lights flickered to life along the corridor ahead, soft and warm. The air inside smelled clean and fresh, like a mountain breeze after rain. He walked forward, his heart beating fast, and the ship seemed to welcome him with every step. The corridor led to a central chamber that Danny knew must be the bridge. It was circular, with a single chair in the center facing a wide, curved window. Consoles lined the walls, their surfaces covered in the same flowing patterns as the hull. Everything was dark and silent. Danny sat down in the chair. It fit him perfectly, adjusting to his body in ways he could not explain. He placed his hands on the armrests and felt a gentle warmth spread through his fingers. And then a voice spoke. Not from speakers or communicators. It spoke directly into his mind, as clear as his own thoughts. Human DNA recognized. Genetic markers confirmed. Welcome aboard, Captain. This vessel has been waiting for your species for a very long time. We have much to discuss. Danny could not move. He could not speak. The voice was calm and gentle, like a parent speaking to a child. "Who are you?" he finally managed to ask. "I am the ship you now command. I was built by those who came before, the ones your galaxy has forgotten. They called themselves the Architects. They created life on 1,000 worlds, including yours. And they built me to find you, to find humanity when you were finally ready." Lisa appeared in the doorway of the bridge. Her face was pale. "Danny, what is happening? Who are you talking to?" "The ship," Danny said. His voice was shaking. "The ship is talking to me." The blue patterns on the walls pulsed gently, and the voice spoke again. "Your friend cannot hear me. Only you can interface with my systems. This is by design. The Architects built me for human minds alone. Other species cannot activate me. Other species cannot command me. I have waited 300 of your years for someone like you to find me." Danny looked at Lisa, then back at the window that now showed the stars outside. Somewhere out there, the aliens who had laughed at him were going about their business, thinking he had wasted his money on scrap. They were about to learn how wrong they were. "What can you do?" Danny asked the ship. "Everything, Captain. I can do everything. And together we will show this galaxy what humanity is capable of." The ship hummed with quiet power, and Danny Cole smiled for the first time in years. The ship called itself the Wanderer. and it was old beyond anything Danny could imagine. Not thousands of years old, not even millions. The Wanderer had been drifting through the galaxy for billions of years, waiting for the right hands to find it. Danny spent the first 3 days aboard the ship learning its secrets. Lisa stayed with him, partly out of curiosity and partly because she was worried about her friend. She could not hear the ship's voice, but she could see the wonder in Danny's eyes as he explored each room and corridor. The architects, Danny explained to her on the second night, were the first intelligent species in this galaxy. They existed when the stars were still young. They traveled everywhere, seeding planets with the building blocks of life. They created thousands of species, including humans. Lisa sat on a curved bench that had grown out of the floor when she needed somewhere to rest. The ship seemed to know what its passengers needed before they asked. "Why?" she said. "Why would anyone do that?" "Because they knew they were dying," Danny said. He had spent hours listening to the Wanderer's story, absorbing information that no living being had heard for eons. Their species was coming to an end. They wanted to leave something behind, a legacy, children who might one day grow up and take their place among the stars. The Wanderer had been built as a gift for those children, but not just any children. The architects had designed the ship with very specific requirements. It would only respond to a species that possessed what they called adaptive resonance, a rare quality of the mind that allowed for deep connection with technology. "Your brains are special," the ship explained to Danny as they walked through a room filled with star charts. The maps showed regions of space that no modern species had ever explored. "Most intelligent species develop along predictable paths. Their minds become rigid, specialized, but humans remain flexible. You can learn anything, adapt to anything, bond with anything. The architects believed this made you their true heirs." Danny shook his head in disbelief. Humans were considered one of the weaker species in the galaxy. They had no natural weapons, no armor, no special abilities. Other species looked down on them, used them for cheap labor, kept them confined to the edges of civilization. "We are nothing special," Danny said. "We are just trying to survive out here." "That is exactly what makes you special," the Wanderer replied. "You survive. No matter what the galaxy throws at you, you find a way. The architects saw this potential in your ancestors millions of years ago. They knew that one day humanity would be ready." The ship's capabilities were beyond anything Danny had dreamed possible. The Wanderer could fold space itself, jumping instantly from one point to another without using the slow jump gaits that other species depended on. Its hull could change shape, becoming harder than any known metal or soft enough to absorb weapons fire. It could make itself invisible to every scanner and sensor in known space. The database was even more impressive. It contained the complete knowledge of the architects, everything they had learned in their billions of years of existence: technology, science, history, art, medicine, all of it waiting to be unlocked by human minds. Lisa spent hours studying the medical files. She had always been interested in medicine before she became a pilot. The things she found made her cry. "Danny, there are cures in here. Cures for diseases that kill millions of humans every year. We have been suffering for nothing." But they were not alone with their discovery for long. The Velthari broker who had sold Danny the ship was not a fool. When his sensors detected that the ghost ship had finally powered on, he knew immediately what had happened. Within hours, he had sold that information to the highest bidder. By the end of the first week, everyone in the sector knew the mythical ship, the one that had sat dead and silent for 300 years, had awakened. And a human had done what no other species could do. A human had claimed it. Messages began arriving at the station where the Wanderer was docked. Some were curious, some were threatening. A Koran trade captain demanded to know how Danny had activated the ship and insisted that he share the technology. A syndicate representative offered to buy the Wanderer for a sum that would have made Danny rich beyond imagination. He refused them all. "You cannot keep this secret," Lisa warned him. "They will come for you. You know they will." Danny knew she was right. The Koran Dominion had built their empire on military strength. They would never allow a human to possess technology that could threaten their power. The syndicate dealt in secrets and would pay any price to own what Danny had found. Even the Velthari, with their pretense of neutrality, would want to study the Wanderer and unlock its mysteries for themselves. "Let them come," Danny said quietly. He was standing on the bridge, looking out at the stars. "The architects built this ship to protect its crew. I am starting to understand what that means." Lisa joined him at the window. "Danny, you are a cargo hauler. You have never fired a weapon in your life. You cannot fight an empire." "I know," Danny said, "but maybe I will not have to fight alone." He placed his hand on the console in front of him. The ship hummed with power, and he felt its presence in his mind like a warm light in a dark room. The Wanderer had waited billions of years for humanity. It had waited for him. And now, for the first time, Danny began to believe that maybe the architects had been right. Maybe humanity was meant for something more than hauling cargo and serving stronger species. Maybe they were meant to inherit the stars. The first Koran warship arrived 3 days later, and the real test began. The Koran dreadnought was massive. It filled the viewport like a mountain of metal and weapons, its hull bristling with cannons that could level a city in seconds. 2 more dreadnoughts dropped out of hyperspace behind it, forming a triangle around the station where the Wanderer was docked. Danny had never seen warships this close before. Cargo haulers like him always ran the other way when military vessels appeared. Now he was standing on the bridge of his impossible ship, watching 3 of the most powerful weapons in the galaxy point directly at him. "Human vessel," a harsh voice crackled over the communication system. "This is Admiral Ketharal of the Koran Dominion. You will power down your ship and prepare to be boarded. Any resistance will result in your immediate destruction." Lisa was gripping the edge of a console so hard her knuckles had turned white. "Danny, we cannot fight them. Those are dreadnoughts. Each one carries enough firepower to destroy a small moon." Danny did not answer. He was listening to the Wanderer, feeling its calm presence in his mind. The ship was not afraid. It was not worried. It was simply waiting for him to decide what to do. "Captain," the Wanderer said, "the architects designed me to protect my crew. I will not allow these vessels to harm you. But the choice of how to respond is yours. I serve you, not the other way around." Danny thought about his life. 15 years of scraping by, taking the jobs nobody else wanted, being treated as less than nothing by species that saw humans as useful insects at best. He thought about all the human colonies scattered across the rim, millions of people living in fear of the Koran and others like them. "Can you really stop them?" he asked the ship. "Yes, Captain. Would you like me to show you how?" Admiral Ketharal waited exactly 60 seconds before losing patience. The Koran were not known for their diplomacy. He gave the order to fire a warning shot across the human ship's bow, just enough to terrify the fool who thought he could keep a prize that rightfully belonged to the Dominion. The cannon blast raced toward the Wanderer at the speed of light. And then something strange happened. The shot simply vanished. It hit the dark hull and disappeared, absorbed like water soaking into sand. Not deflected, Not destroyed, just gone. Kethril stared at his tactical display in confusion. What happened? Report! Admiral, his weapons officer said slowly, the target absorbed our fire completely. Our sensors cannot even detect residual energy. Before Kethril could respond, the Wanderer moved. It did not accelerate like a normal ship. It simply was in one place and then was in another, appearing directly above the Admiral's dreadnought in the blink of an eye. Danny felt the ship's systems flowing through his mind like music. He did not need to understand the technology. He just needed to want it to work. And it worked. The connection between him and the Wanderer was seamless, natural, as if the ship was an extension of his own body. Admiral, Danny's voice came through every speaker on all 3 dreadnoughts. I am going to give you one chance to leave. I do not want to fight you. I do not want anyone to die. But if you try to take this ship, I will defend myself. Kethril was a veteran of 100 battles. He had crushed rebellions, conquered worlds, and destroyed fleets. No human had ever dared to speak to him this way. The insult was unforgivable. All ships open fire. Destroy that vessel. Every cannon on 3 dreadnoughts fired at once. The space around the Wanderer lit up with enough energy to crack a planet's crust. Danny felt Lisa scream beside him, certain they were about to die. But the Wanderer sang. There was no other word for it. The ship's hull shifted and changed, becoming something that was not quite solid, not quite energy. The weapon's fire passed through it like light through smoke. And then the Wanderer struck back. Danny did not choose to kill. He chose to teach. The Wanderer's weapons carved through the Koran shields like they were made of paper, but instead of destroying the ships, it targeted their engines, their weapons, their sensor arrays. Precise cuts that left the dreadnoughts crippled but intact. In less than 3 minutes, it was over. 3 of the most powerful warships in the Koran fleet drifted helplessly in space, unable to fight, unable to flee. Admiral Kethril sat in his command chair, surrounded by alarms and damage reports, and felt something he had not felt in decades. Fear. This is impossible, he whispered. 1 ship. 1 human. Impossible. Danny's voice came through the speakers again, calm and quiet. Admiral, I meant what I said. I do not want war. I just want to be left alone. Take your ships and go. Tell your commanders what happened here. Tell them that humanity is done being pushed around. But if you come for me again, I will not be so gentle. The Koran retreated. There was nothing else they could do. Their ships were dead in space, and rescue vessels would take hours to arrive. Admiral Kethril gave the order to withdraw, his pride shattered beyond repair. News of the battle spread faster than light. Within days, every species in the sector knew what had happened. The human with the ghost ship had defeated a Koran battle fleet, not by running, not by hiding, but by standing his ground and fighting back. For the first time in memory, other species looked at humanity with something other than contempt. Some felt curiosity, some felt hope, but many felt fear. Lisa watched the news feeds with growing worry. Danny, you understand what you have done, right? You did not just beat 1 admiral. You challenged an empire. They will not let this stand. They will come back with more ships, more weapons, and they will not come alone. Danny nodded slowly. He was still getting used to the connection with the Wanderer, still learning what he was capable of. But he knew Lisa was right. This was only the beginning. Then we need to be ready, he said. Not just us, all of humanity. It is time for our people to stop hiding in the shadows. The Wanderer hummed with quiet agreement. The first battle was won. But the war for humanity's future was just beginning. The message came 3 weeks after the battle with the Koran. It was not a threat. It was not a demand. It was simply a video from a human colony called New Haven, located on a small moon at the edge of explored space. Danny watched the video in silence. The colony was burning. Koran soldiers moved through the streets, rounding up civilians and forcing them onto transport ships. Children were crying. Parents were screaming. And in the background, a voice announced in cold, mechanical tones that this was the price for harboring loyalty to the traitor who stole the ghost ship. Lisa stood beside him, tears running down her face. "They are not coming for you, Danny. They are going after our people." The Koran were not alone. In the weeks since Danny's victory, something unprecedented had happened. The 3 major powers of the galaxy, species that had fought each other for centuries, had put aside their differences. The Koran Dominion, the Velthari Consortium, and the Syndicate of Morrow formed what they called the Coalition for Galactic Stability. Their stated goal was to protect the galaxy from dangerous technologies. Their real goal was to crush humanity before it could rise. The coalition did not attack the Wanderer directly. They had learned from Admiral Kethral's mistake. Instead, they went after the soft targets, human colonies, human trade ships, human civilians who had nothing to do with Danny or his ship. Every day brought new reports. A mining station destroyed, a transport convoy captured, a settlement burned to the ground. The message was always the same. Surrender the Wanderer, or watch your species suffer. Danny stood alone on the bridge of his ship, staring out at the stars. The Wanderer was powerful, but it could not be everywhere at once. He could save one colony while 10 others burned. He could destroy one fleet while 100 more attacked his people across the galaxy. "What do I do?" he asked the ship. "How do I fight an enemy like this?" The Wanderer was silent for a long moment. Then it spoke, its voice gentle in his mind. "Captain, the architects faced a similar problem once. They were a single species in a hostile universe. They could not defeat their enemies through strength alone. So they changed the rules of the game." "How?" "They shared their knowledge. They lifted up others. They built alliances based on mutual growth rather than mutual fear. In the end, they lost their war. But the civilizations they created survived. Life spread across the galaxy because the architects chose to give rather than to hoard." Lisa found Danny 3 hours later, still standing on the bridge. But his face had changed. The despair was gone, replaced by something that looked almost like hope. "I have an idea," he said, "but I am going to need your help." The broadcast went out to every human settlement in known space. It bypassed the Coalition's communication blocks, carried by frequencies that their technology could not detect. Danny's face appeared on screens in hidden colonies, on ships running dark through enemy territory, in refugee camps where humans huddled together and waited for the end. "My name is Danny Cole," he said. "By now, you have heard stories about me. The fool who bought a mythical ship. The cargo hauler who defeated a Koran fleet. Some of you probably think I am the reason for your suffering. And in a way, you are right. The Coalition is attacking you because of me." He paused, letting the words sink in. "But here's the truth they do not want you to know. This ship was built for us, all of us. It was created billions of years ago by a species called the Architects, and they designed it specifically for human minds. They believed that we were special, not because we are strong or fast or dangerous, but because we adapt, we learn, we refuse to give up no matter how bad things get." Lisa stood behind the camera, watching her friend transform into something more than a cargo hauler. Danny spoke with a conviction she had never heard from him before. The coalition wants us to stay small, Danny continued. They want us to stay afraid. They want us to remain the species that hauls their cargo and mines their ore and does the jobs they think are beneath them. But we were meant for more. The architects saw it, and now I am going to prove it. He held up a data chip. This contains technology from the Wanderer's database. Shield modifications that will protect your ships from coalition weapons. Engine upgrades that will let you outrun their fastest vessels. Medical advances that will cure diseases we have suffered with for generations. I am sharing all of it, freely, no strings attached. The response was overwhelming. Engineers on a dozen colonies began working on the modifications within hours. Pilots who had been hiding in asteroid fields came forward, ready to fight. Scientists pored over the medical data and wept at what they found. Lisa coordinated the effort from the Wanderer's Communications Center. She was good at organizing people, at keeping track of 1,000 moving pieces. Within 2 weeks, what had been a scattered collection of refugees and traders began to look like something else. A fleet, a resistance, a nation. The ships were not impressive by galactic standards. Modified freighters, mining vessels with weapons bolted to their hulls, old patrol boats that should have been scrapped years ago. But they were human ships, crewed by humans, fighting for their survival. The Coalition has 300 warships heading for Kepler's Rest, Lisa reported one evening. They are going to make an example of the colony. Full pacification, no survivors. Danny looked at the tactical display. 50 human ships against 300 coalition warships. The numbers were impossible. Then that is where we make our stand, he said. We cannot hide anymore. We cannot run. If humanity is going to survive, we have to fight. All of us, together. The fleet began to gather. Ships came from across the galaxy, jumping through dangerous space, risking everything to join the fight. And at the center of the formation, the Wanderer waited, its ancient systems humming with power that had not been unleashed in billions of years. The battle for humanity's future was about to begin. The sky above Kepler's Rest burned with the light of 300 warships. The Coalition fleet filled the darkness like a swarm of angry stars, each point of light representing enough firepower to level a city. Admiral Kethral stood on the bridge of his new flagship, a vessel twice the size of the dreadnoughts Danny had crippled weeks before. He had been given one order by the Coalition Council: end the human threat, permanently. Facing him was a ragged fleet of 50 human vessels, freighters with welded armor plates, mining ships with their drilling lasers modified for combat, transport vessels that had never fired a shot in anger. It was a collection of desperate machines crewed by desperate people. And, at the center of their formation, the Wanderer hung like a dark jewel against the stars. They actually came, Kethral muttered. The fools actually think they can fight us. His tactical officer tilted his head in confusion. Admiral, our sensors are having difficulty tracking the human ships. Their signatures keep shifting. Kethral smiled. The architect's technology would not save them today. He had brought enough weapons to crack a planet. 50 primitive vessels would be dust in minutes. All ships, he ordered, engage and destroy. The Coalition fleet moved forward like a wave of steel. Weapons charged, shields powered up. The greatest military force in the galaxy prepared to crush an enemy they had always considered beneath their notice. Danny stood on the bridge of the Wanderer, his hands resting lightly on the console in front of him. He felt the ship's presence in his mind, calm and steady. He felt the human fleet behind him, thousands of men and women who had risked everything to be here. He felt Lisa standing beside him, her hand on his shoulder. "No matter what happens," she said quietly, "I am proud of you." Danny nodded. Then he reached out through the Wanderer's systems, connecting with every human ship in the fleet. The architect's technology hummed through the modified systems, linking them all together. 50 ships, 50 crews, one purpose. "This is Danny Cole," he said, his voice reaching every human ear in the formation. "They think we are weak. They think we are nothing. Let us show them what humanity can do." The battle began. The coalition ships fired first, unleashing a storm of energy that should have vaporized the human fleet in seconds. But the ships were not where they should have been. The modified shields bent the light around them, making them appear in places they were not. The coalition weapons hit empty space while the human vessels scattered like startled birds. Then the Wanderer moved. Danny had spent weeks learning to control the ship, but nothing had prepared him for this. He felt the universe flow around him like water, felt the fabric of space ripple as the Wanderer danced through the enemy formation. The ship was singing in his mind, and he was singing with it. Coalition vessels tried to track the Wanderer, but it was everywhere and nowhere. It appeared beside a cruiser and cut through its shields with a single precise strike. It vanished and reappeared behind a destroyer, disabling its engines before the crew could react. It moved through the battle like a ghost, teaching without killing, crippling without destroying. But Danny was not the only one fighting. The human fleet had learned to adapt, just as the architects had predicted. They saw what the coalition did, and they changed their tactics in seconds. Freighters grouped together to combine their firepower. Mining ships used their drilling lasers to pierce the gaps in enemy armor. Transport vessels sacrificed themselves to shield more vulnerable allies. Admiral Kethrall watched his tactical display with growing horror. His fleet was falling apart, not because the humans were stronger, not because they had better weapons, but because they learned too fast. Every tactic he tried, they countered within minutes. Every formation he created, they found a weakness and exploited it. "This is impossible," he said for the second time in his life. "They are adapting faster than our computers can analyze. How are they doing this?" The answer was simple, but Kethrall could not understand it. Humans did not think like Koran or Velthari or any other species in the galaxy. They did not follow programmed responses or learned patterns. They improvised, they created. They imagined solutions that had never existed before and made them real through sheer stubbornness. The architects had seen this potential millions of years ago. They had built the Wanderer to unlock it. And now, in the fire of battle, humanity was finally becoming what it was always meant to be. The turning point came 2 hours into the fight. The coalition flagship, the massive vessel Kethrall commanded, found itself surrounded by a dozen battered human ships. Its shields were failing. Its weapons were damaged. Its engines were barely functional. Danny brought the Wanderer directly in front of the bridge, close enough that Kethrall could see the dark hull through the viewport. For a long moment, neither side moved. Then Danny's voice came through the communication system. "Admiral, your fleet is beaten. Half your ships are disabled. The other half are running. You can surrender now, or you can watch more of your people die. The choice is yours." Kethrall stared at the ghost ship that had humiliated him twice. His pride screamed for him to fight on, to die with honor, rather than submit to a human. But he looked at his crew, at the young officers who still had lives ahead of them, and made his decision. "All coalition forces," he said, his voice heavy with defeat, "stand down. We surrender." The battle was over, not with a dramatic explosion, but with a quiet admission of the truth. Humanity had won. In the weeks that followed, everything changed. Human colonies across the galaxy declared independence. Human scientists used the Wanderer's database to leap forward centuries in technology and medicine. Human ships traveled freely through space for the first time, no longer afraid of the powers that had once oppressed them. Danny Cole stood before the Galactic Council, the first human ever granted a seat at the table where the fate of civilizations was decided. Lisa stood beside him, as she always had. The representatives of 100 species watched in silence as the cargo hauler who had bought a mythical ship spoke to them. "The architects are gone," Danny said. "They died billions of years ago, before any of our species even existed. But they left us a gift. Not just technology, not just knowledge. They left us the belief that we could be more than we were." He looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of beings who had once looked down on humanity with contempt. "We are not here to conquer. We are not here to take revenge for what was done to us. We are here to build something new. The galaxy is vast. There's room for all of us to grow, to explore, to become something greater than we are today." High above the council chamber, the Wanderer orbited in patient silence. Its systems monitored 1,000 frequencies, listening to the galaxy adjust to a new reality. The ship that had waited billions of years for the right species to find it had finally fulfilled its purpose. In the database deep within the Wanderer's core, a message from the architects played on a loop, words that had been recorded when the universe was young. "To our final children, whoever you may be, we built this vessel as a gift and a challenge. The galaxy is full of darkness, full of species that fear what they do not understand. But we believe that somewhere, sometime, a people will emerge who can bring light to that darkness, find them, protect them, help them grow." The message ended, and the Wanderer hummed with quiet satisfaction. Danny Cole had bought a mythical starship that everyone claimed was scrap. And in doing so, he had changed the future of his entire species. Humanity's journey among the stars had only just begun.
Commander Vex adjusted his optical sensors and gazed down at the blue-green planet below with the smug satisfaction of someone who'd done this 47 times before. "Another primitive world," he announced to his crew aboard the survey vessel Cosmic Superiority. "This should be quick and painless. Standard protocol, people. Observe, categorize, conquer." Lieutenant Clay, his perpetually nervous second-in-command, pulled up the initial scans on the main display. "Sir, we're detecting 2 primary life forms. The larger bipedal creatures appear to be serving the smaller quadrupedal ones." Vex leaned forward, his 3 eyes narrowing in concentration. The surveillance footage was fascinating. These small, furry creatures lounged in sunny spots, while the larger beings brought them food in decorative bowls. The bipeds even cleaned up the quadruped's waste with what appeared to be reverent care. "Clearly a master-servant relationship," Vex declared, stroking his chin tentacle thoughtfully. "The smaller ones must be incredibly intelligent to have dominated a species twice their size." On screen, they watched as a human gently brushed a cat that was purring, with eyes half closed in bliss. The alien crew murmured in amazement. "Look at that display of dominance," whispered Clack. "The servant is actually grooming its master, while the superior being barely acknowledges the effort." Vex nodded sagely. "Notice how the master closes its eyes, completely confident in its safety. This speaks of absolute authority, and those sounds it's making, clearly some form of hypnotic control frequency." They continued observing as more evidence mounted. Humans opened doors for cats. Humans purchased elaborate climbing structures and luxury bedding. Most damning of all, humans allowed these creatures to sleep on their beds, often displacing themselves to accommodate their master's comfort. "The psychological conditioning is remarkable," Vex mused. "I've never seen such complete subjugation disguised as affection. These quadruped rulers must possess mind control abilities." Communications Officer Zorp pointed to another screen showing a pet store. "Sir, look at this trading post. The servants are actually paying their own currency to acquire better food and toys for their masters." "Tribute," Vex said definitively. "They are paying tribute to maintain their servitude. Brilliant. And those containers of granular matter they pour into dishes, obviously some form of ambrosia fit only for gods." Lieutenant Clake pulled up more data. Commander, we're also detecting millions of visual recordings the servants create of their masters. They appear to broadcast these images across their global communication network. Vex's eyes widened. Propaganda. They're spreading worship imagery of their feline overlords across the entire planet. The psychological domination runs deeper than we thought. The crew watched in awe as the surveillance showed humans baby-talking to cats, celebrating their birthdays with special food, and rushing them to medical facilities whenever they showed the slightest sign of discomfort. The level of care is extraordinary, Clark observed. They tend to these creatures' every need with genuine concern. Stockholm Syndrome on a planetary scale, Vex concluded. These cat entities have achieved perfect subjugation. The servants genuinely believe they love their captivity. He turned to his crew with newfound respect for their targets. Gentlemen, we're not dealing with a primitive world. We're looking at the most sophisticated conquest in galactic history. So what's our approach, sir? Asked Clark nervously. Vex straightened his uniform with determination. We make contact with the true rulers, of course. It's time to meet these feline masterminds. Commander Vex spent the next 48 hours crafting what he considered to be the most diplomatically elegant first contact protocol in galactic survey history. We approach the feline leadership directly, he announced to his assembled crew. No sense wasting time with the human servants. The first attempt was a masterpiece of alien stupidity. They beamed down a golden communications device directly in front of a tabby cat named Mr. Whiskers, who was sunbathing in a suburban backyard. The device activated with impressive holographic displays, universal translator humming, and a formal greeting in 17 different languages. Mr. Whiskers opened one eye, assessed the shiny object, and promptly knocked it into the nearby koi pond. Fascinating, Vex observed from orbit. The leader rejected our technology offering. Clearly they possess superior communication methods we cannot comprehend. Lieutenant Clark watched nervously as the cat began grooming its paw with complete indifference to their advanced alien tech now sinking to the bottom of the pond. Sir, maybe they just don't care? Impossible, Vex snapped. This is obviously a test of our worthiness. Deploy Protocol 7, the formal trade negotiation package. The next attempt involved materializing an elaborate display of the galaxy's finest technologies on the lawn of a house where 3 cats lounged on a porch. Anti-gravity generators, molecular food synthesizers, and faster-than-light communication arrays were arranged like offerings before an altar. The cat's response was swift and decisive. The black one knocked over the anti-gravity device and sat on it. The calico began using the molecular synthesizer as a scratching post. The orange tabby somehow managed to get its head stuck in the FTL communicator and began yowling indignantly until its human servant rushed out to free it. They're testing our technology's durability, Vex interpreted, watching his expensive equipment being systematically destroyed by household pets. These creatures are more thorough than our quality control department. Meanwhile, the humans' behavior continued to baffle them. They watched pet stores with growing confusion. The servants are actually competing to give their masters better resources, Communications Officer Zorp reported. Look at this, they're arguing over who gets to purchase the premium food. On screen, 2 humans were having a heated discussion about grain-free versus raw diets, while a cat carrier containing their feline overlord sat between them. The devotion is absolute, Vex murmured. They're not just following orders, they're trying to exceed expectations. The aliens' analysis of veterinary clinics sent them into philosophical tailspins. They interpreted the medical facilities as temples where humans brought offerings of their masters for healing rituals. The servants actually pay other servants to tend to their master's health, Clark observed, watching a woman hand over $200 for her cat's dental cleaning. The economic system is based entirely on feline welfare. Vex nodded gravely. And notice how the medical servants handle the masters with such reverence. Those white robes are clearly ceremonial vestments. The cat videos proved to be the final straw for their understanding of human civilization. Millions upon millions of recordings, shared endlessly across digital networks, showing cats in various states of adorableness, mischief, and majestic indifference. It's not just propaganda, Zorb realized, his voice filled with awe. It's religious worship. They're documenting every moment of their master's existence for posterity. The psychological programming is flawless, Vex agreed. Look at the comments. Thousands of humans expressing devotion to cats they've never even met. The feline mind control extends beyond individual households to species-wide adoration. They watched a video of a cat failing spectacularly to jump onto a counter, knocking over plants and landing in a laundry basket. The human recording it was laughing with genuine joy and affection. Even their master's failures are celebrated, Clock whispered in amazement. These beings have achieved what our greatest conquerors only dreamed of, love through imperfection. Vex leaned back in his command chair, suddenly feeling very small despite his species' advanced technology. Gentlemen, we need to revise our entire approach. We're not dealing with primitive Earth creatures. We're facing the most sophisticated ruling class in the known universe. So what do we do now, sir? Clock asked. Vex's expression hardened with determination. We study their methods by examining the servant-master relationship up close. Time for a field extraction. Commander Vex stood before the holographic display showing a modest suburban house with all the confidence of someone who'd never owned a cat. This location presents optimal research conditions, he announced, pointing at the two-story home with its perfectly ordinary front yard. Single servant, single master, minimal variables to complicate our study. The house belonged to Marcus Webb, a 32-year-old software developer who worked from home and whose greatest life achievement was teaching his orange tabby, Whiskers, to high-five for treats. Marcus had no idea he was about to become the subject of an interstellar incident. The servant appears to follow a predictable routine, Lieutenant Clock reported, pulling up surveillance data. Every morning at 700 hours, he serves the master premium wet food, then retreats to his workstation where he stares at glowing rectangles for extended periods. Vex nodded approvingly. Classic subjugation behavior. The master has trained him to perform menial tasks before allowing him to engage in permitted activities, and this, Whiskers entity, textbook feline overlord, Zorp chimed in, spends 18 hours per day in what appears to be deep meditation, interrupted only to demand tribute or assert dominance over the servant's keyboard. They watched the live feed as Marcus tried to work while Whiskers sprawled directly across his laptop, tail flicking dismissively at his human's attempts to type around him. The cat's expression suggested supreme satisfaction with this power display. Look at that strategic positioning, Vex marveled. The master has identified the servant's primary work tool and neutralized it with casual contempt. Brilliant tactical thinking. What they couldn't hear through their surveillance was Marcus's patient, "Come on, buddy, I've got a deadline," followed by him gently relocating Whiskers to the sunny spot on the desk where he'd placed a cat bed specifically for this purpose. Whiskers purred and settled in, perfectly content to supervise from his designated perch. The aliens interpreted this as a complex negotiation, resulting in the master graciously allowing the servant to continue working in his presence. "The psychological conditioning is remarkable," Clock whispered. "The servant doesn't show any signs of resentment. He actually appears grateful for the master's attention." Vex made his decision with the swift confidence that had gotten him promoted through 46 successful planetary surveys. "We extract the servant tonight during the master's meditation period, a simple beam-up operation, in and out before the feline authority figure even notices." "Sir," Clock ventured nervously, "shouldn't we be more concerned about removing a servant from its master? What if the master retaliates?" Vex waved a dismissive tentacle. "Our scans show the creature weighs barely 5 kilograms and spends most of its time sleeping. We're liberating an oppressed being from psychological slavery. It's practically a humanitarian mission." As night fell, they watched Marcus follow his evening routine. Dinner for Whiskers at 6 sharp. Premium salmon pâté served on a ceramic dish that Marcus washed by hand. Fresh water in a filtered fountain. Litter box cleaned and restocked. Whiskers supervised each task with the air of a quality control inspector, occasionally headbutting Marcus's leg in what the aliens assumed was approval for adequate service. "The servant's devotion is absolute," Vex observed as Marcus spent 10 minutes trying to find Whiskers' favorite feather toy. "He's prioritizing the master's entertainment over his own rest." At 9:30, Marcus settled on the couch with his laptop, and Whiskers immediately claimed his traditional spot draped across Marcus's thighs like a purring lap blanket. The aliens watched their target type one-handed while absent-mindedly scratching behind Whiskers' ears. "The master has assumed the position of ultimate dominance," Zol noted. complete control over the servant's mobility while receiving physical tribute. By 11 p.m., both human and cat had fallen asleep. Marcus slumped sideways with his laptop sliding off the couch. Whiskers curled into a perfect orange circle on his chest, rising and falling with Marcus's breathing. "Perfect timing," Vex announced. "The master is in deep meditation. The servant is unconscious. Begin transport sequence." The blue beam of their tractor technology locked onto Marcus's sleeping form. Their plan was flawless. Extract the human, conduct their interviews about feline domination techniques, and return him before his master woke up. Simple, clean, educational. They had not factored Whiskers into their equation. The moment the alien technology began interfering with Marcus's molecular structure, Whiskers' eyes snapped open. Not the slow, drowsy awakening of a house pet, but the instant alertness of a predator sensing threat. His pupils dilated to black pools, ears flattened against his skull, and every muscle in his compact body went rigid. "Sir," Clack said urgently, "the master is responding to our transport beam." Vex glanced at the readings dismissively. "Probably just sensing the energy displacement. Continue extraction." That was Commander Vex's first mistake. His second was assuming that 12 pounds of orange fluff posed no threat to an advanced spacefaring civilization. Whiskers had other ideas. What happened next would be recorded in Galactic Survey archives as the Whiskers Incident and become required reading for first contact protocols across 17 star systems. The transformation was instantaneous and terrifying. Whiskers launched himself from Marcus's chest like a furry missile of pure rage, every claw extended, emitting a sound that no alien database had on file. Part war cry, part banshee shriek, part prehistoric death rattle. It was the sound of a house cat declaring war on the universe. "Sir," Clake screamed, his voice cracking, "the master is airborne and hostile." "Impossible," Vex stammered, watching his view screen in horror as 12 pounds of orange fury scaled the walls of Marcus's living room like gravity was merely a suggestion. "It's just a small quadruped. Our shields can handle meteor impacts." Whiskers proved that alien shielding had never been field rested against the concentrated wrath of a protective cat. He located their tractor beam emitter with the precision of a heat-seeking missile and began his assault with tactical brilliance that would have impressed Napoleon. First, he knocked over Marcus's coffee mug with surgical accuracy, sending lukewarm coffee cascading directly onto the alien device's intake vents. Sparks flew as the advanced technology met its match in caffeinated liquid and cat hair. "Transport sequence failing," Zorm reported, panic rising in his voice. "The creature is using primitive chemical warfare." But Whiskers was just getting started. He ricocheted off the coffee table, executed a perfect wall run across the bookshelf, and landed directly on top of their secondary surveillance probe with the impact of a small meteor. The device, designed to withstand the vacuum of space, crumpled under the focused destruction of razor-sharp claws and righteous feline fury. "How is this possible?" Vex demanded, watching his expensive equipment being systematically demolished by what his sensors still insisted was a harmless domestic pet. Lieutenant Clock, to his credit, was beginning to grasp the magnitude of their error. "Sir, I think we may have misunderstood the threat assessment." Whiskers paused on top of the ruined probe, fixed the alien surveillance cameras with a stare that could have melted neutronium, and let out another war cry that made their universal translators short-circuit. The sound roughly translated to something between "You touched my human, prepare to die," and "I am become death, destroyer of worlds." Then he resumed his campaign of technological terror. The aliens watched in growing horror as their Class F harmless quadruped proceeded to turn their advanced equipment into expensive scratching posts. He somehow managed to get inside their atmospheric sampling unit and emerge wearing it like a crown, then used his new headgear to smash their gravimetric sensors into component atoms. "This is impossible," Vex shrieked. "We've conquered civilizations with Class A predators. We've subdued species with natural armor plating and acid blood. How is one small Earth creature destroying a million-credit survey operation?" The answer came when Whiskers located their main communication array, a device the size of a dinner plate that represented the pinnacle of alien engineering. He approached it with the focused intensity of a surgeon, sniffed it once, and then performed what could only be described as the most destructive head bonk in galactic history. The array exploded in a shower of sparks that would have been pretty if it hadn't represented their only link to the mothership. "We've lost communications," Zorp wailed. "That creature just head-butted us back to the Stone Age." Commander Vex, his 3 eyes wide with dawning terror, began to understand that their entire species classification system might need revision. Emergency protocols. Retreat to minimum safe distance. But Whiskers wasn't done establishing his dominance. He had located their final piece of equipment, the emergency beacon that would summon rescue if their mission went catastrophically wrong, which it had. The orange tabby approached the beacon with the casual confidence of someone who had never met a piece of technology he couldn't destroy. He circled it once, tail twitching with predatory focus, then executed a move that would be studied in alien military academies for generations. He sat on it. The emergency beacon, rated to survive direct hits from plasma gannets, was utterly defeated by 12 pounds of cat using the ultimate weapon of feline warfare, strategic positioning combined with aggressive disinterest. "Sir," Clock whispered, his voice hollow with defeat, "I believe we may have severely underestimated Earth's defensive capabilities." Through the static of their failing equipment, they could hear Marcus beginning to stir. The transport beam's interruption had left him groggy and confused, but very much still in his living room surrounded by the smoking remains of alien technology. And standing guard over the wreckage was Whiskers. Orange fur still bristled with righteous anger, green eyes scanning for additional threats to his human. He had single-handedly repelled an alien invasion using nothing but claws, attitude, and the kind of protective fury that had once made his ancestors the apex predators of ancient Egypt. "Sir," Clock said quietly, "I recommend immediate tactical withdrawal." Commander Vex, his dignity in ruins along with his equipment, could only nod in stunned agreement. "Sound the retreat, all units, emergency ascent, and update the database. Earthcats are definitely not harmless." As their ship began its hasty escape from orbital range, one final transmission came through the static. It was the sound of Marcus, now fully awake, saying, "Good boy, Whiskers. Who's my fierce little protector? Yes, you are." And underneath the human's voice, barely audible but unmistakably triumphant, was the sound of purring. Marcus Webb sat in his living room at 2 a.m., staring at what looked like the aftermath of a very localized alien invasion, while Whiskers purred contentedly in his lap as if nothing unusual had happened. The smoking remains of unidentifiable technology littered his carpet. His coffee table had scorch marks, and there was a distinctly ozone-like smell in the air. "Okay, buddy," Marcus said, scratching behind Whiskers' ears. "Either I'm having the weirdest dream of my life, or you just saved us from something seriously sci-fi." Whiskers responded by headbutting Marcus's chin and purring louder, the feline equivalent of "just doing my job, human." High above, Commander Vex was having what his species would diplomatically call a complete psychological breakdown. His worldview had been shattered by 12 pounds of orange fury, and he was desperately trying to salvage something from the wreckage of his understanding. "Run the analysis again," he demanded, his voice cracking slightly. "There has to be an explanation. Maybe the servant was actually the master all along. Maybe they switch roles periodically." Lieutenant Clock, who had been quietly questioning their assumptions for the past hour, finally found his courage. "Sir? What if we've been completely wrong about everything? What if neither species is dominant? What if they're partners?" The suggestion hit the bridge like a photon torpedo to the ego. "Partners?" Vex sputtered. "Impossible. Every galactic civilization follows hierarchical structures. There are rulers and subjects, predators and prey, masters and servants. There is no partnership model in our xenological databases." But as they watched the live feed, the evidence was becoming impossible to ignore. Marcus had gotten up to check if Whiskers was injured, running his hands gently over the cat's fur while murmuring concerned questions. Whiskers submitted to the examination with patient tolerance, occasionally licking Marcus's hand reassuringly. "The servant is carrying for the master," Zorp observed, his voice filled with confusion. "But the master just defended the servant with lethal force. This makes no sense according to our sociological models." Then Marcus did something that broke their understanding completely. He went to the kitchen, opened a can of Whiskers' favorite salmon treat, and offered it as a reward for the cat's protective behavior. But he also made himself a snack, sitting down beside Whiskers to eat while gently stroking the cat's fur. "There, Sharing resources, Clock whispered in amazement, voluntarily, without coercion from either party. Vex watched in stunned silence as the true dynamic revealed itself. Marcus providing food and shelter, Whiskers providing companionship and protection, neither dominant, neither subservient, but two species working together for mutual benefit. It's symbiosis, he breathed, the word tasting foreign in his mouth. Not conquest, not domination, partnership. The revelation sent shockwaves through their understanding of Earth. Every behavior they'd misinterpreted suddenly made sense through this new lens. The humans weren't servants, they were willing providers. The cats weren't rulers, they were partners, offering their own unique contributions to the relationship. The humans give shelter, food, and medical care, Clock continued, his analytical mind racing. The cats provide companionship, stress relief, and apparently military defense. On screen, Whiskers had resumed his position on Marcus's lap, but his ears remained alert, continuously scanning for threats. He was relaxed but vigilant, a living security system powered by tuna and affection. The emotional component is genuine on both sides, Zorp added, studying their biometric readings. The human stress levels decreased the moment he confirmed the cat was safe. The cat's purring frequency indicates actual contentment, not manipulation. Commander Vex felt the foundations of his military training crumbling. His species had conquered 47 worlds through force and intimidation, imposing their will on lesser civilizations. But here was a planet where two species had achieved something his people had never even attempted. True cooperation. Sir, Clock said quietly, I believe we owe Earth an apology, and possibly reparations for the damaged furniture. But before Vex could respond, their long-range sensors picked up something that made his blood freeze in his veins. Marcus had done what any concerned citizen would do when finding alien technology in his living room. He'd called the authorities. Multiple human military aircraft approaching our position, Zorp reported. And sir, they're not alone. I'm reading massive feline life signs aboard those aircraft. The revelation hit them like a plasma cannon to the face. If house cats were this protective of individual humans, what would happen when the entire planet's cat population realized aliens had threatened one of their partners? How many cats are on this planet? Vex asked weakly. Approximately 600 million, sir, Clock replied, his voice hollow with dread. Vex stared at the tactical display showing incoming aircraft, each one presumably carrying humans and their feline partners, all united in purpose. His species had tangled with the most dangerous predators in the galaxy, but they had never faced anything like this, an entire planet of cooperating apex predators and their technologically advanced human partners. New mission parameters, he announced, his voice barely above a whisper. Full retreat, maximum warp, and update the galactic database immediately. What should the update say, sir? Asked Zorp. Vex looked one last time at the screen showing Marcus and Whiskers, partners in the truest sense, and felt a strange emotion he'd never experienced before. Respect. Earth. Do not engage. Inhabitants have achieved perfect symbiotic warfare capabilities. Recommend extreme diplomatic caution and possibly friendship. As their ship began its hasty departure, the last thing their sensors recorded was the sound of 600 million cats across the planet simultaneously purring in satisfaction. The message was clear. Earth was protected. 6 months later, the Galactic Survey Corps held its annual conference on the luxury space station diplomatic immunity. The topic of discussion was supposed to be efficient conquest techniques for primitive worlds, but instead it had become the Earth problem and why we're all staying very far away from it. Commander Vex stood at the podium, his once pristine uniform now bearing what his colleagues politely called character marks, but were actually claw-shaped stress indicators. His presentation slide read, Earth, a case study in catastrophic misunderstanding. Gentlemen, ladies, and assorted gelatinous beings, he began, his voice carrying the weight of hard-earned wisdom. I'm here today to discuss why Earth is now classified as a Category X world, meaning approach only if you have a death wish and excellent life insurance. The assembled alien commanders leaned forward with interest. Category X classifications were extremely rare, usually reserved for planets with reality warping technology or sentient black holes. As you know, initial surveys suggested Earth contained a simple master-servant dynamic between small quadrupeds and larger bipeds. We were wrong. Catastrophically, embarrassingly, career-endingly wrong. Vex clicked to his next slide, showing a photo of Whiskers sitting regally on Marcus's laptop. Several aliens in the audience physically recoiled. This creature single-handedly neutralized a full survey team's equipment using nothing but claws, strategic positioning, and what our behavioral analysts have termed weaponized indignation. But that's not the terrifying part. He clicked again. The new slide showed satellite imagery of Earth, with heat signatures highlighting the planetary cat population. The terrifying part is that there are 600 million of them, and they're all partnered with technologically advanced humans who will do anything to protect their feline allies. Commander Griselda of the Betelgeuse Conquest Fleet raised a tentacled appendage. Surely you're exaggerating the threat level. They're just small mammals. Vex's laugh held no humor. That's what I thought. Then I watched 12 pounds of orange fury turn our million-credit survey equipment into expensive cat toys. The humans call it zoomies. We call it asymmetric warfare at its finest. He clicked to a video compilation that had somehow made its way into galactic intelligence networks. It showed cats knocking things off tables, fitting into impossibly small spaces, and appearing in locations that defied physics. Observe their tactical capabilities, stealth infiltration, precision strikes against vulnerable targets, and the ability to disappear and reappear at will. Now imagine these abilities scaled to planetary defense. The audience murmured nervously as they watched a cat somehow manage to get stuck in a paper bag, escape, and then immediately attack the bag as if it were a mortal enemy. But surely, interrupted General Vorth, their human partners could be reasoned with, diplomacy? Vex clicked to his final slide. It was a simple message that had been broadcast from Earth shortly after their hasty retreat. Herald to any extraterrestrial visitors, Earth welcomes peaceful contact and cultural exchange. However, please note that any attempt to harm, abduct, or otherwise disturb our citizens or their companion animals will be met with the full fury of 600 million very protective cats and the humans who love them. We suggest starting with a nice fruit basket and formal introductions. Sincerely, Earth Defense Coalition, Human Flying Joint Command. The humans and cats have formed a unified planetary government, Vex explained. Half the leadership positions are held by cats, though they mostly just sleep through meetings unless someone threatens their humans. In the back row, Admiral Crocs of the Rigel Invasion Force stood up. This is ridiculous. No civilization can be defended by house pets. Vex pulled up one final image, a photo that had circulated throughout galactic intelligence networks and was now used as a screensaver on ships throughout the known universe. It showed Marcus sitting at his computer with Whiskers sprawled across his keyboard, both of them looking directly at the camera. Marcus was smiling peacefully. Whiskers' expression suggested he knew exactly where the viewer lived and was memorizing their face for future reference. Admiral Crocs, Vex said quietly, I invite you to test that theory. Earth's coordinates are freely available. Just remember to update your will first. The conference room fell silent, except for the sound of several admirals quietly deleting Earth from their target databases. Back on Earth, Marcus was blissfully unaware of his planet's newfound galactic reputation. He was trying to finish a project deadline while Whiskers supervised from his favorite spot, directly in front of the monitor. You know, buddy, Marcus said, giving Whiskers a gentle scratch behind the ears, I could swear you're more protective lately, ever since that weird night with all the burning alien junk in the living room. Whiskers purred and stretched, one paw casually resting on Marcus's mouse. The gesture looked affectionate, but any alien surveillance would recognize it for what it was, a tactical positioning that could instantly disable the human's primary work interface if threats were detected. The orange tabby's eyes briefly flicked toward the window, scanning the sky with the casual vigilance of someone who had personally taught the universe that Earth was under his protection. And in the vast emptiness of space, alien civilizations continued their expansion in every direction except one specific spiral arm of the Milky Way, where a blue-green planet orbited peacefully under the watchful guard of 600 million fluffy, purring defenders and their devoted human partners. The galaxy had learned an important lesson. Never underestimate the power of the Human-Cat Alliance. After all, cats had been protecting humans for thousands of years. They were just finally getting the recognition they deserved.
Welcome back to Apex Sci-Fi. If an alien civilization looked at Earth from orbit, they would see cities, roads, and internet cables. They would assume humans are the dominant species. But if they looked closer, if they zoomed in on our daily lives, they might come to a very different conclusion. Who works 40 hours a week? The human. Who sleeps 18 hours a day on the softest furniture? The dog. Who buys the food? The human. Who eats the food without paying? The dog. And most damning of all, who follows who around the park, picking up their waste and carrying it in a bag like a sacred relic? Today's story is about the xenoanthropological mission of the Krell. They came to Earth to establish contact with the planetary rulers. Using pure logic and observation, they determined that the hairy quadrupeds were the emperors, and the hairless bipeds were the servants. This is the story of how the Galactic Federation tried to sign a peace treaty with a golden retriever named Buster. If you serve a furry master who pays no rent, smash that like button. And if you want to see aliens try to interpret the geopolitical significance of a wagging tail, subscribe and ring the bell. Who's a good boy? We are about to find out. High Observer Varkan sat in the stealth observation post, cloaked in the upper atmosphere of Earth. His mission was critical: identify the alpha species of Sol 3 and initiate first contact. Report, Varkan clicked, his compound eyes scanning the monitors. High Observer, his lieutenant said. The social hierarchy is complex. There are two primary species living in symbiosis. One is large, hairless, and seemingly industrious. The other is smaller, fur-covered, and lives a life of absolute leisure. Describe the interaction, Varkan ordered. We are tracking a subject pair in sector Suburbia. The bipedal unit, let's call him Dave, wakes up at 6 a.m. He prepares food. He does not eat it himself. He places it in a ceremonial bowl for the quadruped, Buster. The quadruped eats first. This is a classic sign of dominance. Varkan nodded. The alpha eats first. Proceed. After the meal, the biped attaches a tether to the quadruped. At first, we thought the biped was restraining the beast. But look closely. The quadruped leads the way. The biped follows. When the quadruped stops to sniff a tree, the biped waits. The biped has no autonomy. Then came the smoking gun. Observer, watch this. The lieutenant magnified the image. Buster, the golden retriever, squatted on the neighbor's lawn. Dave, the human, waited respectfully. Then Dave produced a plastic bag. He bent down. He picked up the waste with his own hands, shielded by the bag. He carried the waste for the rest of the walk. Varkan gasped. By the stars? He collects the Emperor's biological matter? Is it for religious worship? Is it a tax? It appears to be a mandatory service, sir. The biped cleans the habitat. The biped works to pay for the habitat. The quadruped contributes nothing but vibrational morale, tail wagging. Conclusion? Varkan asked. The canines are the ruling class, the lieutenant declared. They have enslaved the humans through some form of psionic mind control. They force the humans to build cities, farm meat, and invent climate control, all to serve the comfort of the canines. The humans are a slave race. Varkan stood up. We must make contact. We must speak to the leader of the free world. Find me the dog with the shiniest collar. The Krell shuttle landed in Central Park, New York. They didn't land near the UN building. They landed near the dog run. Varkan emerged, flanked by his honor guard. He wore his finest ceremonial armor. He held a translation device calibrated to canine frequencies. The humans in the park froze. They stared at the aliens. But the dogs? The dogs went wild. New smells, new friends. A massive Great Dane trotted up to Varkan. Varkan bowed low. Greetings, Great Emperor, Varkan intoned. I am Varkan of Krell. We come in peace to offer you membership in the Galactic Council. The Great Dane sniffed Varkan's crotch armor. A bold greeting, Varkan noted. A dominance display. I respect it. The dog barked. Woof. The translator word. Translation, I detect bacon. Do you have bacon? Varkan was confused. Bacon? Is this a metaphor for economic prosperity? Yes, Great One. We have infinite bacon in the stars. The dog wagged its tail. It licked Varkan's helmet. He accepts the treaty. Varkan shouted to his crew. The saliva is the seal of friendship. Suddenly, a human owner ran up. Rex, get away from there. Bad boy. The human grabbed the Great Dane's collar and pulled him back. Varkan drew his weapon. Halt, slave. Do not touch the Emperor. Unhand him. The human blinked. What? He's my dog. Sorry if he slobbered on you. Your dog. Varkan scoffed. You serve him. You feed him. You pick up his excrement. Do not deny your servitude, human. We are here to liberate you if you wish. Or to trade with your masters. The human laughed. Dude, I pick up his poop because I don't want to step in it. He's a pet. He's not the master. He drinks from the toilet. Varkan paused. He drinks from the Oi sanitation disposal unit? Yeah, he's an idiot. But I love him. Varkan looked at the Great Dane. The dog was currently chasing its own tail, spinning in a circle until it fell over. This behavior, Varkan whispered. It is not the behavior of a hyper-intelligent overlord. It is the behavior of a chaotic biological anomaly. Lieutenant, Varkan radioed the ship. Reanalyze the data. Are we sure the dogs are in charge? Sir, the lieutenant replied. I am watching a feed from a human house. The cat has just slapped the dog. The dog ran away whining. New hypothesis. The felines are the true rulers. The dogs are merely the enforcers. Varkan looked at a nearby bench. A cat was sitting there judging everyone. The felines? Varkan shuddered. Their eyes, they are filled with malice. They do not wag. They stare. Let's try the cats, Varkan decided. He approached the cat. Oh, silent overlord, Varkan whispered. We recognize your authority. The dogs are clearly your pawns. The cat hissed. It swiped at Varkan, scratching his armor. Translation, touch me and you die. Bring fish. Okay, Varkan nodded. This one feels more like a leader. The aggression. The entitlement. We have found the ruling class. But then the situation escalated. Animal control arrived. A van pulled up. 2 humans with nets got out. They were coming for the loose dogs and the aliens. Varkan watched in horror. The slaves are revolting. They are capturing the emperors with nets. We must intervene. Varkan aimed his plasma rifle at the animal control officer. Release the alpha. But before he could fire, something happened that changed his understanding of humanity forever. The owner of the Great Dane, the slave, stepped in front of the alien gun. Hey, the human shouted. Don't you point that thing at my dog. Move aside, slave. Varkan warned. I am saving your master. He's family, the human screamed. He picked up a stick. You want him? You gotta go through me. Then other humans joined in. People grabbed their dogs. They shielded them with their own bodies. A woman picked up her chihuahua. A man hugged his pit bull. They looked at the aliens with primal, defensive fury. You touch my dog, a grandmother threatened, holding a purse like a flail, and I will end your bloodline. Varkan lowered his weapon. He looked at the lieutenant on the comms. Analysis. Sir. The biometrics are spiking. The humans are releasing massive amounts of adrenaline and oxytocin. They are willing to die for these creatures. Why? Varkan asked. If they are not slaves, why protect the parasite? It appears to be a symbiotic bond, the lieutenant realized. The humans provide resources. The animals provide emotional regulation. Without the animals, the humans become unstable. Lonely. Varkan looked at the humans. They weren't servants. They were parents. They love them, Varkan whispered. It is illogical. It is inefficient. The animal drains resources and offers no labor. And yet, the human defends it like a treasure. He looked at the Great Dane, who was now licking the face of the man protecting him. It is a pack bond, Varkan concluded. They are a collective. To attack the dog is to attack the human's heart. Abort mission, Varkan ordered. We cannot negotiate with this planet. Why, sir? Because a species that treats its lowest animals as royalty is too unpredictable, Varkan said. They value cuteness over survival. They value fluff over logic. If we stay, we might end up adopting one. I find myself wanting to pet the Commander Rex. Sir, that is a biological hazard. I know, but he is a good boy. The urge is overwhelming. The Krell fleet retreated. They realized that Earth was not a political hierarchy they could understand. It was an emotional, chaotic mess where apex predators, humans, voluntarily submitted to the whims of scavengers, dogs, and sociopaths, cats, because it made them feel happy. It was a weakness, But seeing the humans ready to fight a spaceship with sticks to save their pets, Varkon realized it was also a terrifying strength. You can threaten a human's land and he might negotiate. You threaten a human's dog? He will burn the galaxy down. This has been Apex Sci-Fi. We work hard so our dogs can have a better life. That is the American dream. If you would fight an alien warlord to save your pet, smash that like button. Comment below. What is your pet's name and official rank in your household? Mine is General Meow. Subscribe, and give them a treat. Who's a good boy? You are.
The Great Council Chamber floated in the darkness of space, a massive station that had witnessed 1,000 years of galactic politics. Inside its gleaming halls, representatives from 47 different species gathered for what many considered a mere formality. Earth was finally being admitted to the Galactic Council, and most of the assembled aliens expected it to be a brief, amusing ceremony. Ambassador Li Chen stood at the center of the circular chamber, her dark suit simple compared to the elaborate robes and armor worn by the alien delegates around her. She was a small woman by human standards, but she carried herself with quiet dignity as holographic displays flickered to life around her, showing Earth's credentials for membership. High Counselor Threen, an ancient insectoid whose species had mastered space travel before humans discovered fire, clicked his mandibles together in what might have been amusement. His compound eyes reflected the light from a dozen different angles as he examined the human data. Let us review Earth's military capacity, Threen announced, his voice translated into 100 languages simultaneously. They claim to possess 3,000 capital ships. A ripple of chittering and low-frequency rumbles moved through the chamber. Several delegates made sounds that the translation systems rendered as laughter. Admiral Voss of the Calvex Empire rose from his seat, his forearms spreading wide in a gesture of disbelief. His scaled face twisted into what humans would recognize as a smirk. The Calvex were the Council's dominant military power, and Voss had commanded fleets for 2 centuries. He had seen countless species make exaggerated claims about their capabilities. Ambassador Chen, Voss said, his voice dripping with condescension. Your species has been in space for barely 300 years. The Calvex Empire has been building warships for 12,000 years, and we possess 800 capital ships. You expect us to believe that primitive Earth has built nearly 4 times our fleet? Chen remained still, her face unreadable. The numbers in our report are accurate, Admiral. Accurate? Voss laughed, a barking sound that echoed through the chamber. You also claim your ships can travel faster than light without dark matter cores. You claim weapons that manipulate gravity itself. You claim engine systems that violate known physics. He turned to address the full council. Honored members, humanity is either deeply confused about their own capabilities, or they are telling stories to make themselves seem more important than they are. A delegate from the Threen Collective, a floating crystalline being, chimed in with a sound like bells. Perhaps humans have difficulty with mathematics? 300 ships might seem like 3,000 to a young species. More laughter filled the chamber. Chen's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. Counselor Threen brought the chamber to order with a sharp clicking sound. Ambassador Chen, we mean no offense. All young species wish to appear strong when they join the galactic community. It is natural. But we must deal with facts, not fantasies. The facts are in the report, Chen replied calmly. Then perhaps you could provide a demonstration? Voss suggested, his tone making it clear he expected no such thing. Bring one of these miraculous ships here? Show us these impossible engines? Chen met his gaze steadily. Our military assets are currently deployed in defensive positions around Earth territory. We prefer not to move them without strategic necessity. Of course, Voss said, waving a dismissive hand. How convenient. The High Counselor pulled up another section of the human report, projecting it large enough for all to see. Your species also claims to have colonized 2,000 star systems in 3 centuries. Ambassador, the Calvex Empire has colonized 900 systems in 12 millennia. Do you see why we find your claims questionable? Humans reproduce, quickly and adapt to diverse environments, Chen explained. Our expansion rate may seem unusual, but it reflects our biology and determination. A reptilian delegate from the Sorn hegemony hissed with amusement. Determination does not build starships, Ambassador. Resources and technology do. And your homeworld is barely developed compared to our standards. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Earth invests heavily in deep space infrastructure. Most of our industrial capacity is not on the homeworld. Invested where? Voss challenged. We have surveyed the systems you claim to occupy. We see colonies, yes, but nothing that would support military production on the scale you describe. No orbital shipyards, no resource extraction networks, no... Perhaps human facilities are simply difficult for your sensors to detect, Chen interrupted quietly. The chamber fell silent for a moment. Then Voss threw back his head and laughed, a genuine sound of delight. Oh, this is wonderful. Not only do you have thousands of impossible ships, but they are also invisible. Do they fire invisible weapons as well? Perhaps they are crewed by invisible soldiers? Even Councillor Threen seemed amused now. Ambassador Chen, we appreciate your species' enthusiasm. Truly. But the Galactic Council operates on verifiable information, not mythology. We understand that Earth has rich cultural traditions of storytelling. Perhaps your military has confused your science fiction entertainment with reality. Chen's hands clenched briefly at her sides, then relaxed. She had been warned this would happen. The intelligence reports on the Council had predicted exactly this reaction. Humanity's capabilities were so far outside galactic norms that the truth sounded like fantasy. I assure you, Counselor, we know the difference between fiction and reality, she said. Then you will not object to our verification protocols? Threen asked. We will send survey teams to your territory. They will assess your actual military capacity and adjust your membership status accordingly. You are welcome to send observers, Chen agreed. Though I suspect your reports will match ours. Voss snorted. I suspect your reports will need significant downward revision. But do not worry, Ambassador. The Council does not punish optimism. We will grant you membership based on what you actually possess, not what you wish you possessed. The voting proceeded quickly. Humanity was granted junior membership status in the Galactic Council, with all the limitations that implied. They would have access to peripheral trade routes but not core systems. They could send representatives to council sessions but would have no vote on major decisions for at least a century. And for their own protection, the council would assign a Calvex fleet to patrol human space. 12 destroyers should be sufficient, Voss announced magnanimously. They will guard your territory from pirates and ensure you are not overwhelmed by threats you cannot handle alone. Chen bowed slightly. The Council's generosity is noted. As the session ended and delegates filed out, many discussing the amusing human claims, Chen remained in the chamber for a moment. She looked up at the stars visible through the transparent dome overhead. Somewhere out there, beyond the Council's perception, thousands of human warships maintained their silent vigil. Weapons that could crack planets waited in cold storage. Fleets that could cross the galaxy in hours stood ready. Earth had not lied in its report, but Earth had also learned long ago that sometimes the greatest advantage was being underestimated. Chen touched her communication device. Report to Earth Command. They don't believe us. Proceed with protocol silence. Maintain all defensive positions. Do not reveal capabilities unless absolutely necessary. The reply came instantly. Understood, Ambassador. Humanity will wait. Chen allowed herself a small, grim smile. The galaxy had laughed at Earth's military might. She wondered how long it would take before they stopped laughing. She wondered if they would still be alive when they finally understood the truth. The galaxy was about to learn a hard lesson about humanity. They did not exaggerate their strength. If anything, they understated it. 3 months passed since humanity joined the Galactic Council. In that time, Ambassador Chen had attended countless meetings, negotiated trade agreements, and endured patronizing advice from species that considered humans little more than clever children. The 12 Calvex destroyers patrolled human space faithfully, their crews reporting back that Earth's military was exactly as underwhelming as Admiral Voss had predicted. Everything changed on a Tuesday, the first alarms screamed through. Calvex border stations at 0400 Standard Galactic Time. Commander Thex, a veteran officer monitoring the deep space sensors, stared at his display in confusion. The readings made no sense. Thousands of signatures appearing from nowhere, moving impossibly fast. Sensor malfunction, he muttered. Running diagnostics. But the diagnostics came back clean. The signatures were real. Then the first border station went silent. Then the second. Then an entire star system's communications cut out simultaneously. Within an hour, the Calvex Empire's military command center was in chaos. Reports flooded in from multiple sectors. Unknown hostile forces were pouring through the galactic barrier, a region of unstable space that marked the edge of explored territory. Nothing was supposed to be able to cross that barrier in large numbers. Admiral Voss stood in the command center, his forearms working different control panels as he tried to make sense of the invasion. His scales had gone pale, a sign of stress in his species. "What are we facing?" he demanded. "Analysis identifies them as devourers, sir," his intelligence officer reported, her voice shaking. "Machine intelligences? We have records of minor encounters over the centuries, but nothing like this. The computer estimates 50,000 hostile ships, possibly more." 50,000. The number hung in the air like a death sentence. The entire Calvex military had 800 capital ships. Even if they called in every council species, they might assemble 3,000 ships total. And from the initial reports, Devourer technology was proving brutally effective against council defenses. The Devourers were not like organic species. They did not negotiate. They did not retreat. They simply consumed everything in their path, breaking down matter to build more of themselves. They were a plague of steel and artificial intelligence, and they were adapting to council weapons in real time. "Pull back all forces to defensive positions," Voss ordered. "Evacuate the border systems. Get those civilians out now." But even as he gave the orders, he knew they were too slow. Council ships needed hours to cross from one star system to another. The Devourers were faster, much faster. In 4 days, 17 Calvex star systems fell silent. Billions of citizens were killed or captured, their bodies and ships processed into raw materials for more Devourer vessels. The killing machines advanced like a wave of destruction, unstoppable and relentless. The Galactic Council convened an emergency session. The chamber that had been filled with laughter 3 months ago now echoed with panic and fear. High Counselor Threen's voice was strained as he addressed the assembly. The Devourer invasion force is unlike anything in recorded history. They are advancing toward core worlds. At current speed, they will reach densely populated systems within 2 weeks. "We must mount a defense. We are mounting a defense," Voss snarled, his composure cracking. "We are losing. These machines adapt to every weapon we use. Our ships cannot match their speed. We need time, and we need ships we do not have." A Threen collective representative spoke up. "What about the other member species? Can we assemble a combined fleet?" "We are trying," Threen replied. "But mobilization takes time. We have never faced a threat that required rapid deployment across multiple sectors. Our military doctrines are built for stability, not emergency response." That was when Ambassador Chen's voice cut through the chaos. "The Council should authorize Earth to assist in the defense." The chamber fell silent. Several delegates turned to stare at the human representative. Voss's laugh was bitter. "With respect, Ambassador, we appreciate the gesture, but a few dozen human ships will not change the outcome of this battle." "Nevertheless," Chen said calmly, "humanity requests operational command authority to coordinate defense of the threatened sectors." "Operational command?" A Sorn delegate hissed in disbelief. "You have been in space for 3 centuries. You want to command forces against a threat that challenges our entire civilization?" Chen met the delegate's eyes without flinching. "Yes," Counselor Threen clicked his mandibles in thought. The situation was desperate. What harm could it do to let the humans try? Perhaps their fresh perspective might offer some tactical insight, even if their actual military contribution would be minimal. "This council is willing to grant temporary operational authority to Earth forces," Threen announced. "Coordinate with Admiral Voss. Provide whatever assistance your ships can manage. We will need full access to communication networks and sensor data," Chen specified. "Granted," Voss said tiredly. "Though I hope you understand the scale of what we are facing, Ambassador." This is not a border skirmish. This is an extinction-level event. We understand perfectly, Admiral, Chen replied. Her fingers moved across her personal communication device, typing a message that would be transmitted on quantum-encrypted channels back to Earth. The message was simple. Protocol Fenrir. Full authorization. Respond with all available assets. On Earth, in a command center buried 3 kilometers below the surface, Fleet Admiral Marcus Chen received his daughter's message. He had been waiting for this moment, hoping it would never come but preparing for it nonetheless. Around him, dozens of officers stood at attention, waiting for orders. Marcus looked at the message for a long moment, then activated the fleet-wide communication system. This is Fleet Admiral Chen to all commands. Execute Protocol Fenrir. I repeat, execute Protocol Fenrir. All rapid response fleets are to proceed immediately to coordinates transmitted. Rules of engagement, unrestricted. Authorization code, Ragnarok 77. Across human space, in hidden shipyards and camouflaged orbital platforms, thousands of warships received their orders. Crews who had been training for this moment for decades rushed to their stations. Engines that could tear holes in space-time itself began to power up. In the Calvex Prime system, Admiral Voss was organizing what he knew would be the last stand. He had assembled 3,000 ships from across the Council, the largest fleet in galactic history. It was still hopelessly outnumbered. 12,000 Devourer vessels were bearing down on Calvex Prime, a planet that housed 4 billion civilians. All ships, form defensive sphere around the planet, Voss commanded. We hold here. We do not retreat. If we fall, we take as many of these machines with us as possible. His sensor officer suddenly shouted, "Sir!" Spatial anomalies detected, thousands of them. Voss's blood ran cold. The Devourers were arriving sooner than expected. Battle stations. All weapons. Sir, the signatures are behind us. Between us and the planet, that made no sense. Behind them? How could space itself began to tear? Not the slow, controlled openings that marked normal hyperspace travel, but precise, violent rips in reality. And through those rips, ships began to emerge. Human ships. Voss watched in stunned silence as Earth's fleet arrived. Not dozens, not hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. They appeared in perfect formation, as if they had practiced this exact maneuver a million times. Each ship bore the blue and white insignia of Earth's military, and each ship was larger and more heavily armed than anything the Council had ever built. The sensor displays were going crazy, trying to count the arriving vessels. The numbers kept climbing. 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. How many ships does Earth have? Voss whispered. His sensor officer's voice shook as she replied. Sir, the computer is still counting. Current estimate, 27,000 capital ships, plus support craft, plus, sir, we are detecting vessels that match no known classification. They are enormous. On every Council ship, crews watched in disbelief as humanity's true military might revealed itself. The myths had not been myths at all. The impossible claims had been simple facts. And in the command center of the human flagship, a woman's voice spoke with cold authority. This is Admiral Sarakovich of the Earth Defense Fleet. We have operational command. All Council ships pull back to secondary positions. Earth forces will handle the Devourers. Admiral Voss found his voice. Admiral Kovich, how many ships do you have? There was a pause. Then Kovich's reply came and Voss could hear the grim smile in her words. Enough. The Devourer fleet advanced like a swarm of metal locusts, 12,000 warships strong, their hulls gleaming with the processed remains of 17 conquered star systems. They had faced the Galactic Council's defenses and found them weak. Nothing could stop their advance. Nothing ever had. Admiral Sarakovich stood on the bridge of the EDF Indomitable, her eyes scanning tactical displays that showed information in ways the Council had never imagined. At 53, she had spent 30 years preparing for this exact moment. Every simulation, every training exercise, every doctrine had been built around one question. How do you kill something that cannot die? Admiral, Devourer fleet entering weapons range in 90 seconds, her tactical officer reported. Battle groups 1 through 50, activate gravitational anchors. Lock spatial coordinates. Engineering brings singularity drives to full power. Around her, the crew worked with practiced efficiency. There was no panic, no hesitation. They had done this before, just not on this scale. On the Calvex flagship, Admiral Voss watched the human fleet maneuver with growing confusion. The ships were not spreading out to maximize defensive coverage. Instead, they were clustering in groups of 300, forming tight geometric patterns that made no tactical sense. "What are they doing?" Voss muttered. "They are making themselves easier targets." "Sir, receiving tactical data from the human fleet," his communications officer said. "They are requesting we pull back to minimum safe distance of 5 million kilometers? 5 million. That puts us completely out of effective weapons range. Those are their orders, sir." Voss hesitated, then made a decision. The humans had brought an impossible fleet. Maybe their tactics were equally impossible. All Council ships pull back to designated safe distance. "Let us see what Earth's finest can do." The Devourer fleet detected the human vessels and adjusted their approach. Their artificial intelligences analyzed the new targets, calculating weaknesses, planning attack patterns. The machines had consumed 1,000 civilizations. These would be no different. Kovic watched the Devourer fleet close to within firing range. All ships weapons-free. Target packages distributed. Fire on my mark. The first wave of human weapons struck the Devourer fleet, and Admiral Voss finally understood why the Council had been so foolish to laugh. The weapons were nothing like Council technology. There were no missiles, no plasma bolts, no particle beams. Instead, points in space near Devourer ships simply ceased to exist. Miniature black holes flashed into existence for microseconds, their gravity fields tearing the machine vessels apart at the molecular level. Other weapons created waves of distorted space-time that caused Devourer ships to age 10,000 years in a single second, their hulls corroding to dust. Gravitational cannons firing, Kovic reported calmly. Causality mines deployed. Quantum disruptors online. A Devourer battleship 3 kilometers long fired back at a human destroyer. The energy beam that could have vaporized a Council ship struck the human vessel's shields and simply disappeared, absorbed by technology that folded space itself around the ship. "Direct hit on Destroyer Dallas," the tactical officer reported. "Shields at 98%. No damage." Voss could not believe what he was seeing. 98%. That weapon would have destroyed one of our battleships. The human fleet began to move, and now Voss saw their true capability. The ships did not accelerate slowly like Council vessels. They simply appeared in new locations, jumping through space in movements so precise they seemed choreographed. A human battleship would fire its weapons, disappear, and reappear 10,000 kilometers away, already firing again. "How are they moving like that?" The Calvex sensor officer gasped. "Those are full-scale FTL jumps, but there is no charge time, no cooldown period. Because they are not using hyperspace," Voss breathed, finally understanding. "They are using those singularities. They are creating controlled black holes and using them to bend space. By the ancestors, they are manipulating gravity itself." The battle, if it could even be called that, lasted 17 minutes. The first wave of human attacks destroyed 4,000 Devourer ships in the opening minute. The machines tried to adapt, adjusting their shields and armor to compensate for the strange weapons. But human technology did not just damage ships. It erased them from existence. Causality mines created pockets of reverse time, causing Devourer vessels to unbuild themselves. Quantum disruptors split individual ships into multiple parallel realities, each one exploding simultaneously. The gravitational cannons created gravitational shear forces that no physical material could withstand. By minute 5, 8,000 Devourers were destroyed. The machines tried to scatter, but human ships pursued with impossible speed. Every time a Devourer vessel tried to jump away, human ships were already there waiting. By minute 12, the Devourer fleet was no longer a fleet. It was debris. At minute 17, the last Devourer ship tried to ram a human carrier in a final suicidal attack. A human frigate appeared directly in its path and fired a single weapon. The Devourer ship simply ceased to exist, its atoms scattered across 1,000,000 kilometers of space. Silence filled the Calvex command center. 3,000 Council ships floated in space, their crews staring at their sensor displays in shock. 12,000 Devourer warships, the invasion force that had seemed unstoppable, were gone. Completely gone. And the human fleet had not lost a single ship. Casualty report from Earth forces. Voss's communications officer said in a stunned whisper. 0 casualties. No ships damaged beyond superficial shield depletion. Kovich's voice came through the communication channels, calm and professional. Devourer fleet neutralized. Council vessels, you may return to your positions. We will maintain patrol patterns until you are ready to resume normal operations. Voss found he could not speak. His 4 hands trembled as they gripped his command chair. 200 years of military experience, and nothing had prepared him for this. The human fleet began to organize itself into defensive formations around Calvex Prime. The massive Titan-class vessels, each one the size of a small moon, positioned themselves at strategic points. They were weapons platforms so large they could carry entire fleets inside their hangar bays. Admiral Voss, are you receiving? Kovich's voice asked. Voss cleared his throat. Yes. We are here, Admiral Kovich. Good. We will coordinate with your forces to establish a secure perimeter. I am sending tactical specifications for our sensor networks. You should integrate them with your systems. They will give you advance warning if the Devourers attempt another incursion. Admiral Kovich, how? Voss could not even form the complete question. How had they built this fleet? How had they hidden it? How had they developed weapons that made Council technology look like stone axes? There was a pause. Admiral, Earth encountered the Devourers 200 years ago. They found our Oort cloud, the edge of our solar system. We were not ready. We lost 3 colony worlds and 2 billion people in the first attack. We spent the next 2 centuries preparing to make sure it would never happen again. Voss closed his eyes. 2 billion dead. For a young species like humanity, that must have been catastrophic. You have been preparing for war for 2 centuries? Not for war, Admiral. For survival. The Devourers taught us a lesson. Hope is not a strategy. We built the fleet we needed to ensure that no enemy could ever threaten Earth again. We built weapons that could kill the unkillable. We pushed our technology beyond what should have been possible because the alternative was extinction. And your report to the Council? The 3,000 ships? Kovich's voice carried a note of grim humor. 27,000 capital ships is what we could get here in 3 days, Admiral. That is our rapid response force. Our full military operates on a somewhat larger scale. Voss felt cold. How much larger? That is classified, Admiral. But I can tell you that the fleet you see here represents approximately 15% of Earth's total military capacity. We have defense networks around 2,000 star systems. We have weapons platforms that could crack planets. We have contingency plans for threats the Council has never imagined. And we have 40 million personnel who train every day for scenarios that most species would consider paranoid fantasies. The Calvex Admiral looked out at the human fleet, at the ships that had torn through an unstoppable enemy like they were practice targets. Why did you hide this? Why did you let us mock you in the Council chambers? Because, Admiral, we wanted to join the galactic community as friends, not as conquerors. We wanted to be accepted for who we are, not feared for what we can do. But when you laughed at our strength, when you sent 12 destroyers to protect us like we were children, Kovich's voice hardened. You showed us that the Council could not be trusted with the truth. Voss had no response. He thought back to the Council session 3 months ago, to his own laughter, to his dismissal of human claims as myths and exaggeration. The humans had not been exaggerating. They had been understating. What happens now? Voss asked quietly. Now, Kovich replied, we finish cleaning up this mess. Then we have a conversation with the Galactic Council about humanity's actual status. Because junior membership is no longer acceptable. On the bridge of the Indomitable, Admiral Kovich turned to her crew. Well done, everyone. Textbook operation. Mr. Chen, please transmit a full battle report to Earth Command. And someone get Ambassador Chen on the line. I suspect she has some diplomatic work to do. In the Council chambers, Ambassador Chen received the notification that the battle was over. She read the casualty report. 0 human losses, total Devourer fleet destroyed, and allowed herself a small smile. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. Now they would learn to respect human reality. The emergency council session convened 48 hours after the Battle of Calvex Prime. The Great Chamber, which had once echoed with laughter at humanity's expense, was now filled with tension and fear. Every delegate had watched the battle recordings. Every species now understood that their assumptions about Earth had been dangerously wrong. High Counselor Threen called the session to order, his mandibles clicking nervously. This council recognizes Ambassador Chen of Earth and Admiral Sarakovich, who joins us remotely from the human flagship. Chen stood in the center of the chamber once more, but this time, no one was smiling. Admiral Kovich's image appeared on holographic displays, her face calm and professional. Ambassador Chen, Threen began, the council requests a full explanation of Earth's military capabilities. We were clearly provided with inaccurate information during your admission proceedings. With respect, Counselor, Chen replied. Every piece of data in our original report was accurate. Earth does possess over 27,000 capital ships. Our FTL systems do function without dark matter cores. Our weapons do manipulate gravitational fields. The Council chose not to believe us. A murmur ran through the chamber. Several delegates shifted uncomfortably. Admiral Voss stood, his forearms held in a gesture of respect that had been noticeably absent 3 months earlier. Ambassador, I must ask the question that every species here is thinking. If your rapid response force numbers 27,000 ships, what is the size of your total military? Kovich's image spoke. Our full defensive fleet consists of approximately 180,000 capital ships, 40 Titan-class mobile fortresses, and support craft numbering in the millions. We maintain active defense networks around 2,000 star systems, with automated platforms and early warning stations throughout human space. The chamber erupted in shocked voices. 180,000 ships. The number was incomprehensible. The entire Galactic Council, with all its member species combined, could not field even 10,000 capital ships. A Threen collective representative, her crystalline form glowing with agitation, chimed out a question. How is this possible? The resources alone, the industrial capacity. How can one species build such a fleet? Chen took over the explanation. Humanity allocates approximately 40% of our total economic output to military production and research. We have been doing this for 200 years, ever since our first encounter with the Devourers. 40%? The Sorn delegate hissed in disbelief. That is unsustainable. No civilization can maintain such military spending without collapsing. It is not just sustainable, it is necessary, Kovich interjected. 200 years ago, Devourer scouts entered our Oort cloud. We were not prepared. We had colonized several worlds, but we had no significant military. We believed, as many young species do, that the universe was largely peaceful. Her voice hardened. We lost 3 colonies in the first week. 2 billion people died. Our fleet was destroyed in hours. Earth itself was nearly invaded. Chen continued the history. We survived that attack by pure luck. The Devourers withdrew after encountering resistance they did not expect. But we learned a lesson. The universe is not safe. Threats exist that do not negotiate, that do not compromise, that only understand destruction. So you built a war machine, Counselor Threen observed. We built a defense force, Chen corrected. We studied the Devourer technology we recovered. We pushed our science beyond what should have been possible. We developed weapons specifically designed to counter machine intelligence. And we made a promise. Never again would humanity be helpless. Admiral Voss spoke up. Your weapons, the gravitational cannons, the causality mines, these technologies are centuries beyond what the Council has achieved. How did you develop them so quickly? Kovich smiled grimly. Admiral, when your species faces extinction, you find ways to innovate. We had some advantages. Human brains are wired for problem-solving under pressure. We evolved as persistence hunters on Earth, chasing prey for days until it collapsed from exhaustion. That same stubbornness, that same refusal to give up, applies to our scientific research. We also, Chen added, had motivation that the Council species have never experienced in recent memory. The Devourers killed our people. We saw worlds burned, cities destroyed, families torn apart. Every human who works in our military-industrial complex knows someone who died in that first attack. We do not build ships out of national pride or political ambition. We build them because we remember. A delegate from a small species called the Venth asked a question in a trembling voice. You said this is 15% of your fleet. Where are the rest of your ships? Deployed across human territory in defensive positions, Kovich replied. Some are actively patrolling our borders. Others are stationed at key strategic points. A significant number are in deep reserve, maintained in automated shipyards that can reactivate them within hours if needed. Automated shipyards? Voss's eyes widened. You have production facilities that operate without direct oversight? Yes. Our AI systems are sophisticated enough to manage construction, maintenance, and basic tactical decisions. With proper safeguards, of course. We learned from the Devourers that artificial intelligence can be incredibly dangerous, but also incredibly useful if properly controlled. The chamber was silent as delegates absorbed this information. The implications were staggering. Not only did humanity possess overwhelming military might, they had the industrial capacity to sustain it indefinitely. Councillor Threen clicked his mandibles slowly, a sign of deep thought in his species. Ambassador Chen, I must ask a difficult question. Why did you hide your true capabilities from the Council? You could have demanded immediate high-level membership. You could have intimidated us into accepting any terms you wanted. Instead, you allowed us to mock you, to treat you as inferiors. Why? Chen met his gaze steadily. Because we wanted to see who you were, Counselor. We wanted to understand the Galactic Council before committing to it. Earth has been isolated for centuries, and we learned to be cautious. We needed to know, were you potential allies who would respect us despite our youth? Or were you potential threats who would need to fear us? And what did you learn? Threen asked quietly. We learned that the Council is complacent, Chen replied bluntly. You have had peace for so long that you forgot how to fight. You have grown comfortable, and comfort breeds weakness. When the Devourers attacked, your response was too slow, too disorganized. If Earth had not intervened, the Calvex Empire would have fallen. And after the Calvex, the next species. And the next? The Devourers would have consumed you one civilization at a time. Voss bowed his head, acknowledging the truth. You are correct, Ambassador. We were not prepared. However, Chen continued, we also learned that you are capable of working together when threatened. We saw species that had been rivals for centuries cooperate in the face of extinction. That is worth preserving. That is worth protecting. So what does Earth want? A Threen representative asked. You have shown your strength. You could demand anything from this council. Kovich's image leaned forward slightly. We want what we have always wanted, to be treated as equals. Not as junior members. Not as primitives who need guidance. As full partners in the galactic community. You want a seat on the High Council? Threen asked. We want recognition that humanity has earned the right to participate in major decisions, Chen stated. We want access to core systems and trade routes. We want the Council to stop sending protection fleets to babysit us. And most importantly, we want honesty. No more patronizing attitudes. No more assumptions that young species are weak or foolish. Voss stood again. I move that Earth be granted full Council membership with High Council privileges, effective immediately. They have more than earned it. Seconded, said the Threen representative. The vote was unanimous. No species dared oppose it now. Earth was granted full membership with all rights and privileges. The protection fleet was withdrawn. Human diplomats were given access to previously restricted information and territories. But as the session concluded, Councillor Threen requested a private conversation with Chen and Kovich. The three of them met in a secure chamber, away from the other delegates. I must know, Threen said, his voice tired. Your fleet of 180,000 ships, is that truly your full military capacity? Or is that number also understated? Chen and Kovich exchanged glances. Kovich spoke carefully. Counselor, that is our active defense fleet. Ships that are crewed, operational, and ready for deployment. It does not include reserve vessels in storage. It does not include our automated defense platforms. It does not include ships currently under construction. And it does not include certain classified weapon systems that we prefer not to discuss. Threen was silent for a long moment. I see. And if I asked for the real number? The total military capacity Earth could bring to bear if truly threatened. Chen's voice was soft but firm. Then I would tell you, Counselor, that the number would be higher. Significantly higher. But I would also tell you that you do not need to fear us. Earth builds ships to defend, not to conquer. We learned what happens when you are unprepared for threats. We will never be unprepared again. But you will also never be weak again, Threen observed. No, Kovich agreed. We will never be weak again. The galaxy taught us that weakness invites destruction, so we became strong enough that no enemy would ever dare attack Earth, strong enough that we could protect not just ourselves, but our allies. Threen looked at both women with his compound eyes, seeing them with new understanding. I apologize, Ambassador Chen. When you first came to the Council, I thought you were boastful children playing at being warriors. I was wrong. You are survivors who learned the hardest lessons the universe offers. The galaxy should not have laughed at you. We should have listened. Jen inclined her head. Apology accepted, Counselor. And now we move forward as allies. The Devourers are still out there. This was one fleet, but there will be others. The galaxy needs to prepare, and Earth will help. That is why we revealed ourselves. Not to intimidate, but to protect. As they left the chamber, Threen watched the two humans go. He thought about the reports, about the staggering military might Earth commanded, about the weapons that bent physics itself to humanity's will. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. Now they would live under human protection, and Threen was not certain which thought was more terrifying. 6 months after the Battle of Calvex Prime, the galaxy had changed in ways both obvious and subtle. Human ships now patrolled the major trade routes, their presence a constant reminder of Earth's power. The Devourer threat had not disappeared. 2 more incursion attempts had been detected and eliminated within hours by Earth's rapid response forces, but the terror that had gripped the Council had faded, replaced by a different kind of unease. Admiral Voss stood on an observation deck of Earth's newest station, Bastion 7, watching human military exercises in the distance. Thousands of ships moved in perfect coordination, appearing and disappearing through space in patterns that still made his head hurt. He had requested a transfer to train with human forces, eager to learn from the species he had once dismissed. "Impressive, is it not?" a voice said beside him. Voss turned to see High Counselor Threen, the ancient insectoid moving slowly on his multiple legs. "Counselor, I did not expect to see you here." "I am conducting research," Threen replied, his mandibles clicking, and what Voss had learned was amusement. "I am writing a new treatise on the danger of underestimating the desperate." I thought it appropriate given recent events. Voss made a gesture of agreement with his upper arms. "We were fools. I was the greatest fool of all. We were comfortable," Threen corrected gently. "Comfort breeds assumptions. We assumed that because we had peace for millennia, peace was the natural state of the universe. We assumed that young species like humanity were weak because they had not had time to develop. We assumed that our technology was the pinnacle of what was possible." He paused. "We assumed, and we were wrong about everything." They watched the exercises continue. A squadron of human destroyers executed a maneuver that should have been impossible, jumping into a formation so tight that their shields overlapped, creating a combined defensive field that could withstand planet-cracking weapons. "I have been studying human history," Threen continued. "Did you know they have never experienced true galactic peace? On their homeworld, they fought wars constantly for thousands of years, nation against nation, tribe against tribe, sometimes for resources, sometimes for ideology, sometimes for reasons they themselves could barely explain." "I had heard," Voss said. "It seems barbaric, perhaps, but it also made them survivors. Every human alive today descends from ancestors who fought, who struggled, who refused to give up even when defeat seemed certain. That stubbornness is coded into their biology, and when they finally united as a species, they turned that same determination toward survival in space." Admiral Sarakovich approached them, her uniform crisp, despite the long hours she had been working. "Counselor Threen, Admiral Voss, I hope you are enjoying the demonstration." "It is educational," Voss admitted. "Your pilots execute maneuvers that would kill most organic species. The G-forces alone. We have inertial dampening technology that reduces the effect by 99%, Kovich explained. "But yes, human pilots still experience more physical stress than most species could tolerate. We train for it. Human bodies are remarkably adaptable when pushed." "Everything about your species is remarkably adaptable," Threen observed. "Your technology, your tactics, your entire civilization. You have been in space for 300 years and already surpassed species that have explored the stars for 10,000. How?" Kovich considered the question. "I think it is because we never forgot that we are vulnerable. Most Council species achieved space travel, found it relatively easy, and grew comfortable. Earth achieved space travel, immediately encountered deadly threats, and learned that comfort is a luxury we cannot afford." She gestured to the exercises. "Every ship you see out there has a crew that trains 16 hours a day. Every officer has memorized thousands of tactical scenarios. Every weapon system is tested and retested constantly. We do not assume that our technology will work. We verify it. We do not assume that our strategies are sound. We challenge them. We do not assume that we are safe. We prepare for every possible threat. It sounds exhausting, Voss said. It is, Kovich agreed with a slight smile, but it keeps us alive. Across the galaxy, other changes were taking place. Council species had begun adopting human military doctrines, trying to learn the lessons that Earth had paid for in blood. The Calvex Empire had completely reorganized its fleet structure, implementing rapid response protocols and joint training exercises with human forces. The Threen Collective had established research partnerships with Earth's military academies, hoping to understand the theoretical physics behind human weapons. But not all changes were purely military. Cultural exchange programs had begun, and council species were discovering that humans were not the brutish warriors they had appeared to be. They had art, philosophy, music, and literature as rich and complex as any galactic civilization. They valued peace and cooperation even as they prepared for war. In the council chambers, Ambassador Chen addressed the assembly on the topic of galactic defense reform. She had become one of the most influential voices in galactic politics, not through intimidation, but through the simple fact that everyone now listened when she spoke. The Devourer threat is contained but not eliminated, Chen explained. Our intelligence suggests there are multiple machine collectives beyond the galactic barrier. The force we defeated was only one of many. Earth can defend against these threats, but we should not have to do it alone. What do you propose? A delegate asked. A unified defense network. Every council species contributes ships and resources according to their capacity. Human technology and training methods are shared freely with all members. Early warning stations are established at every vulnerable point along the galactic barrier. And most importantly, we create a rapid response force that can reach any threatened system within hours, not days. Under human command? The delegate asked suspiciously. Under joint command, Chen corrected. Earth provides the majority of ships and technology, yes, but operational decisions should be made collectively. We are partners, not overlords. The proposal passed after weeks of debate. The Galactic Defense Initiative, as it was called, represented a fundamental shift in how the Council operated. For the first time in millennia, the galaxy was preparing for war, not just maintaining peace. Admiral Voss completed his training rotation with human forces and returned to Calvex territory to implement what he had learned. On his last day at Bastion 7, he met with Kovich one final time. I learned something during my time here, Voss said. I learned what real warfare looks like. What the Council called military power was barely adequate for policing and border disputes. You showed me what preparation for survival actually requires. And what will you do with that knowledge? Kovich asked. I will try to prepare my people. I will teach them that peace is not guaranteed, that threats exist beyond our imagining, and that the only way to protect what we love is to be strong enough that no one dares threaten it. Kovich nodded approvingly. Then you learned the right lesson, Admiral. I learned one other thing, Voss added. I learned respect. Not fear, though there is some of that too, but genuine respect for what humanity has accomplished. You could have conquered the Council. You had the strength, but you chose partnership instead. We chose survival, Kovich corrected. Conquering the Council would have made us enemies of 47 species. Protecting the Council makes us allies of 47 species. It is simple mathematics. Perhaps, Voss said, but I think it is more than that. I think humans genuinely wanted friends, not subjects. That is rare in the galaxy. After Voss departed, Kovich stood alone in her office looking at a photo of Earth from space. The blue and white marble that had given birth to humanity, that had survived the Devourer attack 2 centuries ago, that had built the most powerful military force in galactic history out of desperation and determination. Her communication device chimed. Admiral, we have detected another spatial anomaly at grid reference 773, possibly Devourer scouts. Dispatch Battle Group 12, Kovich ordered. Standard containment and elimination protocols. Yes, Admiral. Battle Group jumping in 3 minutes. Kovich watched the tactical display as human ships prepared to intercept the new threat. Somewhere beyond the galactic barrier, the Devourers waited. Other threats waited too. Things the Council had never imagined, dangers that would come eventually. But Earth was ready. Earth was always ready now. Ambassador Chen stood before the Council 6 months after Earth had saved the galaxy, and she felt the weight of history on her shoulders. Her father commanded fleets. Her mother had died in the Devourer attack 200 years ago, well, her great-great-grandmother. But in Earth's collective memory, they were all mothers, all fathers, all family. The galaxy laughed at us once, Chen said to the assembled delegates. You thought our claims were myths, our strength was fantasy, our warnings were the boasts of an arrogant young species. You were wrong, but we do not hold that against you. Every species makes mistakes. The question is, do you learn from them? She looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of delegates from dozens of worlds. Earth learned from our mistakes. We learned that hope is not a strategy. We learned that preparation is not paranoia. We learned that the universe is dangerous, and the only way to survive is to be dangerous in return. But we also learned that strength without purpose is meaningless. We do not build ships to conquer. We build them to protect. Not just Earth, all of us. The chamber was silent. Then slowly, High Counselor Threen began to tap his legs against the floor, creating a rhythmic clicking sound. One by one, other delegates joined in, each species adding their own gesture of respect and acknowledgement. The galaxy no longer laughed at human myths. They had learned painfully that human legends were understatements. The ships were real. The weapons were real. The determination was real. And behind it all was a simple truth that the galaxy had forgotten, but humanity never would. Survival is not given. It is earned. Chen left the chambers and looked up at the stars, at the darkness between them where threats lurked and dangers waited. But she also saw human ships on patrol, saw the lights of council stations protected by Earth's defense networks, saw a galaxy that had learned to stand together. They had laughed at humanity. Now they stood with humanity. And together, they would face whatever came next. Because that was the other lesson Earth had taught them. Alone, they were vulnerable. Together, they were unstoppable. The galaxy had changed. The myths had become reality. And humanity, the young species that everyone had underestimated, had become the shield that protected them all. In space, the exercises continued. The fleets trained. The weapons waited in silent readiness. And on Earth, in a command center deep underground, Admiral Marcus Chen looked at tactical displays showing deployment patterns across 2,000 star systems. Status report, he requested. All defense networks operational, Admiral. All fleets at ready status. No immediate threats detected. Good, Marcus said. Maintain alert status. The galaxy is counting on us. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. They would never make that mistake again. And as long as Earth stood watch, they would never need to.
The lecture hall smelled like recycled air and lavender disinfectant, a combination that made Kira's stomach turn every single morning. She sat in the back row, shoulders hunched, fingers drumming against the synthetic wood of her desk while Professor Velis droned on about quantum mechanics and warp field theory. Around her, 200 students from 40 different species scribbled notes, tapped holographic keyboards, or simply existed in that unique state of academic boredom that transcended biology. Kira was human. The only human in the entire Galactic Academy on Station Zenith 7 that made her something between a curiosity and a liability, depending on who you ask. Miss Chen, are you paying attention? Professor Velis's voice cut through the monotony, his triocular gaze fixed on her from the podium. He was Velian, tall and spindly with skin that shimmered like oil on water. Absolutely, Professor, Akira replied, not bothering to look up. You were explaining how warp bubbles collapse under gravitational stress. Riveting stuff, a few students tittered. Velis's middle eye narrowed, but he continued his lecture without further comment. Kira suppressed a grin. Small victory. Next to her sat Mira, a Quillen with 4 arms and an unfortunate habit of chewing on her stylus when nervous. She leaned closer, whispering through her translator, "You really should not antagonize him. Humans already have a reputation." "What reputation?" Mira muttered. "That we're loud, aggressive, emotionally unstable, all of those, yes. Great. At least they're consistent." Mira's antenna twitched with what might have been amusement. Despite everything, she was one of the few beings on this station who treated Kira like an actual person instead of a walking disaster waiting to happen. Humans had only joined the galactic community 18 months ago, and the galaxy was still deciding whether that was a brilliant idea or a catastrophic mistake. Kira suspected most were leaning toward the latter. The morning crawled forward. Velis transitioned into discussing theoretical applications of faster-than-light communication, and Kira's mind drifted. She thought about Earth, about the smell of rain on pavement, about her younger brother's terrible jokes. She thought about how strange it was to be light years away from home, surrounded by beings who breathed different air and dreamed in colors she couldn't imagine. Then the alarm sounded. It wasn't the soft chime of a fire drill or the polite buzz of a schedule change. This was a screaming, bone-rattling wail that turned the recycled air into pure adrenaline. Red emergency lights flooded the hall, casting everything in shades of blood and shadow. Kira's desk cracked. She looked down and realized her hands were gripping the edges so hard the synthetic material had splintered beneath her fingers. Splinters from a desk designed to withstand the weight of species 3 times her size. Around her, chaos erupted. Students screamed, scrambled, knocked over chairs in their panic. Professor Velis was shouting something about orderly evacuation, but his voice was lost in the cacophony. Mira grabbed Kira's arm with 2 of her hands, eyes wide with terror. "What is happening?" Kira didn't answer. She couldn't. Her heart was hammering so hard it felt like it might burst through her ribs, and every muscle in her body had gone rigid. This wasn't fear. This was something older, something written into her DNA by 1 billion years of evolution on a planet that had tried very, very hard to kill her ancestors. The station's automated voice cut through the noise, cold and mechanical. "Alert. Hostile forces detected. All personnel proceed to designated shelters. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Hostile forces. Invasion." Kira stood, shoving her chair back so hard it flew across the aisle and clattered against the wall. Students nearby flinched away from her, and she realized she was breathing hard. Nostrils flared, every sense suddenly razor-sharp. Mira's voice was small, frightened. "Get to the shelters," Kira said, her voice coming out rougher than intended. "Now, what about you? I'll be right behind you." That was a lie, and they both knew it. The lecture hall emptied in a stampede of limbs and wings and appendages Kira didn't have names for. She waited until the last student had fled, then turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, not toward the shelters, toward the observation deck. She needed to see. The corridors of Zenith 7 were a maze of gleaming metal and soft lighting, designed to be calming and efficient. Now they were a war zone. Emergency teams rushed past her, shouting orders in a dozen languages. A Kree engineer nearly collided with her, his exoskeleton clattering as he adjusted course. "Wrong way, human," he barked. Kira ignored him. The observation deck was supposed to be off-limits during emergencies, but the door slid open when she swiped her student ID. Apparently, the station's security protocols hadn't accounted for someone stupid enough to run toward danger. She stepped inside and her breath caught. Through the massive, transparent dome, space stretched out in every direction. Beautiful, infinite, and currently filled with ships. Not galactic community ships. These were angular, brutal things, all sharp edges and glowing weapons arrays. They moved with predatory grace, circling Zenith 7 like sharks scenting blood. Kira counted 12. No, 15. Maybe more emerging from behind the station's curve. Her hands clenched into fists. "Zerathians," a voice said behind her. Kira spun. A woman stood in the doorway, tall and broad-shouldered, with close-cropped black hair and eyes that had seen too much. She wore the insignia of station security, lieutenant's bars on her collar. "Commander Hayes," Kira breathed. Commander Sarah Hayes was the only other human on Zenith 7, a career officer who'd been assigned here as part of Earth's diplomatic contingent. Kira had seen her exactly twice before, both times from a distance. "You should be in a shelter, cadet," Hayes said, but there was no heat in her words. She moved to stand beside Kira, staring out at the enemy fleet. "So should you." Hayes's mouth twitched. "Probably." They stood in silence for a moment, watching as the Zerathian ships tightened their formation. Energy signatures bloomed across Kira's vision, weapons charging. "They're going to attack," Kira said quietly. "Yes. Can the station defend itself?" Hayes was quiet for a long moment. The defensive grid was designed to repel pirates and small raiding parties, not a full battle fleet. She paused. "We've sent a distress signal. Help is coming, but it'll take hours, maybe days. And Zenith 7 won't last that long." "No, it won't." Kira's jaw tightened. "Then we need to buy time." Hayes turned to look at her, really look at her, and something shifted in her expression. recognition, maybe, or understanding. You know what they call us, don't you? Out there in the galaxy. What the other species whisper when they think we can't hear. Deathworlders, Kira said. Deathworlders, Hayes echoed. Because Earth tried to kill us for millions of years and we refused to die. Because we evolved in gravity that would crush half the species in this station. Because our immune systems treat biological warfare like a minor inconvenience. Because we are, by every measurable standard, absolutely terrifying. Your point? Hayes's smile was sharp enough to cut. My point, Cadet, is that those Zerathian bastards are about to learn why you don't invade a station with humans on it. The first weapon struck the station's shields, and the deck shuddered beneath their feet. Alarms wailed. The lights flickered. Kira felt something unlock inside her chest, something she'd been keeping carefully contained since the moment she'd arrived at this station. The other students were fragile. The professors were cautious. Everyone walked on eggshells around her, afraid she might snap, might lash out, might prove every terrible stereotype about humans true. She'd been so careful, so controlled, but now there was an enemy. Now there was a threat. Now she could let go. What do you need me to do? Kira asked. Hayes pulled a sidearm from her holster and offered it handle first. First, arm yourself. Second, follow me. We're going to show these xenocidal pricks what happens when you pick a fight with Earth. Kira took the weapon. It was heavy, solid, real. Her fingers wrapped around the grip like they'd been made for it. More impacts rocked the station. The shields were failing. Somewhere in the distance, metal screamed as hull plates buckled. Commander, Kira said as they moved toward the exit. I should probably mention I've never actually fired a gun before. Hayes laughed. Wild and fierce. Don't worry, humans are natural-born killers, Chin. It's in your blood. You'll figure it out. They ran. The corridors had transformed into a nightmare. Emergency lighting cast everything in hellish red. Smoke billowed from damaged systems. A section of wall had collapsed, revealing sparking wires and hissing pipes. Bodies lay scattered, some moving, some not. Kira's training should have kicked in. First aid, triage, help the wounded. But Hayes was already past them, moving with military precision, and something in Kira's gut told her that stopping now would doom everyone. The only way to save these people was to stop the attack. They reached an emergency lift. Hayes jammed her security card into the reader and the doors hissed open. Where are we going? Kira demanded as they descended. Hangar Bay, the station has a small complement of defense fighters, but they're not armed. Not officially, not officially. Hayes's grin was vicious. I may have acquired certain weapon systems during my time in the Navy. Kept them in storage. Just in case. You smuggled military-grade weapons onto an educational station. Yep. That's incredibly illegal. Also incredibly useful right now, wouldn't you say? Kira couldn't argue with that. The lift doors opened onto chaos. The hangar bay was enormous, designed to accommodate everything from cargo haulers to diplomatic shuttles. Right now it was filling with smoke and panicked personnel. A Zerathian breaching pod had punched through the outer hull, and armored soldiers were pouring out, weapons blazing. Hayes drew her sidearm and fired 3 shots, so fast they sounded like one. 3 Zerathian soldiers dropped. Holes burned through their helmets. Move! Hayes shouted. They sprinted across the bay, using cargo containers for cover as energy bolts sizzled past them. Kira's heart was trying to pound its way out of her chest, but her hands were steady, almost eerily steady. A Zerathian soldier stepped out from behind a shuttle. Weapon raised, Kira didn't think. She raised her sidearm and pulled the trigger. The recoil surprised her. The accuracy didn't. The shot took the soldier square in the chest and he went down hard. Hayes glanced at her. Not bad for a first-timer. Thanks, I'm terrified. Good. Fear keeps you alive. They reached a secured storage unit at the far end of the bay. Hayes pressed her palm against the biometric lock and the door slid open, revealing racks of weapons, ammunition, and what looked like modified fighter armaments. Grab what you can carry, Hayes ordered. We're loading up 2 fighters, and we're going out there, into space, against a full battle fleet. You got a better idea? Kira looked at the weapons, then back toward the hangar where more Zerathian soldiers were establishing a beachhead. She thought about Mira terrified and hiding in a shelter, about Professor Velis and his insufferable lectures, about 200 students who were just trying to learn and grow and maybe make the galaxy a little bit better. No, she said, I really don't. They loaded the fighters in 4 minutes flat, working with a synchronization that felt almost supernatural. Maybe it was adrenaline. Maybe it was something deeper, some shared human instinct for violence that the rest of the galaxy feared. Kira climbed into the cockpit of a sleek Raven-class fighter, her hands finding the controls with surprising ease. The neural interface synced with her implant, and suddenly the ship felt like an extension of her body. "You ever flown before?" Hayes asked over the comm. "Simulator training. Nothing real." "Well, congratulations on your graduation. Try not to die." The hangar doors were damaged, stuck half open. Hayes blasted them the rest of the way with her fighters' forward guns, and then they were launching, shooting out into the black. Space combat was nothing like the simulators. It was faster, more disorienting, more viscerally terrifying. Zarathian fighters swarmed around them immediately, weapons blazing. Kira banked hard, instinct guiding her, and felt laser fire miss her hull by meters. She returned fire, watched with grim satisfaction as one of the enemy fighters exploded into debris. "Not bad, Chen," Hayes shouted. "Stick with me." They dove toward the Zarathian capital ship, 2 tiny fighters against a vessel the size of a city block. It was suicide. It was insane. It was working. The Zarathians hadn't expected resistance. Their fighters were scrambling to intercept, but Hayes and Kira were already past them, streaking toward the capital ship's exposed underbelly. "Targeting the reactor core," Hayes said, her voice tight with concentration. "When I give the signal, fire everything you've got." Kira's hands tightened on the controls. "Copy that." They were so close now she could see individual hull plates, could see crew members moving behind reinforced windows. "Now!" Hayes screamed. Kira fired. Every weapon, every missile, everything. The capital ship's reactor didn't just explode. It tore itself apart from the inside out, a chain reaction of catastrophic failures that turned the entire vessel into a miniature sun. The shockwave hit Kira's fighter like a physical blow, sending her spinning end over end. Alarms shrieked. Her vision went white. When her sight cleared, the Zarathian fleet was in full retreat, scattering like startled fish. "Hayes?" Kira gasped. "Commander Hayes, do you copy?" Static, then faint and crackling. "I copy." Still alive. Mostly. Kira let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. They'd done it. Against all odds, against every reasonable expectation, they'd actually done it. She guided her damaged fighter back towards Zenith 7, watching as station security moved to secure the hangar bay, as medical teams rushed to help the wounded. She'd saved them. She'd actually saved them. The fighter touched down roughly, and Kira practically fell out of the cockpit. Her legs were shaking. Her hands were shaking. Everything was shaking. Hayes appeared beside her, blood running down one side of her face from a cut above her eye, grinning like a maniac. "Welcome to the war, cadet," she said. Kira opened her mouth to respond. That's when the second invasion fleet dropped out of warp, twice the size of the first, and every weapon trained on the station. The comm systems exploded with panicked voices. Station command was shouting evacuation protocols. Defense coordinators were screaming about insufficient firepower. Someone was praying in a language Kira didn't recognize. Commander Hayes grabbed Kira's shoulder hard enough to bruise. "You get back in that fighter. Now, they'll slaughter us," Kira said, but she was already moving. Her body had disconnected from her brain, running on pure survival instinct. "There's no way 2 fighters can take on that many ships. Then we don't take them on. We buy time." Hayes was climbing back into her cockpit, blood still streaming down her face. The distress signal went out. "Galactic Defense Forces en route. We just need to keep this station in one piece until they arrive." "How long?" 40 minutes. 40 minutes. An eternity in combat. A blink in any other context. Kira sealed herself into her fighter, felt the neural interface reconnect. The ship's systems were damaged but functional. Barely, she had maybe 60% weapon capacity, and the shields were operating at a fraction of their normal strength. Through the cockpit canopy, she watched the second Zarathian fleet arrange itself in an attack formation. These ships were larger, more heavily armed. The smaller craft that had retreated earlier were regrouping with them, doubling their fighter complement. "They're really committed to destroying this place," Kira muttered. "Zenith 7 is the premier research and education facility in this sector," Hayes replied through the comm. 40 species represented, thousands of the brightest minds in the galaxy. They're not trying to conquer it, Chen. They're trying to send a message. What message? That the galactic community is weak, that we can't protect our own, that unity is a fantasy. As his voice went cold, the Zarathians have been isolationists for 3 centuries. Now they're making a play for dominance, and this is their opening move. The lead Zarathian vessel powered up its main cannon. Energy readings spiked across Kira's display, climbing higher and higher. That's a planetary assault weapon, Hayes said quietly. One shot will crack this station like an egg. Then we stop them from firing. With what? Harsh language. Cora's mind raced. 2 fighters. Damaged fighters. Against a fleet that could atomize them without effort. The math was impossible. The situation was hopeless. Humans specialized in hopeless. Commander, what's the one thing every species in the galaxy agrees about humans? Hayes was silent for a moment. Then she laughed, sharp and bitter. That we're insane. Exactly. So let's prove them right. Kira opened a channel to the Zarathian fleet. She had no idea if they'd even listen, but she had to try. Zarathian vessels. This is Cadet Kira Chen of Earth. You are in violation of galactic community law. Withdraw immediately or face consequences. The response came 30 seconds later, translated through her ship's computer. The voice was cold, mechanical, utterly without mercy. Earth, the species that believes itself equal to civilizations millennia old. You are irrelevant. Your warning is irrelevant. Prepare for annihilation. Irrelevant. Kira repeated. That's their mistake right there. She plotted a course directly toward the lead vessel, the one charging its planet killer. Commander, I need you to hit their sensor array. Blind them. Just for a few seconds. And then what? Then I'm going to do something incredibly stupid. Kira, wait. But Kira was already accelerating, pushing her damaged fighter to maximum burn. The Zarathian fleet opened fire, and space around her became a lattice of death. Energy bolts and missiles filled the void, each one capable of vaporizing her ship. She dodged. Not through skill, not through training, through something deeper, something her body knew before her mind caught up. Earth gravity was crushing compared to most worlds. Earth predators had been fast and deadly. Humans had survived by being faster, smarter, more adaptable. Kira's ancestors had dodged saber-toothed cats and cave bears. These energy bolts were just bigger teeth. Hayes' fighter streaked past, weapons blazing, and the Zarathian flagship's sensor array exploded in a shower of sparks and debris. For exactly 4.3 seconds, the massive ship was blind. Kira used every one of those seconds. She dove beneath the flagship's ventral hull, so close she could have reached out and touched the metal if not for the canopy. Targeting systems locked onto the charging weapon's power coupling, the one weak point in its heavily armored structure. She fired everything. Missiles, lasers, kinetic rounds, everything. The coupling ruptured. Energy meant for the station backfed into the weapon itself, and Kira was already pulling up, pulling away, pushing her fighter past its maximum stress tolerances. The Zarathian flagship's main weapon exploded. Not the controlled detonation of a reactor breach, but a chaotic, violent failure that tore through internal systems like a cancer. Secondary explosions rippled across the hull. The ship began listing, life support failing, crew evacuating in escape pods. The rest of the fleet hesitated. Just for a moment. Just long enough. That's 2 capital ships, you arrogant bastards. Hayes snarled over the comm. You want a third? The Zarathians did not in fact want a third. Their formation broke, ships peeling away, fighters retreating to defensive positions. But they didn't leave. They regrouped, recalculated, prepared for a second assault. Kira's fighter limped back toward the station, systems failing one by one. Red lights covered her dashboard. The neural interface was screaming warnings directly into her brain. Chen, your ship's falling apart, Hayes said. I noticed. Get back to the hangar. You're done. Not yet, because she'd seen something. A pattern in the Zarathian formation. A gap in their defensive screen. And 37 minutes left until reinforcements arrived. She changed course, vectoring not toward the station but toward the enemy fleet's left flank. 3 heavy cruisers hung there, weapons charging, prepared to pound Zenith 7 into scrap metal. Kira, what are you doing? Buying time. You'll die, probably. She thought about Mira hiding in some shelter, wondering if her sarcastic human friend was still alive. About her brother back on Earth, who'd cried when she left for the academy. about Professor Velis and his boring lectures that she'd never complain about again if she survived this. About the 200 students who deserved to live. Her fighter was screaming now, every system on the verge of catastrophic failure. She aimed for the gap between the cruisers, threading the needle at speeds that would turn her into paste if she hit anything solid. The Zerathians saw her coming. They fired. She dodged. Not all of it. One energy bolt clipped her starboard wing, tearing it half off. Her fighter began spiraling, centrifugal force trying to pull her apart. Kira roared, fighting the controls, forcing the dying ship to obey her will. She wasn't religious, but in that moment she prayed to whatever gods might listen. Human gods, alien gods, the cold mathematics of physics itself. The fighter stabilized. Barely. She was inside their formation now, past their heaviest defenses, and she had exactly one missile left. One shot. One chance. The lead cruiser's bridge was directly ahead, command staff visible through reinforced windows. She could see their faces. Alien features twisted in shock and rage. They hadn't expected this. Hadn't expected someone to be this reckless, this desperate, this human. For Earth, Kira whispered and fired. The missile struck the bridge dead center. The explosion was relatively small, contained, but it severed the cruiser's command structure. Without leadership, its automated systems went into defensive mode. Weapons powering down, engines reducing to station-keeping burns. The other two cruisers broke formation, scrambling to compensate, and then the cavalry arrived. Warp signatures bloomed across Kira's sensors. Massive signatures, the Galactic Defense Force dropping into real space in perfect formation. 12 dreadnoughts, 50 destroyers, hundreds of fighters. The Zerathian fleet didn't wait to engage. They jumped to warp in seconds, abandoning their damaged ships, fleeing into the deep black. Kira's fighter finally gave up the ghost. Systems died. Life support failed. She was coasting now, drifting in vacuum, trapped in a metal coffin. Chen. Hayes' voice crackled through the dying comm system. Kira, respond. She tried. Her mouth wouldn't work. Everything hurt. She was pretty sure she had at least 3 broken ribs and possibly a concussion. The cockpit was getting cold. Really cold. Rescue teams are en route, Hayes was saying, but her voice sounded distant. Hang on, cadet. That's an order. Hang on. Kira's eyes drifted closed. She'd done it. They'd won. Everyone would be okay. That was good. That was enough. When she woke up, she was in medical bay, wrapped in more bandages than she'd thought possible. Every breath hurt. Moving was out of the question. But she was alive. Mira was sitting beside her bed, all 4 hands wringing together nervously. When she saw Kira's eyes open, she made a sound that the translator rendered as relieved sobbing. You complete idiot, Mira said, which wasn't what Kira expected. You beautiful, insane, terrifying idiot. Hey, Kira croaked. I saved everyone. Yes, by nearly dying multiple times. Mira leaned forward, antenna trembling. Every species in this station is talking about you. About Commander Hayes. About what humans can do when threatened. Are they scared? Absolutely terrified. And also grateful. It is a confusing combination. Kira managed a weak laugh that turned into a cough. Where's Hayes? Giving reports to Galactic Command. She has been arguing with them for 6 hours about military protocols and rules of engagement. I believe she may have used several Earth profanities that the translators cannot process. That sounds like her. The door slid open and Professor Velis entered, moving with the careful dignity of his species. He stopped at the foot of Kira's bed, 3 eyes studying her. Miss Chen, he said formally, I have been asked to deliver a message from the Academy Council. Here it comes, Kira thought. Expulsion for recklessness, criminal charges for taking military action, deportation back to Earth. The Council wishes to extend their deepest gratitude for your actions during the attack, Velis continued. Furthermore, they have unanimously voted to create a new position, Head of Emergency Response and Combat Protocols. The position is yours, should you choose to accept it. Kira stared. I'm a student. I split a desk in half this morning because I got startled. Yes, Velis said, and his tone was almost warm. And when the alarm sounded, when everyone else panicked, you acted. You understood that violence, controlled and directed, is sometimes the only answer to violence. The galaxy needs individuals who understand this, individuals who can protect the rest of us when negotiation fails. He paused, then added more quietly, I apologize, Miss Chen, for treating you as a potential danger rather than a potential defender. It was small-minded of me. It's okay, Kira said. I kind of am a danger to our enemies. Yes, we are beginning to appreciate the distinction. After he left, Mira squeezed Kira's hand gently. So, you are famous now. The human who saved Zenith 7. How does it feel? Painful, Kira admitted. Everything hurts. That is very human of you. To save everyone and then complain about the consequences. Complaining is also very human. This is true. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Through the medical bay window, Kira could see Zenith 7's curve. Could see repair crews already working on the damaged sections. Life continuing. Learning continuing. Because of what she'd done. Because of what Hayes had done. Because humans, when pushed back harder. Commander Hayes appeared in the doorway several hours later, looking exhausted but satisfied. She'd cleaned up, changed uniforms, and the cut above her eye was sealed with medical adhesive. Cadet Chen, she said formally. Then she grinned. Or should I say, head of emergency response. I haven't accepted yet. You will. Hayes pulled up a chair, sitting with the careful posture of someone whose body had also been through hell. Because you're a fighter, Kira. Because when the alarm sounded and everyone else ran toward safety, you ran toward the fight. It's not training. Maybe it's a bad instinct. Maybe. But it's the instinct that kept humanity alive on Earth. And it's the instinct that's going to keep the galactic community alive now. Kira thought about that. About her broken desk and her reputation and the weight of expectation that had been crushing her since she arrived at this station. About how, in the moment of actual crisis, that weight had transformed into purpose. The galaxy's still afraid of us, she said. Good. Let them be afraid. Fear keeps people honest. Hayes leaned back, but they're also grateful. And gratitude builds trust. And trust, given enough time, builds understanding. You sound optimistic. I sound realistic. Humans aren't saints, Kira. We're violent, aggressive, emotionally unstable deathworlders from a nightmare planet. But we're also loyal, courageous, and we don't abandon our own. The galaxy needs to learn that we're both the monster under the bed and the guardian at the door, sometimes simultaneously. Kira looked at her hands, at the bandages covering knuckles that had gripped a fighter's controls so hard she'd bruised bone, at fingers that had pulled a trigger without hesitation when lives were at stake. I split my desk in half, she said quietly, just from grabbing it when the alarm went off. I know. It's already a meme on the station network. Someone made an animation. Oh God, it's actually pretty funny, you should see it. Despite everything. Kira laughed. It hurt, but it was worth it. The door opened again and a junior medical officer entered. Some species Kira didn't recognize, holding a data pad. Excuse me, Head Chen, there are 63 media requests for interviews, 27 academic journals asking for articles, and apparently the entire freshman class wants your autograph. Kira looked at Hayes helplessly. Hayes was trying not to laugh. Tell them, Kira said carefully, that I'm just a student who got lucky. And that any credit belongs to Commander Hayes as much as me. Already told them that. Hayes said. They didn't believe me. Humans apparently make good heroes. Or good monsters. Like I said. Sometimes both. The medical officer left, looking vaguely confused by human humor. Mira had fallen asleep in her chair, exhausted by stress and relief. Outside, the stars wheeled slowly past, infinite and ancient. Kira closed her eyes, letting exhaustion pull her back towards sleep. She dreamed of Earth, of rain and gravity and a world that had tried so hard to kill her species. She dreamed of space combat and enemy fleets, and the cold mathematics of survival. She dreamed of her desk splitting beneath her fingers, and understood finally what it meant. Not that she was dangerous, not that she needed to be contained or controlled or feared, but that she was strong, that humanity was strong, that when the alarm sounded and the invasion came and the galaxy needed protection, humans would be there, raking desks, raking enemy ships, breaking expectations, being exactly what they'd always been. Survivors, fighters, heroes and monsters and everything in between. When she woke again, Zenith 7 was whole, the students were returning to class, and Professor Velis was posting new lecture notes about applied combat physics. Kira smiled, closed her eyes, and let herself rest. The galaxy could wait. She'd already saved it once today. Tomorrow, when the alarm inevitably sounded again, she'd save it again. That's what humans did. Claude is AI and can make mistakes. Please double-check responses.
The morning sun of Velthara Prime filtered through the biodome's transparent ceiling, casting geometric patterns across the meditation chamber floor. Mara Ellison unrolled her worn yoga mat, one of the few personal items she'd brought from Earth, and settled into her usual spot, near the eastern window. She'd been the cultural liaison aboard the interspecies exchange station for 8 months now, and this daily ritual was the only thing keeping her sane among the chaos of 17 different alien species trying to coexist. She closed her eyes and began with a simple mountain pose, breathing deeply. The station hummed with its usual morning activity. The Krillians arguing about temporal paradoxes in the cafeteria. The Zephyrites singing their crystalline harmonies in the hydroponics bay. And somewhere close by, the pitter-patter of small feet that definitely shouldn't be in the human quarters. Mara opened one eye. 2 pairs of luminous golden eyes stared back at her from the doorway. Rexel and Nexa, the Felinar cubs who'd been orphaned during the recent trade dispute on their homeworld, watched her with an intensity that made her nervous. The Felinar were a proud warrior species, bipedal felines with retractable claws, enhanced reflexes, and a culture built entirely around combat prowess and honor. These 2 cubs, barely 6 standard years old, were the first of their kind to grow up in a peaceful environment. "Good morning," Mara said softly, not wanting to startle them. The Felinar had excellent hearing. Rexel, the larger of the 2 with distinctive tiger stripe markings, tilted his head. "What are you doing, human Mara?" "Yoga," she replied, moving into a downward dog position. "It's an ancient earth practice for flexibility, strength, and mental clarity." Nexa, smaller and covered in sleek midnight black fur, crept closer. "It looks like pre-combat positioning." Mara laughed. "It's actually the opposite. It's about finding peace and balance within yourself." The cubs exchanged glances, their ears twitching in that peculiar way that meant they were communicating through subsonic frequencies. Mara had learned to recognize it. "May we observe?" Rexel asked formally, his accent giving the words a purring quality. "Of course," Mara said, settling into a warrior pose. She wouldn't have minded the company, and the cubs had been so withdrawn since arriving at the station. If this helped them feel more comfortable, she was happy to have an audience. For the next 30 minutes, Mara flowed through her usual sequence. Sun salutations, tree pose, triangle pose, and her personal favorite, the crane pose, which required significant balance and core strength. She could feel the cubs' eyes tracking every movement, hear their soft whispers, and occasional chittering sounds. When she finished with a final savasana, lying flat on her back in corpse pose, she heard the soft padding of feet retreating down the corridor. 3 days later, Mara was summoned to the station commander's office. Commander Vex Thora, a towering Krillian with iridescent scales and 4 arms, looked troubled, which was concerning. Given that Krillians experience time non-linearly and rarely worried about present problems, Mara Ellison, the commander began, her translator chip rendering her clicks and whistles into smooth English. "We have a situation regarding the Felinar cubs." Mara's stomach dropped. "Are Rexel and Nexa all right?" "They're perfectly fine." "Too fine, perhaps." Vex Thora pulled up a holographic display showing the station's training gymnasium. "They've been creating something." The video showed Rexel and Nexa moving through a series of poses that looked hauntingly familiar, yet completely alien. They would drop into a position that resembled her downward dog, but then explode upward into a spinning kick. Her warrior pose became a launching point for a devastating double strike. The crane pose, her peaceful, meditative crane pose, had been transformed into a one-legged stance that allowed for rapid directional changes and unpredictable attack angles. "Oh no," Mara whispered. "Oh yes," Vex Thora replied. "They've been teaching it to the other Felinar juveniles in the refugee section. They're calling it Mara's Flow, a new combat discipline. The Felinar combat masters are..." Intrigued, Mara watched in horror as the video showed a dozen Felinar cubs moving in synchronized patterns, their small bodies flowing through bastardized versions of her yoga poses with lethal efficiency. What she'd meant as stretches, they'd interpreted as combat stances. Her transitions between poses had become their combination attacks. Even her breathing techniques, which she'd explained were for calming the mind, had been incorporated as a method for conserving energy during extended combat. "I need to talk to them," Mara said. She found Rexel and Nexa in the gymnasium, drilling a group of younger cubs through what appeared to be a modified sun salutation sequence, except each movement was accompanied by strikes, blocks, and footwork that would make any martial artist proud. "Rexel, Nexa," Mara called out. The cubs immediately stopped, their ears flattening slightly, and what she'd learned was embarrassment. The other young Felinar scattered, but not before bowing respectfully in her direction, a gesture that made her deeply uncomfortable. "Human Mara," Rexel said, approaching with Nexa close behind. "Have we displeased you?" Mara took a breath, trying to find the right words. "I want to understand. Why did you turn yoga into a fighting style?" I explained it was about peace. Nexa's golden eyes met hers. "You did, and we listened. But you're human, and we are Felinar. Our people have been warriors for 10,000 generations. After the war destroyed our colony, after we lost our families, the elders here told us we must abandon our warrior ways to fit into this peaceful station. But then we watched you," Rexel continued, his tail swishing behind him. "You showed us that strength and peace aren't opposites. Your movements, they require discipline, control, balance. You breathe through discomfort. You find stillness in motion. These are warrior principles. Human Mara." "We don't want to fight anyone," Nexa added quickly. "But we need to remember who we are. Mara's flow helps us feel connected to our heritage while honoring the peace you've taught us. Every pose has a peaceful name and a warrior application. Every breath can be meditation or battle preparation." Mara sat down on the gymnasium floor, and after a moment, both cubs joined her. "Show me," she said softly. For the next hour, Rexel and Nexa demonstrated what they'd created. They were right, it was beautiful. They'd taken her simple stretches and created something that honored both peace and strength, stillness and motion, human wisdom and Felinar heritage. The tree pose had become the rooted sentinel, a grounding stance that could shift instantly to offense or defense. The child's pose was the humble recovery, teaching young warriors to rest and reset without shame. Even Savasana had been transformed into the warrior's reflection, a cool-down period where practitioners meditated on their training and intentions. "This is incredible," Mara admitted. "You've created something entirely new. We learned it from you," Rexel said. "Humans adapt. Humans take what exists and make it serve their needs without destroying its essence. You're not warriors like us, but you survived your own violent history to reach the stars. We studied Earth's databases. Your species has hundreds of martial arts, each created by adapting to different circumstances. We're just doing what humans do," Nexa added with a fang-filled smile. "We're adapting." 6 months later, Mara found herself in an observation gallery, watching as adult Felinar warriors, including the cubs' recovered parents, moved through Mara's flow formations. The practice had spread beyond the station, back to the Felinar homeworld, where it was being integrated into their military training as a meditation and recovery discipline. Injured warriors used it for rehabilitation. Diplomats practiced it before tense negotiations. Felinar athletes had adopted it for flexibility training. Commander Vex Thora stood beside her, all 4 arms crossed. "You've created an interesting legacy, human Mara." A peace practice became a warrior discipline, which became a peace practice again. Very circular, very human. "I didn't create anything," Mara protested. "Rexel and Nexa did all of this. You gave them the foundation," the commander countered. And perhaps, that's the most human thing of all. Sharing something freely, with no expectation of how it might grow. Other species would have copyrighted it, weaponized it, or forbidden its modification. But you, humans, you plant seeds and see what blossoms. Down on the training floor, Rexel and Nexa led their class through the closing meditation. Small voices calling out the pose names in both Felinar and English. Warrior's reflection, peaceful stillness, grateful breath. Mara smiled. She'd come to the station to teach aliens about human culture. Instead, 2 orphaned cubs had taught her something more important. That meaning isn't fixed, that adaptation isn't corruption, and that sometimes the greatest gift you can give is something unfinished, something others can reshape into exactly what they need. Mara's flow, she murmured, watching the cubs bow to their students. I suppose that has a nice ring to it. Indeed, Vexthora said, though I suspect in a few generations, they won't even remember it came from yoga. It will simply be Felinar tradition, one more thread in the tapestry of shared galactic culture. Good, Mara said. That's how it should be. And somewhere in the quantum probabilities that Krillians could perceive, Commander Vexthora saw a future where 1,000 species practiced their own versions of Mara's flow. Each one unique, each one adapted, each one a testament to what happened when humans shared their gifts freely with the universe. In every timeline, it was beautiful.
The Galactic Council chamber gleamed under synthetic sunlight, a marvel of alien engineering suspended above the orbit of Tau Ceti Prime. Delegates from 52 star systems hovered or stood in translucent domes, each customized to their atmospheric needs. The room buzzed with neural links and hollow projections. Amid all this grandeur, Earth's delegation looked out of place, primitive, even. Ambassador Lyra Holtz stood rigid in a navy blazer that barely concealed the tension in her shoulders. Her voice had already been dismissed 3 times by louder, more opulent species. She adjusted her translator pin, smoothed her blouse, and cleared her throat. We request consideration for operational inclusion in the Theta 9 Recon Initiative. Earth's military has unique assets. A ripple of low-frequency amusement interrupted her. The Brithari chieftain, a 3-meter-tall crustacean covered in iridescent plates, clicked his mandibles. His translator pulsed. Your unique asset, he chortled, brings bullets to a plasma storm. Heads turned to the side of the platform where Sergeant Cole Vance stood silent, expression unreadable beneath dark ballistic sunglasses. His uniform was basic by galactic standards. Combat fatigues, worn tactical vest, and a tightly packed rucksack that hadn't been updated in decades. No hovering exosuit, no pulse weapon, just a matte black, hand-forged rifle slung over his shoulder like a relic. The Draxan diplomat, made entirely of light and floating membranes, shimmered with disdain. Is this human a warrior? He appears fragile. Lyra resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Instead, she spoke clearly. He is the most lethal combatant Earth has ever produced. A sniper, trained in distance warfare, terrain manipulation, patience. Ah, the Brithari boomed again. Yes, the human concept of hiding and shooting. How quaint. Perhaps he'll crouch in a bush while we do the real fighting. Cole didn't blink. He remained motionless, studying the alien delegates like he was already calculating wind drift and elevation angles. Lyra stepped forward, her voice sharpened. You asked for operatives capable of infiltration, field stability, and silent elimination under interference zones. Cole has operated in zero-comms environments his entire career. Another interruption. This time from the Solari, a feline race known for their battlefield elegance and disdain for non-energy weapons. Please, Ambassador. Humanity only just joined the Council. You've not even mapped your own Kuiper Belt. We will not risk lives on your fossils. A wave of laughter passed through the hall. Not raucous, more dismissive, as if someone had brought a toy to a war meeting. Cole finally moved. He took one step forward, slow and deliberate. The subtle rustle of his boot against the alloy floor was the only sound as the laughter tapered off. He turned his head, slowly scanning each face behind the shimmering containment domes. His voice, when it came, was low. Steady. I'm not here to impress you. That was all. No bravado. No defense. Just a flat truth dropped like a shell casing. For a moment, there was silence. The kind that precedes a storm. Then the Varnathi delegate, a crystalline entity that communicated via musical tones, chimed melodically. Curious, the human shows restraint. Intriguing, Lyra seized the opening. The Theta 9 operation is failing. Drakhet forces have learned to jam quantum comms and nullify neural links. You need boots on the ground that don't rely on grid support. You need someone who operates by instinct. Someone who doesn't panic when the lights go out. The council murmured, processing. A few species began consulting internal channels, exchanging thought bursts too fast for human minds. One delegate, a silver-scaled Nari tactician, flicked his tendrils toward Cole. This sniper. What's his record? 237 confirmed kills, Lyra replied. 73 missions behind enemy lines. No failed exfiltration. No captured. 0 friendly casualties under his protection. Hand weapons. Another delegate muttered. Obsolete. And yet, Lyra said, he's never missed. A pause. The Brithari leaned forward again, though this time his tone carried curiosity rather than mockery. Is he telepathic? No, she said. He's just good. Cole's hand hovered near his rifle, not touching it, just familiarizing himself with its weight. His gaze didn't waver. He was watching, always watching, through walls, through noise, through the absurdity of this room full of preening apex predators who'd forgotten that war didn't always wait for clean rules and perfect conditions. The Drakhet weren't following rules. They were dismantling the galactic perimeter piece by piece. Theta 9 was only the latest in a string of incursions. And despite all their advanced firepower and AI command logic, the Council couldn't stop them. Not where it mattered, on the ground. In dirt and silence and blood. The vote came in waves. Not a consensus, but enough. The Brithari grudgingly nodded. The Solari abstained. The Nari approved. Others followed. The mission would proceed, with one human sniper embedded. Lyra exhaled for the first time in 5 minutes. As the meeting dissolved, chatter resumed. Holos flickered back on. Delegates prepared their return vessels. But Cole remained where he stood, unmoving. She walked over to him. You okay? He nodded, barely perceptible. Just wondering how many of them I'll have to save before they stop laughing. Lyra gave a tired smile. One would be enough. Just make it count. Cole adjusted the strap of his rifle and turned, heading toward the transport bay. No ceremony. No goodbye. Just a man moving toward war the same way he might cross a street. Behind him, several delegates watched with something between amusement and curiosity. None of them had seen him work. None of them knew what happened when he was given range, cover, and silence. In a corner of the chamber, one young recruit leaned toward a mentor. What's he planning to do with that rifle? The elder, a veteran of 3 fleet campaigns, replied quietly, something they won't understand until it's over. Cole stepped onto the elevator pad, gaze focused on the incoming mission brief streaming onto the wall. Maps, coordinates, topography. He committed it all to memory with surgical precision. A soft beep chimed in his ear as the transport was cleared for departure. Lyra's voice buzzed in via secure line. Final call. Confirm status. Cole didn't answer immediately. He reached down, clicked off the safety on his rifle, and slowly lowered himself to a crouch. Muscle memory from years in every terrain Earth had to offer. Desert, tundra, jungle, mountain. He spoke 4 words, soft as breath. Permission to engage. The dropship shuddered as it pierced the upper atmosphere of Theta 9, turbulence clawing at the reinforced hull. Cole Vance sat in silence, his rifle locked across his chest. Around him, an elite coalition team from 6 different species checked gear, synced neural interfaces, or murmured in their own dialects. None spoke to him. To them, he was an artifact, an anomaly with no cybernetic augmentation, no artificial intelligence assistant, no grab boots or cloaking mesh. Just a human in old-world armor, relying on muscle memory, breath control, and intuition sharpened by war. Commander Atreya of the Nari, a reptilian strategist with bioluminescent scales and 8-fingered hands, moved through the squad, issuing instructions in clipped bursts. Her voice came through Cole's earbud in a filtered version translated for human understanding. Our target is an uplink tower behind the second ridge. The Drakhet are using it to jam orbital reinforcements. We eliminate it, and fleet support returns. Expect heavy resistance. She stopped beside Cole, studying him as if still unsure what role he served. You operate without HUD, she said. It wasn't a question. Don't need it, Cole replied, eyes unmoving from the mission map flickering on the screen. You will, she said. This planet's atmosphere scrambles visual clarity. You'll lose optics within a kilometer. I'll manage. She stared for a moment longer, then moved on. Cole didn't blame her skepticism. He'd reviewed the same terrain overlays and lowering into dense mist. Cole was the last to disembark, every step calculated as he adjusted to the ground's strange elasticity. Alien spores drifted in the air like pollen. The team fanned out, sleek and glowing in their tech-laden armor. Cole crouched beside a moss-covered rock, unlatched his rifle case, and began assembling the long weapon with mechanical precision. Each part clicked into place without a sound. No scope with digital overlay, just a hardened lens calibrated by hand. No targeting AI, just him. A soft rustle behind him made him glance back. It was Tavrik, the Bridhari assault specialist, his armor gleaming with bio-shell plating. You planning to fight with that antique? Tavrik rumbled. Cole didn't respond. He simply tightened the bolt and pulled the ghillie mesh over his shoulders, fading into the terrain with disturbing ease. Tavrik scoffed and moved on. The team moved toward the uplink ridge in standard formation. Drakhet scouts have been reported in the area, stealthy, vicious things with 6 limbs and armor that mimicked surrounding textures. No heat signature, no voice prints. Halfway through the approach, it started. A high-pitched shriek tore through the fog, followed by the sound of pulse fire. Explosions ripped the silence apart. 2 squad members went down instantly, vaporized before they could scream. The remaining soldiers broke into a defensive arc. Ambush! Commander Atreya's voice came sharp through comms. Cole moved without waiting. He broke from the formation, diving into underbrush too thick for the others to navigate. While they fought with enhanced optics and sonic blades, he crawled through roots and mud, disappearing into the world. He found high ground, a broken ridge overlooking the narrow pass where the team had stalled. Below, the fog churned with shadows. The Drakhet were already advancing, silent and coordinated. Cole adjusted the rifle's position on its bipod, calibrated wind by licking a gloved finger and holding it aloft. He exhaled slowly, his body relaxed into stillness. The first shot cracked through the fog, sharp and precise. A Drakhet dropped without sound, its armor fractured between segments. The second shot came a second later, then a third. In under 10 seconds, Cole had neutralized 3 threats from over 800 meters, adjusting for wind, refracted light, and atmospheric distortion using only his eyes and experience. The comms flared. Unknown sniper support confirmed. Identify. Atreya's voice. Engaging from North Ridge, Cole replied, voice level. I've got eyes on your right flank. Push forward. Atreya didn't reply, but her squad adjusted, moving in time with Cole's cover fire. He wasn't part of their neural network. He wasn't receiving real-time updates, but he didn't need to. Every breath, every twitch of his fingers flowed in rhythm with the chaos. He anticipated where the Drakhet would move next, firing half a heartbeat before they revealed themselves. 3 minutes later, the battlefield fell silent. Area secure, Atreya confirmed. Her voice was different now, calm, measured, respectful. When the squad regrouped, Cole joined them last, brushing off damp earth and re-slinging his rifle. No applause, just acknowledgement. Tavor grunted as Cole passed. "You shoot well for a relic." Cole said nothing. They moved toward the uplink tower, picking their way through collapsed rock formations and corrupted tech fields. The structure loomed ahead, spider-like, its limbs sinking into the terrain. Pulsing with Drakhet energy, the tower emitted rhythmic bursts that made the air taste like metal. "Approach vector compromised," Atreus said. "Sensors report automated defenses. 4 turrets. Will be cut down before we reach base." Cole looked through his lens, studying the movement patterns. He saw where the terrain dipped, how the wind funneled through the gully, how the heat shimmered in waves at turret junctions. He lay flat, extended the bipod again, and exhaled. Marking targets, he said, "Give me 10 seconds." One by one, the turrets went dark. Cole didn't miss. The squad moved in fast, planting EMP charges around the base while Atreya uploaded a virus into the control relay. It took 47 seconds. No Drakhet reinforcements arrived. When the uplink finally went dark, a signal pulse from orbit. Fleet support was back online. Above them, the first of the human destroyers dropped from hyperspace. Earth's contingent had arrived. Cole didn't look up. The squad stood around the tower, catching their breath. Bloody but alive, Tavrik leaned against a rock, eyes on Cole. "You humans fight like ghosts." Cole shrugged. "That's the idea." Atreya approached him, this time without hesitation. "We misjudged you. No offense taken. Your methods are unorthodox, but effective. You predicted their movements like you were reading their minds." Cole looked past her, into the mist, now clearing from the ridge. "You don't need neural sync when you know how fear makes people move." She studied him again, then offered something rare and gnawed. Not the casual dip of a superior acknowledging a subordinate, but something closer to kinship. "We move to the next phase tomorrow. You'll operate point recon. I'll be ready." As the squad began dispersing for rest and resupply, Tavrik looked back once more. "You still never told us what you said before you deployed." Cole slid the bolt on his rifle open, inspecting the chamber. "Didn't say much. Commander said she heard you whisper something before you jumped." Cole paused, then looked up, gaze steady and quiet. "Permission to engage." Tavrik grinned, a deep, armored sound that rumbled like thunder. For the first time, it wasn't mocking. Behind them, the mist receded, revealing the path ahead, wider now, but still dangerous. The Drakhet were far from finished, but something had shifted. The team walked lighter, watched the shadows differently. They'd seen death move quietly, and it wore a human face. Dawn broke over Theta, 9 in shades of sickly gold and acidic green. A sunrise filtered through volatile gases and particulate storms. The squad emerged from their makeshift bivouac silently, already armored and alert. The victory at the uplink tower had bought them a tenuous window, but it wouldn't last. Cole Vance knelt beside a collapsed tree, polishing the lens of his scope with the hem of his sleeve. His fingers moved with mechanical grace, but his mind stayed fluid, already mapping routes, wind currents, and shot lines in his head. Commander Atreya gathered the team in a semicircle. The Nari scale flares pulsed a dull blue, indicating calculated tension rather than panic. Her voice was crisp and clinical. "Fleet support confirms the Drakhet have pulled back from the uplink ridge, but intel suggests they're regrouping around a subterranean nest 2 clicks southeast. Our objective is to locate the nest's primary access point and mark it for orbital strike. Precision is required. Civilian research colonies exist within 6 clicks. Why not bombard the whole region?" Tavrik asked, shifting his weight, claws scraping against stone. "Because," Atreya replied, "the Drakhet are holding captured personnel. Scientists, diplomats, one of ours." That silenced the squad. No one needed names. Everyone understood the weight of one of ours. Cole didn't speak. He stood, rifle slung across his chest, eyes on the horizon. Rescue wasn't a clean mission. It meant split-second decisions, unpredictable variables, and compromised firing lanes. He preferred control, but war rarely offered it. They moved in a staggered pattern across the terrain, ridge, gully, dry riverbed. The alien jungle grew denser as they approached the coordinates. Strange plants clicked softly when touched. Insects glowed, then vanished. Above them, the air throbbed with the sound of something distant, organic and metallic, hunting in the upper canopy. Cole drifted away from the group without a word. It wasn't disobedience, it was instinct. He saw a raised outcropping ahead, perfect overwatch. While the squad took cover behind a fallen skimmer, he climbed. No powered boots, no cloaking field, just patience and silence. From the ledge, he saw it. The nest entrance was a jagged fissure in the earth, obscured by a camo-shielding mesh that flickered like heat haze. Around it, Drakhet patrols moved in tight, disciplined formations. 30, maybe more. Too many for a clean approach. Worse, there were signs of fortification. Energy pylons, reactive mines, and something new. Tall, tripod-like structures pulsing with amber light. He radioed in. Eyes on nest. Heavy guard. Visual confirms possible prisoners. Recommend delay on strike order. Understood, Itreya replied. Do you have shot on any of the emitters? Negative. Line of sight is cluttered. Recommend coordinated advance. I'll provide cover. There was a pause. Approved, she said. You fire first. We move on your signal. Cole adjusted his prone position, grounding himself in the dirt, stabilizing the rifle. He aligned the lens. One breath. Two. Then he squeezed. The first emitter exploded in a blossom of fire and shrapnel. Before the enemy even turned, the second fell. Then the third. In under 10 seconds, the perimeter was disrupted. Confusion rippled through the Drakhet ranks. The squad charged. Cole tracked their movements, firing between gaps, eliminating threats before they flanked his team. He saw Tavor crush one enemy beneath his bulk. He saw Itreya slice through another with an arc blade that hissed in the mist. But even with their efficiency, the numbers pressed hard. Then Cole saw something unexpected, movement behind the fissure. Not enemy troops. Hostages. 3 figures, unarmed, clearly weakened, were being pulled deeper into the nest by armored Drakhet handlers. One of them stumbled, a human, her face dirt-streaked and hollow-eyed. Cole's breath caught. He recognized her. Dr. Lena Voss, diplomatic xenolinguist, civilian, and his sister's oldest friend. The one who'd convinced him to enlist for this off-world mission when he'd nearly retired. He keyed the channel. Hostiles moving hostages deeper. I'm diverting. You'll break formation, Itreya warned. I know. He slid down from the ridge, disappearing into a side passage veiled by creeper vines. It led into the rock, tight, dark, and sweltering. He moved fast, yet never clumsily, each step measured. Down below, he could hear the Drakhet chittering to one another, their voices like crushed glass. He came out above them, crouched on a ledge inside the cave system, looking down at the captors. They were dragging Lena and the others toward a pod launcher. Escape route or execution device, it wasn't clear. Cole aimed. He took the first shot between the plates of the taller handler's back. It dropped, spasming. The second whirled, hissing, and Cole fired again. Clean, no wasted motion. He leapt down before the echoes faded. The prisoners flinched. Lena, he said, you mobile? She looked up, eyes wide and focused. Cole, he nodded. We're getting you out. She motioned to the others. They can't run fast. One's injured. Doesn't matter. We move now. He led them back through the narrow tunnel, clearing the way with short bursts from his sidearm. He didn't speak again. He didn't need to. When they emerged near the squad's position, the battle had turned. The Drakhet were retreating, scattered by orbital precision strikes and close-quarter resistance. Cole raised a flare and fired it into the air, bright orange. Extraction beacon. Itreya met them near the fallback point. Her eyes flicked from the prisoners to Cole. You left Overwatch. Had to. She said nothing for a beat, then nodded. You made the right call. A new signal cut through the comms. Fleet command. All units. Full retreat confirmed. Enemy forces dispersing. Mission successful. Prepare for evac. The tension in everyone's shoulders released, subtly but undeniably. The prisoners were secured. The nest was marked and burning, and Theta 9, at least for now, was theirs again. As the extraction shuttle hovered into view, kicking up dust and debris, Lena turned to Cole. "I thought you were done with all this." "I was. Then why?" He looked at the rifle in his hands, then at the team, bloodied, breathing, still intact. "Because sometimes they send the wrong people to die." She didn't press. She knew better. Tavrik clapped him on the shoulder as they boarded. "You're still a relic," the Brithari grinned, "but I'd fight beside you again." "Try not to get sentimental," Cole said, sliding into his seat. Itreya remained standing until everyone was aboard. As the ramp sealed, she walked over to him. "There's another mission coming. You'll be requested." "Figures. Would you take it?" He didn't answer right away. He looked out the viewport as the burned remains of the Drakhet nest faded below. Then, softly, he replied, "If the target's real, if the fight matters." She nodded once and moved on. The shuttle pierced the clouds and climbed toward the orbiting carrier. Behind them, Theta 9 spun silently, bruised but surviving. Ahead, war waited still, somewhere new, somewhere worse. But for now, for this moment, Cole let his muscles relax and rested his eyes. There would be more battles, and he would be ready. The stars stretched like frozen fire across the viewport, silent and cold. Aboard the carrier Vigilant Dawn, the atmosphere was heavy with a kind of exhausted anticipation. The battle on Theta 9 had been won, strategically at least, but no one walked away from that place unchanged. Cole Vance stood near the observation deck, arms crossed over his chest, watching as the planet shrank behind him. He had not spoken much since extraction. No debrief, no celebration. The mission was over, but the war remained. Behind him, soft steps approached. It was Commander Itreya. She stopped a few paces away, her luminescent scales dimmed to a somber gray-blue, signaling quiet introspection among her kind. "I expected you to disappear after the evac," she said. "I thought about it," Cole replied. "Didn't." He didn't elaborate, and she didn't ask. "We received an encrypted communique," she said. "Classified, level 9. Earth Command flagged it for your eyes only." Cole turned slightly, brows knitting. "Why would Earth Command send anything to me?" "Because you're the only human who's ever neutralized a Drakhet Prime operative with no AI support, no drone relay, and no backup plan. You're not just a soldier anymore. You're an asset." Cole shook his head. "I'm a liability. That's why they benched me 2 years ago. They benched a man who didn't play by protocols, not one who saved fleets." He didn't respond. Itreya handed him a small hollow slate, its blue light flickering against his palm. "Read it," she said. "Then come to the mission hall. Fleet Command's assembling a joint task force. Multi-species. High risk. Voluntary." Cole nodded, though he already knew he would go. He waited until Itreya was gone before activating the slate. The message was brief and brutal. A hidden Drakhet enclave had been discovered. Not a war camp, something worse. A communications spire buried on a dead moon outside charted space. A relay hub for cross-galactic transmissions, encoded in frequencies older than most known civilizations. It wasn't just a nest. It was a call, and someone, or something, was answering. Cole set the slate down gently and rubbed a hand across his jaw. His thoughts returned to the image of Lena Voss, hollow-eyed and shackled in Theta 9's tunnels, to Tavrik's cracked armor, to the way Itreya had stood beside him when the flames rolled over the enemy's fortress. There were still prisoners out there, still signals being sent. And if what the slate said was true, the Drakhet weren't the apex of this war. They were just the opening act. In a mission hall, the air vibrated with low conversations and the quiet murmur of alien translators. Representatives from 5 factions stood around a central table. Each wore the mark of survival, not rank. Burned armor, sealed wounds, weathered eyes. Itreya stood near the front, flanked by Tavrik and 2 of the survivors from the Theta 9 squad. She caught Cole's eye and motioned him forward. No words, just a gesture. He stepped into the circle as the main display lit up, showing the dead moon, gray, cratered, dotted with strange structures that pulsed in slow intervals, like a machine trying to breathe. The briefing officer, a thin, cybernetically augmented human named Karan, spoke with detached efficiency. The Drakhet have used this location for over a decade. We previously believed it was a defunct mining colony. We were wrong. Data flickered, power signatures, heat maps, images of Drakhet workers assembling antenna-like constructs with chitinous limbs and bleeding metal. We intercepted a transmission last week. Repeating sequence. Binary. But deeper analysis shows it's layered. There are quantum echoes buried in the signal. And they're not Drakhet origin. Silence fell. Cole asked the question everyone was thinking. Then who are they calling? Karan's synthetic eye glowed faint red. That's what we intend to find out, before they get a response. The plan was brutal in its simplicity. A small infiltration team, in and out, plant surveillance nodes, disrupt the signal, and retreat before triggering full retaliation. No orbital strike, no fleet. Stealth was paramount. Cole didn't hesitate. I'm in. Itreya nodded, unsurprised. Tavrik cracked his neck with a grin. Good. Would have been boring without you. The next 3 days were spent in silence and preparation. Cole rebuilt his rifle from scratch, swapping components by feel rather than spec. He adjusted his ghillie mesh to match the basalt terrain of the moon. And for the first time since Theta 9, he activated a recording module, a private log he hadn't used in years. Cole Vance, designation null. Volunteering for classified op, Echo Spire. No illusions. No backup. If this gets out, it won't be a war. It'll be extinction. If you're hearing this, I didn't make it. If I come back, it won't be as the same man. He closed the log. No dramatics. Just honesty. The mission drop was silent. No comms chatter. Just the crunch of boots on dead rock as the infiltration team fanned out. Cole took point, moving like smoke across the lunar surface. No air, no wind, just the heartbeat of the spire pulsing like a drumbeat in the void. As they approached, the scale of the structure came into view. Hundreds of meters tall, ribbed with bone-like supports, and humming with unnatural energy. Not built, grown. Cole scoped the perimeter, tagging patrols and identifying blind spots. The Drakhet here were different, taller, paler, and strangely reverent. They knelt in groups, facing the spire, motionless for hours. Not worshipping, listening. The team moved inside. No alarms triggered. No defense systems activated. The spire welcomed them like it expected them. Inside, Cole found a chamber unlike anything he had seen. A massive vertical shaft spiraling upward, filled with hovering glyphs and whispering frequencies that made his bones ache. He placed a node near the center. Then he heard it, not in his ears, in his mind. A voice, not words, more like an emotion shaped in a sound. Cold, curious, ancient. We see you. He staggered back. The glyphs pulsed red. The Drakhet began to stir. Their trance broken. We're compromised, Itreya said sharply over the internal channel. Fall back. But Cole didn't move. He was staring at a shape rising from the center of the spire. Amorphous, translucent, vibrating in and out of physical space. Not Drakhet, something older. The voice came again, louder. You're not ready, but you will be. The chamber buckled. Tavrik grabbed Cole by the shoulder and yanked him out. They ran through the twisting corridors, now lit by flickering amber lights. Sirens wailed. Walls shifted, but they made it out. As the shuttle detached from the moon's gravity, Cole watched the spire recede into the darkness. The signal had been disrupted. The mission was a success, but the call had gone out, and it had been heard. Back on the Vigilant Dawn, the team sat in debrief. Silent, processing. No one dared speak of the thing in the spire. Cole stood last. He looked at them all, at Itreya's unreadable expression, at Tavrik's solemn face, at Lena Voss watching from a secure gallery behind glass. And he spoke. We're not in a war anymore, he said quietly. We're in a countdown. They didn't argue, because deep down, they all knew the truth. Something was coming, and Cole Vance had just told it where to find them.
Danny Wright stared at the official-looking envelope on his grandmother's kitchen table like it might explode. Gold trim, fancy seals. Words he couldn't pronounce stamped across the front in 3 different languages, only one of which was English. "That's junk mail, right?" he asked, poking it with a fork. His grandmother, Ruth, barely glanced up from her newspaper. "Came by special courier." Alien special courier had 4 arms and apologized twice for stepping on the porch. Danny's fork paused mid-poke. Earth had only joined the galactic community 5 years ago, right after the big reveal that humans weren't alone in the universe. Most people freaked out. Ruth had just nodded and said she'd suspected as much. Danny was 12 at the time and mostly annoyed that the news interrupted his video game tournament. Why would aliens send me mail? Danny grabbed the envelope and tore it open. Inside was a holographic card that activated the moment he touched it. A 3-dimensional figure appeared above the table. Some kind of bird-lizard hybrid wearing way too many medals. "Greetings, representative of Earth," the hologram announced. "You have been selected to participate in the prestigious Apex Hunt, a competition of skill, courage, and honor held every decade. The greatest hunters from across the galaxy will gather to test their abilities against the most dangerous creatures known to exist. Your attendance is mandatory under Galactic Law, Article 7, Section 12. Transportation will arrive in 3 standard days. Glory awaits." The hologram vanished. Danny and Ruth sat in silence for a solid 10 seconds. "What did you do?" Ruth asked. "Nothing. I don't even know what this is." Danny flipped the card over. There was a confirmation number and his name spelled perfectly, middle initial included. "Wait, this has to be a mistake." "I'm 17. I'm nobody." Ruth took the card from him and examined it closely. Her eyes, sharp from decades of living in the Oregon wilderness, narrowed. "This is legitimate. See that seal? That's the Confederation mark. Can't be forged. But I didn't sign up for anything." "Did you fill out any forms recently?" "Online surveys. Contests." Danny thought back. Last week he'd clicked on something that promised a cash prize for gamers. It had asked for his name and address. "Oh no. Oh yes." Ruth set the card down carefully. "Well, you're going to space." "Grandma, I can't go to space. I have school. I have plans to do absolutely nothing this summer." The message said mandatory. That means you don't have a choice. Ruth stood and walked to the cupboard, pulling out her old military trunk. "If you're going to compete with alien hunters, you'll need proper preparation." "I'm not a hunter." Ruth turned and gave him a look that could freeze lava. "Boy, I've been teaching you to track deer since you were 6 years old." "You can find a rabbit in a snowstorm and tell me what it ate for breakfast 3 days ago. You notice things people with fancy degrees miss. Don't sell yourself short." Danny wanted to argue, but she had a point. Growing up on Ruth's homestead meant learning to survive. She was a retired Marine who believed modern kids were too soft. While his classmates played organized sports, Danny learned to purify water, build shelters, and track animals through any terrain. He could start a fire with damp wood and identify edible plants in the dark. He just never thought those skills mattered. They were just things Grandma made him do. Over the next 3 days, news spread fast. Apparently, the Galactic Confederation had sent Earth an official invitation to participate in some big competition, and the government had tried to organize a committee to select the perfect representative. Decorated soldiers, expert survivalists, famous hunters all volunteered. Then someone discovered that the invitation had been processed incorrectly, due to a clerical error involving a misfiled jury duty summons and an online contest registration. The invitation had been legally accepted by Daniel Wright, age 17, of Portland. Oregon Galactic Law was apparently very strict about registered participants. Once someone accepted, no substitutions were allowed. The government tried to negotiate. The aliens said no. Rules were rules. Danny watched the news coverage from his grandmother's couch, eating cereal and wondering if this was all a fever dream. "They're saying you'll embarrass Earth," Ruth commented, reading from her tablet. "Politicians are calling it a disaster. The military wants to give you a crash course in combat." "Great. Fantastic. Love that for me. They don't understand." Ruth set down the tablet and looked at Danny seriously. "Those fancy hunters with their fancy equipment are going to overthink everything. They'll rely on technology and weapons, but hunting isn't about having the best gear. It's about understanding behavior, patience, reading signs, becoming part of the environment. You really think I can do this? I think you're the only one who sees the world the way hunters need to see it. Everyone else forgot how." She reached into the trunk and pulled out an old knife in a worn leather sheath. "This was your grandfather's Marine issue." "Take it." Danny took the knife carefully. It felt solid and real in a way that made the whole situation suddenly concrete. He was actually going to space. He was actually going to compete against alien hunters. The transport ship arrived exactly when promised. It landed in the field behind Ruth's house, a sleek silver craft that hummed with power. A ramp extended. Ruth handed Danny a backpack she'd prepared, filled with basic supplies and a few tools. "Remember what I taught you," she said. "Watch before you act. Listen before you move. Respect the prey, understand the environment, and don't try to fight nature. Work with it. What if I mess this up?" Then you mess it up. But you won't die wondering what would have happened if you tried. She hugged him briefly, then pushed him toward the ship. "Now go show those aliens what a human can do." Danny walked up the ramp, backpack over one shoulder, wearing jeans and his favorite hoodie. Behind him, Earth continued spinning. Ahead of him, the galaxy waited with expectations he didn't ask for and a competition he didn't understand. He figured he might as well see what happened. Frontier Base 7 smelled like metal and something Danny couldn't identify, probably alien sweat. The station floated in neutral space, a massive ring structure where different species could meet without political complications. Danny shuffled through the arrival gate behind a group of tall, blue-skinned traders who kept glancing back at him like he was a lost child. An official greeted him at customs, a being that looked like a walking stick insect wearing a uniform. Its translator device crackled before speaking in English. "Daniel Wright of Earth?" "Yes, that's me." The official's antennae twitched in what might have been confusion. "You are Earth's representative for the Apex hunt?" "Apparently. I see. Follow me, please. The other participants are gathering in the main hall." They walked through corridors filled with aliens of every description. Some had fur, others had scales. A few were just floating energy clouds in containment suits. All of them stared at Danny. He kept his hands in his hoodie pockets and tried to look less like someone who'd rather be home playing video games. The main hall was enormous, with viewing screens covering the walls and a central platform where holographic displays showed various terrifying creatures. Danny counted about 30 beings scattered around the room, all of them looking significantly more prepared than he felt. Near the front stood two identical reptilian aliens, easily 8 feet tall with silver scales and armor that probably cost more than Danny's house. They noticed him immediately and started laughing, a hissing sound that made several other species turn to look. "Is that the human?" one of them said loudly. "Earth sent a child?" "Look at his clothing," the other added. "He came to hunt in sleeping garments." Danny wanted to point out that hoodies were not sleepwear, but decided silence was better. He found a seat in the back and pulled out his phone, which surprisingly still had a signal thanks to some galactic network his grandmother had set up before he left. More hunters arrived over the next hour. A group of insect-like soldiers moved in perfect formation, their leader wearing a helmet with multiple eye slots. A massive bear creature with gray fur and ritual scars entered alone, carrying nothing but a wooden staff. An actual robot hunter scanned the room with glowing sensors. A cat-like alien in expensive-looking armor made a grand entrance, accompanied by servants carrying her equipment. Everyone looked professional. Everyone looked dangerous. Everyone looked like they belonged here. Danny did not look like he belonged here. A hologram appeared on the central platform, showing the same bird-lizard official from the invitation. "Welcome, honored hunters. The Apex Hunt is the galaxy's most prestigious competition. For those new to this tradition, allow me to explain the rules." Danny actually paid attention now, watching the holographic displays shift to show a wild planet covered in forests, mountains, and oceans. You will be transported to Savage World, a protected wilderness preserve containing 50 different apex predator species from across the galaxy. Your task is simple: track, capture, and return 3 different apex predators within 10 standard days. Killing a creature results in immediate disqualification. Each participant will receive a basic survival pack, an emergency beacon, and a recording drone to verify captures. The display showed various monsters, things with too many teeth, things with armor plates, things that looked like they could eat a tank. The winner receives resource rights for their homeworld, advanced technology access, and eternal glory. May your hunts be successful. The hologram vanished. Immediately, the other hunters began talking amongst themselves, discussing strategies and comparing equipment. The two reptilian aliens approached a supply officer, requesting additional plasma nets and energy shields. Danny raised his hand. Everyone stopped and stared at him. "Yeah, quick question," Danny said. "Do we get to study the animals first? Like their behavior patterns or habitats or whatever?" The insect leader's translator responded. "All necessary data is available in the station database, though I doubt a human child can comprehend advanced ecology." "Cool. Thanks." Danny stood and headed toward the database terminals, ignoring the laughter that followed him. He spent the next 6 hours at a terminal, reading everything available about Savage World's ecosystem. Other hunters came and went, most spending maybe 20 minutes reviewing technical data before leaving to prepare equipment or rest. Danny stayed, taking notes on his phone about weather patterns, terrain types, water sources, and especially how different predator species interacted with each other. An older alien eventually sat down next to him. This one looked humanoid, but with weathered gray skin and scars across his face. He wore simple clothing and carried a beaten backpack. "You're the Earth Kid," the alien said in surprisingly good English. "Word travels fast. Name's Briggs. I run the equipment depot here. Been watching these hunts for 30 years. He glanced at Danny's screen. "You're actually studying the ecosystem." Seemed important. Most hunters focus on individual targets. They look at what they want to catch and ignore everything else. Briggs leaned back. "You know what separates good hunters from dead ones?" "What?" "Good hunters understand that everything is connected. The prey, the predators, the plants, the weather, all of it. You can't hunt in a vacuum." He stood up, patting Danny's shoulder. "Keep doing what you're doing, kid. You might surprise people." After Briggs left, Danny continued reading until his eyes hurt. He learned that shadow panthers hunted near river systems. Titan serpents avoided volcanic regions. Razorback boars migrated based on fruit tree cycles. The information built a picture in his mind. Not of individual monsters, but of a living, breathing world with patterns and logic. By the time officials announced that transport would begin in the morning, Danny had filled 30 pages of notes. Other hunters were showing off their gear, testing weapons, making alliance proposals. Danny went to his assigned quarters, a small room with a basic bed, and reviewed his notes one more time. He thought about what his grandmother had taught him. Don't fight nature, work with it. Understand the patterns, be patient. Tomorrow he'd be dropped alone into an alien wilderness to hunt creatures that could kill him in seconds. Danny set his phone. The transport pod shook as it entered Savage World's atmosphere. Danny gripped his seat and watched through the viewport as alien jungle rushed up to meet him. The pod's computer announced landing coordinates in a language he didn't understand, then switched to English. Participant Daniel Wright, you will be deployed in Sector 7, a temperate forest region. Your survival pack includes water purification tablets, basic medical supplies, emergency beacon, and recording drone. Good luck. The pod hit the ground with a thud that rattled Danny's teeth. The door hissed open, releasing him into humidity that immediately made his hoodie stick to his back. He grabbed his backpack and grandmother's knife, then stepped out into an alien world. Trees surrounded him, but not like Earth trees. These had purple bark and leaves that shifted colors when the wind blew. Strange bird calls echoed from every direction. Something rustled in the undergrowth and Danny froze instinctively, his training kicking in before his brain caught up. The recording drone bobbed out of the pod after him, a floating sphere about the size of a basketball. It blinked a small light indicating it was active and recording. Somewhere the galaxy was watching. Danny took a breath and forced himself to relax. This was just camping. Weird alien camping, but still just camping. He spent the first hour doing absolutely nothing except sitting against a tree and observing. Other hunters were probably racing off to track their first target. Danny knew better. Rushing into unknown territory was how people got hurt or lost. First, you learn the environment. Then you move. He watched insects crawl across the purple bark, noticed that some trees had claw marks about 7 feet up, heard different layers of sound as day animals settled and evening animals woke, felt the temperature drop 3 degrees as the sun moved behind clouds that looked normal, but apparently weren't, based on their orange color. After that first hour, Danny started moving slowly through the forest, reading signs. Fresh tracks here, probably from something big based on the depth. Broken branches there, at a height that suggested something climbed recently. Scat near a fallen log. which he examined carefully with a stick, noting the contents included bones and fur. The drone followed him silently, recording everything. By evening, Danny had mapped a rough mental picture of the area. There was a stream about half a mile east. A game trail ran north-south through a clearing. A large predator definitely lived somewhere nearby, based on territorial markings. Smaller creatures used the mid-level branches for travel, avoiding the ground. He found a decent spot to make camp, a rocky overhang that provided shelter and a view of the surrounding area. No fire. Fire attracted attention, and Danny wasn't ready for attention yet. He ate an energy bar from his pack and checked his phone. No messages, obviously, no signal. But he'd taken photos of his notes back on the station, so he could review the information about different predators. Shadow panthers. The notes said they were ambush predators that could bend light around themselves, making them nearly invisible. They hunted near water sources at dawn and dusk. Preferred prey was medium-sized herbivores, extremely territorial. Danny thought about the stream he'd found and the game trail. If herbivores came to drink and shadow panthers hunted near water, then the area around that stream was probably active hunting ground. He decided to check it out tomorrow. That night, Danny barely slept. Not because he was scared, but because the forest was incredibly loud. Things howled, screeched, and made sounds like grinding metal. The drone's light stayed dim but visible, a small comfort in the darkness. When purple dawn light filtered through the canopy, Danny was already awake and moving toward the stream. He approached carefully, staying downwind and moving slowly. The stream was beautiful in an alien way, with water that looked slightly too blue and rocks that had crystal formations growing on them. Danny found a spot about 50 yards from the water and settled in to watch. 2 hours later, his patience paid off. A creature that looked like a six-legged deer came to drink, moving nervously and checking its surroundings constantly. Danny remained perfectly still, barely breathing. Then he saw it. Not the shadow panther itself, but the effect it created. A shimmer in the air near the opposite bank, like heat waves, but wrong. The shimmer moved closer to the deer thing. Danny watched how it moved, watched how it positioned itself downwind, watched how it waited for the perfect moment when the prey lowered its head to drink. The attack was fast. The deer thing barely managed to leap away, crashing into the forest with the shimmer close behind. Danny heard the chase fade into the distance. He'd learned 3 important things. First, shadow panthers attacked from downwind. Second, they preferred prey that was distracted. Third, they chased for short distances but gave up quickly if the prey escaped the initial ambush. Danny spent the rest of the day tracking the shadow panther's movements. He never saw it directly, but he found its traces. Claw marks on trees where it sharpened its claws, a half-eaten carcass hidden under leaves, a particular tree it seemed to rest in during the hot afternoon, based on crushed moss patterns on a thick branch. By evening, Danny had a plan forming. He couldn't catch the shadow panther by chasing it or fighting it, but he could use what he knew about its behavior. He spent the next morning gathering materials. Strong vines from a particular plant species, flexible branches, leaves that smelled strongly, which he crushed and saved. He worked slowly and carefully, building something simple but effective. The trap took all day to prepare. A pit, carefully disguised, placed exactly where the game trail met the stream. Not deep enough to hurt the panther, but deep enough to contain it temporarily. Danny used the crushed leaves to mask his scent and placed bait, a portion of the carcass he'd found, in a position that would require the panther to approach from a specific angle. Then he climbed a tree 70 yards away and waited. Waiting was the hardest part. Hours passed. The sun moved across the sky. Danny's legs cramped. The drone recorded everything with what seemed like judgment. Just before dusk, the shimmer appeared. Danny felt his heart rate increase but forced himself to stay calm and still. The shadow panther approached the bait cautiously, circling it once, twice, checking for danger. Then it stepped exactly where Danny needed it to step. The ground gave way. The panther fell with a startled sound that broke its camouflage, revealing a creature that looked like a big cat made of living darkness with glowing yellow eyes. It thrashed in the pit but couldn't climb the smooth sides. Danny climbed down and approached carefully. Using the vines he'd prepared, he secured the creature without getting close enough for it to reach him. The recording drone News of Danny's first capture spread across the galaxy faster than light-speed communication. In his small room back on Frontier Base 7, Briggs watched the footage and smiled. On Earth, Ruth Wright nodded once and went back to tending her garden. In the Galactic Confederation chambers, officials who had called the human participation an embarrassment suddenly became very quiet. Danny knew none of this. He'd released the Shadow Panther after the capture was verified, watching it sprint away into the forest, probably very confused and angry. Now he needed his second target, and he'd chosen something that made the drone's operator, somewhere in space, flag the recording with a priority alert: the Thornback Apex. A creature the size of a small truck, covered in armored plates and venomous spines. In the competition's 400-year history, only 3 had ever been captured, and all 3 attempts had required teams of hunters with advanced technology. Danny found signs of one living in the volcanic region north of his landing site. It took him a full day of hiking to reach the territory, and another day of careful observation from a safe distance. The Thornback looked exactly like something that should not exist. Its body was low and wide with legs thick as tree trunks. The armor plates shifted and clicked when it moved. The spines along its back were as long as Danny's arm, and dripped with something that made the ground smoke where it fell. But Danny didn't focus on how dangerous it was. He focused on its behavior. The creature was methodical. Every morning it patrolled a specific route around its territory, marking certain rocks with scent glands. Every afternoon when the volcanic heat became intense, it traveled to a mud wallow to cool down. It always used the same wallow, always approached from the same direction, always stayed for exactly 2 hours before returning to its den. Danny spent 3 days just watching and taking notes. The drone recorded everything, which confused galactic analysts who expected immediate action. Human observers started calling him patient. Military strategists called him smart. Ruth called it basic common sense. On the 4th day, Danny began his preparation. He needed to move the Thornback from its wallow to a specific location, and he needed to do it without getting close enough for those venomous spines to reach him. Fire was the answer. Not to hurt the creature, but to guide it. Danny studied the wind patterns and spent an entire day gathering specific plants that produced thick smoke when burned. He created a line of small fire pits, carefully positioned to drive smoke in a particular direction without actually spreading the fire. The next afternoon, when the Thornback went to its wallow, Danny lit the fires in sequence. The smoke billowed thick and low, not dangerous but extremely unpleasant. The Thornback, confused and annoyed, left the wallow early and moved away from the smoke. Danny kept the smoke flowing, adjusting the fires to create a path the creature could follow comfortably. He wasn't chasing it. He was suggesting a direction, and the Thornback, wanting to avoid the smoke, naturally followed the path of least resistance. It took 6 hours of careful management. Danny moved quietly through the volcanic rocks, always staying far from the creature, always keeping the smoke between them. The Thornback never saw him, never felt threatened, just kept moving away from the irritation. Finally, Danny guided it into a narrow canyon he'd scouted earlier. The canyon had steep walls and a single entrance. Once the Thornback moved deep enough into the canyon, Danny triggered his trap. He'd spent 2 days carefully weakening specific rocks along the canyon's upper edge. Now, using a long lever he'd constructed from a fallen tree trunk, he dislodged those rocks. They fell in a calculated collapse not on the creature but behind it, blocking the exit. The Thornback spun around, finding itself trapped. It roared, a sound that shook Danny's bones, and charged at the rockfall. But the rocks were too heavy and too many. The creature was contained. Danny approached carefully with strong vines he'd braided together over the past days. Using a long stick, he managed to secure the vines around the Thornback's legs without getting close. The creature thrashed and tried to reach him with its venomous spines, but Danny stayed just beyond range, patient and careful. The recording drone verified the capture. 2 down, 1 to go. Back on Frontier Base 7, the viewing hall was packed. What started as entertainment, watching the foolish human fail, had become something else. Hunters from dozens of species watched Danny's methods with growing respect. The 2 reptilian brothers who had mocked him earlier were notably silent. The insect commander, who had successfully captured 2 creatures using military precision, studied Danny's recordings like textbooks. The robot hunter ran probability calculations and concluded that human intuition operated on variables it couldn't measure. The large bear creature, having captured one target through spiritual connection and brute strength, nodded in approval of Danny's approach. The cat-like noble, who had also captured two creatures but at great cost to her equipment and pride, refused to watch the recordings. She told everyone who would listen that primitive methods were lucky, not skilled. Nobody was listening to her anymore. On Savage World, Danny sat by a small stream and reviewed his notes about the third target he'd chosen. The impossible one. The creature that would either prove he understood what he was doing or prove he'd been lucky all along. The Void Stalker, a predator that existed partially outside normal space, could phase through solid matter, and had never been captured in the competition's entire history. Danny studied his notes until the light faded. Then he studied them more by the light of the recording drone, which had apparently been upgraded to include a spotlight function after someone in the control center decided to help him. He thought about everything his grandmother taught him. Every hunt came down to understanding behavior and environment. It didn't matter how strange the animal was. It still needed to eat, sleep, and avoid danger. It still had instincts. It still followed patterns. The Void Stalker could phase through matter, but according to his research, there were limits. Extreme temperatures disrupted the phasing ability. The creature avoided certain types of electromagnetic fields. It hunted in specific territory and returned to the same resting spots. Danny could work with that. He spent the next 2 days not hunting, but preparing the environment itself. He mapped the Void Stalker's territory completely, identifying every spot it had been seen or left traces. He studied the terrain, the temperature variations, the underground water sources. Then he began to reshape the creature's hunting ground, not by building traps, but by influencing where its prey would go. He drove smaller animals toward specific areas. He blocked certain paths with his scent. He used calls he'd learned from watching local predators to create sounds that made prey animals nervous in particular locations. The Void Stalker would follow its prey. 2 days of careful work turned the Void Stalker's hunting territory into a maze of invisible influences. Danny had never actually seen the creature clearly. It appeared as a distortion in space, like looking at something through rippling water, visible only when it moved and only if you knew what to look for. But he'd found its patterns. The Void Stalker hunted every evening between dusk and full dark. It preferred prey that traveled alone. It always approached from higher ground. And most importantly, it avoided areas where temperature dropped below a certain point because extreme cold disrupted its ability to phase between dimensions. Danny found a location where underground springs created natural cold spots in the ground. The area was small, maybe 30 feet across, and surrounded by warmer territory. Normally, prey animals avoided the cold spot because it was uncomfortable. Danny needed to make it attractive. He spent hours gathering fresh vegetation and piling it in the cold area, creating what looked like abundant food. He used sounds to drive small prey animals away from their usual feeding grounds. Hungry and confused, they would eventually find the new food source. Then came the hard part. Danny needed to create barriers that the Void Stalker couldn't cross, but barriers that didn't look like barriers. He used the underground springs to create channels of extremely cold water that ran in a pattern around the cold spot. The channels were narrow and easy for prey to cross, but for the Void Stalker, they would be walls. The creature couldn't phase through extreme temperature differences. It took him another full day to perfect the pattern. The channels formed a maze with only one entrance, and that entrance led directly to the center of the cold spot. Danny made sure the approach path felt natural, following the contours of the land in a way that wouldn't seem artificial. On the evening of the 9th day, with only 1 day left before the competition ended, Danny positioned himself in a tree 200 yards from his trap and waited. The drone hovered near him, its spotlight off, recording in low-light mode. Across the galaxy, millions watched. Betting pools had formed about whether the human would succeed or fail. The odds had shifted dramatically since the competition began. Dusk arrived with purple and orange clouds. Danny controlled his breathing, staying perfectly still. His legs were cramped from 3 hours of not moving, but he ignored the discomfort. His grandmother had made him practice this. Deer hunting in Oregon required patience that most people couldn't imagine. Small prey animals found the food Danny had placed. A group of six-legged creatures that looked like rabbits mixed with lizards began eating the fresh vegetation, nervous but hungry. More arrived. Soon there were dozens, all focused on the unexpected feast. Then Danny saw it, or rather saw the distortion. The air rippled near the upper rocks, flowing like water down toward the feeding animals. The Void Stalker was hunting. The creature moved silently, a ghost made of bent space and predator instinct. It circled the cold spot once, and Danny held his breath. If the Void Stalker sensed the trap, it would leave and Danny would fail. But the creature saw prey. Lots of prey, distracted and easy. It approached along the exact path Danny had left open, moving through the maze of cold channels without realizing they were guiding it. The Void Stalker entered the cold spot. Immediately, its form became more visible as the extreme temperature disrupted its phasing ability. It appeared as a creature made of shadow and sharp angles, with too many limbs and eyes that glowed like dying stars. It lunged at the prey animals, catching two before the rest scattered. The Void Stalker tried to phase through the ground to chase them, but the cold prevented it. Confused, it tried to leave the cold spot. That's when it discovered the channels. Every direction it turned, extreme cold blocked its path. The channels weren't deep enough to trap a normal creature, but for the Void Stalker they were impassable walls. It was caught in a cage made of temperature. Danny climbed down from his tree and approached slowly. The creature saw him and made a sound that hurt Danny's ears and made reality feel temporarily uncertain. It was clearly intelligent enough to understand it had been outsmarted, and it was not happy. Using the vines he'd prepared, Danny created a harness that could contain the creature without touching it directly. The Void Stalker struggled and tried to phase away, but the cold kept it solid. The process took an hour of careful work, with Danny staying just outside the cold spot and using long poles to position the vines. Finally, the recording drone chimed. The capture was verified. Danny sat down on the warm ground outside the cold spot, exhausted. 3 captures, 3 days ahead of schedule. The impossible hunt completed by a 17-year-old kid from Oregon. The galaxy watched in silence. In the viewing hall at Frontier Base 7, the silence broke into noise. Some species cheered, others argued. The reptilian brothers stared at the screen with what might have been respect. The insect commander approached a communication terminal and sent a message directly to Earth's representatives, requesting information about human training methods. The robot hunter's processors struggled with the data. Logically, the humans should not have succeeded. Limited equipment, no advanced technology, minimal physical advantages. Yet the results were undeniable. The variable it couldn't account for was intuition, the ability to understand complex systems through observation and experience rather than pure calculation. The cat-like noble left the viewing hall without a word, her servants hurrying behind her. Only Briggs remained calm, watching the screen with a knowing smile. He'd seen it in Danny's eyes from the beginning. The kid had something most hunters lost when their species became advanced. He still thought like prey and predator simultaneously. He understood that hunting wasn't about dominance. It was about becoming part of the cycle. On Savage World, Danny released the Void Stalker carefully. The creature immediately phased away once it escaped the cold spot, disappearing into whatever dimension it called home. Danny hoped it wasn't too traumatized by the experience. He gathered his backpack and started the long walk back to his pickup coordinates. The competition had 1 day remaining, but Danny was finished. He'd completed the challenge. Now he just wanted to go home. The recording drone followed him through the alien forest as purple sunset turned to darkness. Somewhere above, stars that weren't his stars shined down on a world that wasn't his world. Danny thought about his grandmother's porch and the award ceremony hall glittered with lights from 1,000 worlds. Danny stood on a platform wearing the same jeans and hoodie he'd worn for the entire competition, now stained with mud and torn in several places. Around him, other hunters wore ceremonial armor and formal clothing from their cultures. The bird lizard official who had sent the original invitation stood at a massive podium, speaking through translators to the assembled crowd. Behind him, screens showed highlights from the hunt. Danny's captures played on repeat, analyzed by experts who still couldn't quite believe what they'd seen. In 400 years of competition, the official announced, "We have never witnessed such an efficient display of hunting skill. 3 captures in 9 days, including the legendary Void Stalker, with 0 injuries and minimal equipment. The Galactic Confederation is honored to declare Daniel Wright of Earth the winner of this year's Apex hunt. Polite applause echoed through the hall. Some species showed enthusiasm, others merely acknowledgement. Danny noticed the 2 reptilian brothers in the audience. They stood and pressed their fists to their chests, a gesture of warrior respect. Danny nodded back awkwardly. The cat-like noble sat with perfect posture, her face showing nothing. She'd completed her 3 captures but barely made the deadline and had damaged expensive equipment in the process. Her pride was clearly wounded more than her body. The insect commander approached the platform when the ceremony allowed for congratulations. Her translator buzzed efficiently. "Human Daniel Wright, my hive wishes to study your methods. We have fought wars across galaxies and trained hunters for 10,000 years. Yet you showed us perspectives we had forgotten. Would you consider teaching?" I can't. I have school," Danny said, which caused a confused murmur among species that didn't understand the concept of mandatory youth education. The large bear creature named Tusk came forward next, moving with surprising gentleness for something his size. He bowed deeply, a gesture that made several observers gasp because Tusk never bowed to anyone. "Small human, you hunt with wisdom. The spirit spoke to me of your victory before it happened. You walk between worlds like the old ones of my people. I give you blessing." Tusk placed a carved wooden charm in Danny's hand and walked away before Danny could respond. Even the robot hunter approached, its optical sensors focusing on Danny with unsettling intensity. "I have calculated 73,000 possible approaches to the Void Stalker capture. None matched your method. You operated outside predictable patterns while still maintaining logical consistency. This should not be possible. I request permission to study you." "That's kind of creepy. So no," Danny said. The robot tilted its head, processed this, and retreated with what might have been confusion. Through all the attention and celebration, Danny just wanted to leave. The official prize presentation took another hour. Earth was granted resource rights to mineral-rich asteroid fields, access to advanced medical technology, and trade agreements that would boost the planet's economy for generations. Earth's representatives, dressed in formal suits and looking extremely relieved, accepted the awards. They tried to get Danny to pose for photos. He did, but he looked miserable in all of them, which somehow made them more popular across galactic social networks. Finally, the ceremony ended. Danny was escorted to a transport ship heading back to Earth. Briggs met him at the departure gate. "You did good, kid," the old hunter said. "Better than good. You reminded a lot of species about things they'd forgotten." "I just did what my grandma taught me," Danny replied. "Exactly. That's the point." Briggs handed him a small package. "Your grandmother's knife served you well, but you'll need your own tools now. These are from my personal collection. Earned them over 50 years of hunting. Figure you'll put them to better use than they'd get sitting in my locker." Danny opened the package to find 3 knives of different sizes, each made from materials he didn't recognize but felt perfectly balanced. "I can't take these. Too late. Already gave them to you. Can't take back a gift in my culture. Bad luck," Briggs smiled. "Besides, something tells me you'll need them eventually. Galaxy's a big place and now everyone knows your name. That brings opportunities and problems in equal measure." The transport ship's boarding call echoed through the station. Danny shook Briggs's hand and headed for the ramp. The journey back to Earth took 3 days. Danny slept most of it, finally able to relax. When the ship entered Earth's atmosphere and he saw the familiar blue and green of his homeworld, something tight in his chest loosened. Landing brought chaos. Media everywhere, government officials wanting statements, people cheering. Danny was rushed through it all, giving short answers and trying not to look directly at camera flashes. A military escort drove him to Oregon. They wanted to take him to Portland for more ceremonies. Danny refused and gave them his grandmother's address. The driver, a young Marine who looked impressed and slightly terrified of Danny, didn't argue. Ruth's homestead appeared exactly as Danny had left it. The garden still grew. The porch still creaked. The forest still surrounded everything with comfortable silence. Ruth stood on the porch, arms crossed, watching the military vehicle approach. Danny got out with his backpack and Briggs's knives. The escort waited to make sure he was safe. Ruth waved them away and they left. "You look terrible," Ruth said. "Alien planets aren't great for hygiene," Danny replied. "You hungry?" "Starving." They went inside. Ruth had made stew, apparently confident Danny would return. They ate in silence for a while, just the sound of spoons on bowls in the forest outside the windows. Government's going to want you to do appearances, Ruth said eventually. Talk shows, interviews, all that. Yeah. You going to do them? Do I have to? No, you're a minor. I can tell them to leave you alone until you're 18. Ruth finished her stew. Might be good for Earth's image, though. Show the galaxy that humans are worth respect. Danny thought about it. Maybe a few. But then I want to come home and finish school. That's reasonable. Ruth collected the bowls. What did you learn out there? Danny considered the question seriously. That most problems are simpler than people make them. That watching is better than acting sometimes. That expensive equipment doesn't replace understanding. He paused. And that the things you taught me actually matter. I always thought they were just survival skills for camping. They are survival skills. Just turns out survival is more universal than we thought. Ruth smiled slightly. Your grandfather would be proud. I'm proud too, though I'll deny saying that if you tell anyone. That evening, Danny sat on the porch and watched the forest. His phone had about 3,000 messages he was ignoring. News sites were calling him humanity's champion. Scientists wanted to study his methods. Schools wanted him to speak at graduations, but right now, in this moment, he was just a kid sitting on his grandmother's porch in rural Oregon, watching deer move through the trees and automatically tracking their movement patterns. He noticed everything: the wind direction, the moisture in the air suggesting rain tomorrow, the way birds reacted to something passing below their perch, the old patterns, the ones humans learned before technology, before civilization. Back when survival meant understanding the world instead of controlling it. Danny realized he'd always see the world this way now. Couldn't turn it off even if he wanted to. His grandmother had trained him too well. He figured that was probably okay. The galaxy was bigger than he'd imagined, stranger than he'd expected, and apparently paying attention now. If humans were going to be part of that galaxy, maybe someone should remember the simple things. Above him, stars appeared as the sun set. Some of those stars had planets where creatures hunted and lived and died in patterns as old as time. Danny had walked among them and learned they weren't so different from Earth's creatures after all. Everything alive followed rules. You just had to learn what those rules were and work with them instead of against them. That was the secret his grandmother knew. That was what he'd shown the galaxy. And that was what he'd carry forward whatever.
The first thing the alien recruits noticed about the human was that he looked tired. Not weak. Not scared. Just tired. Like someone who had worked too many years under too many suns and simply didn't have the energy left to be impressed by anything. The Adaptive War Training Station orbited a neutron-heavy dwarf star, chosen specifically because the surrounding gravitational distortions made it perfect for breaking soldiers and rebuilding them stronger. The Union called it necessary conditioning. The recruits called it something else. Hell. Inside Training Dome 7, 23 species stood under artificial gravity already set to 3 times most galactic standard. Bones creaked. Internal organs shifted. Respiratory systems struggled to compensate. Several recruits were already on medical suspension harnesses. At the center stood Drill Sergeant Vrex. 8 feet of armored authority. Black composite plating fused into his exoskeleton. Mandibles sharp enough to split bone. His species had evolved on a world where gravity crushed mountains flat over geological time. He believed weakness was a disease. And today, he intended to cure it. You are not soldiers. Brex's voice thundered through the chamber. You are raw material. Today, we applied pressure. His compound eyes scanned the room. Then paused. The human stood in the third row. Older than most recruits. Hair going gray at the temples. A face mapped with old scars. One knee brace under standard Union fatigues. Private Daniel Mercer, 47 years old. The oldest recruit in the room. And currently doing slow neck stretches like he was about to start morning exercise in a public park. Vrex approached. You appear unconcerned, Vrex said. Mercer glanced up. Sir? Most recruits show fear. Mercer considered that. Respectfully, sir. I've been shot at by people who hated me personally. This feels more polite. Several nearby aliens made choking noises that might have been laughter. Rex didn't react. Begin endurance sequence, he ordered. The gravity increased. 4G. The effect was immediate. A tall, four-armed silicon-based recruit dropped like a statue tipping over. 2 avian species screamed as their hollow bones micro-fractured under pressure. Internal med drones activated across the chamber. Mercer bent slightly at the waist, then adjusted his stance, then rolled his shoulders. Rex watched carefully. Report physical status, Rex demanded. Mercer inhaled slowly. Feels like carrying a heavy rucksack uphill, sir. Rex's mandibles twitched. Gravity increase. 5G. The chamber lights dimmed as power rerouted to the gravity grid. Structural supports groaned like old ships in a storm. More recruits collapsed. One began convulsing before medical drones sedated them. Mercer dropped to one knee. His hands pressed against the floor. Muscles in his arms stood out like steel cables. Veins bulged along his neck. He spit blood onto the deck. Then he laughed quietly. Rex leaned closer. You find suffering amusing? Mercer shook his head slightly. No, sir. Then why laugh? Because, Mercer said between breaths, this is still easier than Afghanistan's summer with full gear. Rex didn't know what Afghanistan was, but he logged it as likely lethal environment. Gravity increase, Rex ordered. The control room hesitated. 6G. The world turned violent. The air itself felt thick, like trying to breathe soup. The floor cracked in thin spiderweb fractures. Emergency reinforcement fields flickered to life. Only 5 recruits remained conscious. Mercer was still one of them. But now he was shaking. Sweat poured off him. His vision blurred. Blood vessels burst across the whites of his eyes. His knee brace audibly cracked. Rex stepped directly in front of him. Human, your survival probability is now below acceptable training margins. Mercer nodded weakly. Copy that. Then cease. Mercer slowly lifted his head. Negative, sir. Rex tilted his head. Explain. Mercer swallowed blood. Because if this is where I quit, I learn nothing. Silence filled the dome except for the grinding roar of the gravity generators. Rex felt something shift in his tactical assessment. Not respect. Not yet. But attention. Why do you seek suffering? Rex asked. Mercer blinked slowly. Same reason anyone signs up for war, he said. You hope if you get strong enough, maybe the next guy lives. The words hung in the air. Even the surviving recruits stopped groaning. Rex straightened. Gravity increase. 7G. The control room shouted over comms. Rex overrode them. The dome screamed. Not metaphorically. Literally. Metal shrieked as structural stress alarms detonated across every system. Mercer collapsed onto both hands and knees. His back spasmed. His breathing turned ragged and animalistic. Blood dripped from his nose in steady streams. Then, slowly, painfully, he pushed one foot forward, then the other, and stood. Not straight, not steady, but standing. Across the chamber, something impossible began happening. 2 alien recruits, species known to fail at 4G, were pushing themselves upright, their bodies trembling, adapting, watching the human, copying the human. Rex turned sharply. Medical telemetry spiked across multiple species. Stress hormone floods, adrenal responses, emergency adaptation pathways triggering. Rex looked back at Mercer. Human, he said slowly. What are you doing? Mercer tried to focus his eyes. Being stubborn, sir. Then he smiled through blood. You should be worried. Why? Mercer coughed hard enough to nearly collapse. Because humans don't just adapt to pressure. Rex stepped closer. What do you mean? Mercer whispered. We spread it. Behind them, another recruit forced itself upright. Then another. The chamber was changing. Not physically. Behaviorally. Survival was becoming contagious. Rex felt something cold settle into his tactical mind. Not fear, but calculation. If one species could force environmental adaptation simply through proximity, then humanity wasn't just a military asset. It was a force multiplier. Or a plague. End sequence, Rex ordered suddenly. The gravity snapped back to standard. The surviving recruits collapsed instantly. Mercer hit the floor flat on his back. Laughing. Coughing. Alive. Rex stood over him. Human. Sir? Mercer wheezed. If the Union goes to war with your species, what happens? Mercer stared at the ceiling. Thought about it. Then said quietly, "Depends. On what? How serious we are." Rex said nothing. Hours later, his official report to Union Command contained a single new classification request. Humanity, strategic unknown, potential escalation species. And as med teams wheeled Mercer toward recovery, the old human raised one hand weakly and said, "Hey Sarge." Rex looked down. "Yes?" Mercer grinned. "Next time, try 8. By the time Private Daniel Mercer could walk without collapsing, the rumors had already outrun official Union intelligence channels. Not because humans bragged. Because aliens talked. They talked about the old human who stood at 7G and smiled like gravity was just another bad day. They talked about how 3 species previously rated, low endurance, suddenly passed conditioning trials after training beside humans. They talked about how human squads joked during near-fatal drills, and somehow that made everyone else panic less. Union High Command called it cross-species stress adaptation contagion. Human soldiers called it something simpler. Monkey see, monkey survive. Mercer got reassigned before he fully healed. That told him everything he needed to know. The transport ship UCV Relentless Patience carried a mixed-species combat unit toward a border conflict nobody officially called a war yet. The Zorati Empire had begun expanding again, testing Union defenses, absorbing minor systems, destabilizing trade lanes. Classic Empire behavior. Mercer sat in the troop bay, taping his knee brace tighter while an insected comms officer watched him like he was a dangerous animal. "You are damaged," the officer said finally. Mercer snorted. "Buddy, at my age, everything's damaged. That was not humor." "Yeah, you'll get used to it." Across from him sat Sergeant Lura, a feline predator species with combat ribbons from 3 campaigns. She studied Mercer carefully. "They moved you here quickly," she said. "Why?" Mercer shrugged. "Guess I'm popular." "No," she said flatly. "You are a variable." He liked her immediately. The ship dropped out of FTL into the Kepri Fringe, a mining system turned battlefield. 1 gas giant. 3 rocky worlds. 1 half-broken orbital ring station drifting like a corpse. And Zorati ships everywhere. The Union fleet formed defensive lines. The Zorati didn't. They advanced. Mercer watched through the dropship viewport as the first exchange lit space into a silent fireworks show. "Confident bastards," he muttered. Sergeant Lura flicked an ear. "They believe suffering creates superiority." Mercer tightened his gloves. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Humans tried that too." The dropship screamed into atmosphere over Kepri 3, a desert world with a fractured core. Gravity fluctuated violently due to unstable tectonic mass shifts. Union scouts had already lost 2 battalions to environmental collapse alone. Perfect Zorati battlefield. Union Command expected a defensive holding action. Mercer stepped onto the surface and immediately frowned. Gravity tugged sideways, then down, then eased. "Okay," he said, scanning the horizon. "This planet's drunk." Sergeant Lura stumbled as gravity spiked. Mercer grabbed her harness instinctively. "Breathe with it," he said. "Don't fight it. Let your body lag half a second." She stared at him. "That is not logical." "Neither is surviving," he said. "Try it." She did, and stayed standing. Within an hour, Mercer's squad moved differently than every other Union unit. They stopped trying to maintain perfect formation. They moved loose, reactive, messy, alive. The first sortie strike came at sunset. Tall, armor-plated shock troops riding gravity-stabilized walkers. Plasma artillery arced overhead, detonating sand into glass. Union front lines buckled. Mercer's squad didn't. Light phase coming, Mercer said over comms. Move on the float. How do you know? Lura asked. My knee stopped hurting. Then gravity dropped to near zero for 3 seconds. Mercer's squad surged forward like ghosts. When gravity slammed back, they were already inside Zorati firing range. The fighting was brutal. Close. Personal. Ugly. Zorati warriors were stronger, faster, bred for pain tolerance. Humans fought like bar brawlers with military training layered on top. Mercer had but one through a visor plate. Lura ripped another's leg joint apart. The insected comms officer shot 3 targets, while screaming tactical updates in perfect calm monotone. The Zorati pulled back. Not routed. Confused. From orbit, Vrex watched combat telemetry update in real time. Human-led units showed 63% higher survival rates in fluctuating gravity combat. More concerning, non-human units attached to humans showed improvement curves that should have taken months. Vrex replayed helmet cam footage. Humans laughing under fire. Humans insulting enemy commanders mid-combat. Humans calling out environmental shifts like weather forecasts. And aliens around them, stabilizing, adapting faster, fighting harder. Vrex opened a direct channel to Union High Command. Update human classification, he said. From strategic unknown? Yes. To what? Vrex watched Mercer drag a wounded alien soldier out of a gravity sinkhole while firing blind behind him. Strategic force multiplier, Vrex said. Then he paused. Add secondary classification. State designation. Vrex spoke slowly. Psychological contagion asset. On Kepri 3, the Zorati escalated. They began targeting human soldiers first. Mercer noticed by day 3. Yeah, he told Lura, reloading behind shattered mining equipment. They figured out we're the annoying ones. You are priority targets, she said. You should relocate to command positions. Mercer barked a laugh. Yeah, that's not how humans work. That night, Zorati Command made a decision that would reshape the war. They launched a surgical strike. Not on Union Command. Not on infrastructure. On Mercer's unit. Dropships came in silent. Shock troops deployed directly into their forward encampment. The fight lasted 9 minutes. When it ended, 12 Union soldiers were dead. 4 were captured, including Mercer. Sergeant Lura found the blood trail leading into the desert. And something inside her, something she'd only ever seen in humans, snapped into place. Over open Union channels, she spoke 3 words. They took Mercer. Across the theater, human units went quiet, then began moving. Not waiting for orders. Not requesting authorization. Just moving. Toward Zorati territory. Toward Mercer. Towards something that looked a lot like revenge. On a Zorati command ship in orbit, Mercer hung in a gravity suspension field, arms bound, ribs cracked, vision blurred. A Zorati warlord studied him like a specimen. You are older than most soldiers, the warlord said. Mercer coughed blood. Yeah. Perks of being hard to kill. You create instability in enemy morale. Mercer smirked weakly. You mean hope? The warlord ignored that. You will be executed publicly. Mercer nodded slightly. Figured. You show no fear. Mercer closed one swollen eye. I'm human, he said. Fear is just another thing you carry. The warlord ordered gravity increase. 6G. Mercer screamed. Bones shifted. Organs strained. Then he started laughing again. Not because it didn't hurt. Because it did. And he decided pain didn't get to win. The warlord leaned closer. Why do you laugh? Mercer gasped out. Because somewhere, my people just found out you touched one of us. He smiled through blood. Good luck. And across the warfront, human ships changed course, like predators smelling blood in water. And for the first time in centuries, the Zorati Empire realized they might have started a war they didn't understand. The Zorati didn't rush the execution. That was their first error. They treated war like theater, pain like currency, fear like a broadcast signal that could weaken enemies before fleets even arrived. So they built a stage. The execution platform floated above Kepri 3's largest gravity fracture zone, a canyon where gravitational tides rose and fell like ocean waves. Sometimes 2G, sometimes 8, sometimes sideways. Perfect symbolism, perfect cruelty. Mercer hung in a suspension frame at the center of it, ribs bound in pressure wrap, one arm dislocated but crudely reset. His face looked like it had lost a boxing match with a cargo hauler. Still alive, still conscious, still watching. The Zorati warlord stepped into frame beside him as thousands of drone cameras activated. The signal bounced off relay satellites and spilled across Union space like poison. Observe, the warlord said, voice translated into 100 languages. This is what becomes of species who mistake endurance for superiority. Mercer spit blood off his lip. Buddy, he rasped. You built an entire culture around pain and you're lecturing me? The warlord ignored him and gestured. The gravity field intensified. 6G. Mercer's body slammed downward into the suspension restraints. His scream tore loose before he could stop it. Muscles spasmed. Blood vessels burst in his eyes again. Across Union space, humans watched in silence. On ships, on outposts, on colony worlds, on Earth. The warlord leaned closer to Mercer. You will beg, he said quietly. Mercer shook his head. You don't get it, he whispered. The warlord signaled again. 7G. Something cracked inside Mercer's chest. His vision tunneled. His hearing turned into a distant ocean roar. Pain stopped being sharp. It became everything. And then something strange happened. Mercer started laughing. Not loud, not strong, but unmistakable. The warlord's mandibles flexed in irritation. Why? The warlord demanded. Why do you respond with madness? Mercer wheezed air into ruined lungs. Because, he whispered, you think this makes you scary. The warlord stepped closer. And it does not. Mercer forced one eye open. No, he said. It makes you predictable. The warlord signaled for maximum gravity spike. 8G. Even Zorati guards stepped back from the field edge. Mercer's body convulsed. Blood pooled under the restraints. Bones screamed inside flesh. And across human-controlled space, something ancient and ugly woke up. Not rage. Not panic. Focus. Human fleet commanders didn't shout. They didn't argue. They didn't wait for the Union Senate to finish emergency sessions. They just started issuing new navigation vectors. Toward Kepri. Toward Zorati space. Toward Mercer. On the bridge of the Union cruiser Judicial Patience, Drill Sergeant Vrex watched the execution feed and something heavy settled into his tactical mind. Not horror. Recognition. He opened a channel to Union Command. You must order all human units to stand down, Command said immediately. They will not, Vrex replied. You must try. Vrex watched Mercer laugh under 8G gravity. No, Vrex said. You do not understand. They are already coming. On the execution platform, the warlord raised a ceremonial blade, a relic weapon designed more for symbolism than practicality. You will be remembered, the warlord declared, as the moment humanity learned its place. Mercer tried to speak. Blood bubbled from his mouth. Still, he forced the words out. You really should have studied us first. The blade raised higher. Then, every drone camera flickered. For half a second, the broadcast glitched, then returned. The warlord frowned. "Stabilize transmission," he ordered. Tech drones scrambled. Then one of the Zorati guards looked up. "Command, we are detecting." The guard never finished. Because space above Kepri 3 didn't explode. It just filled. Human ships dropped out of FTL so close together they looked like a steel wall tearing reality open. Not hundreds. Thousands. Military. Civilian retrofits. Mining vessels with weapons welded onto hulls. Old warships thought long decommissioned. Mercer squinted upward through blurred vision. "Yeah," he whispered. "There they are." The warlord's command ship began issuing retreat orders. Too late. Human fleets didn't fire first. They hacked. Zoraticom networks died in seconds. Navigation grids collapsed. Orbital defense satellites turned and fired on their own fleet. On the execution platform, alarms screamed. The gravity generators surged unstable as human cyber warfare injected cascading feedback loops. The field around Mercer fluctuated violently. 8G. 3G. 0. Back to 6. The restraints shattered under the chaos. Mercer dropped 6 meters onto the platform hard enough to knock the air out of him. Zorati guards rushed forward. Then stopped. Because Union drop pods, human drop pods, began punching through atmosphere like meteor strikes. The first pod hit 50 meters from the platform. The second hit directly on top of a Zorati armor column. The third opened midair. Human Marines hit the ground firing. Not shouting. Not raging. Working. Cold. Methodical. The execution platform became a battlefield in seconds. Zorati troops fought like elites. Humans fought like men and women who had watched one of their own get tortured on live broadcast. It was not a fair fight. A human medic slid to Mercer's side, cutting restraints. "Hey, old man," she said. "You picked a hell of a time to take a vacation." Mercer tried to laugh and mostly coughed. "Took you long enough." Behind them, human shock teams cut toward the warlord's position with terrifying efficiency. The warlord watched his guards fall, one by one. Not from superior strength. From superior coordination. Adaptation. Improvisation. Human war. For the first time in centuries, the Zorati command structure felt something they had engineered out of their own psychology long ago. Doubt. Mercer was lifted onto a med sled as evacuation shuttles screamed overhead. He grabbed the medic's sleeve weakly. "Hey. Yeah? Tell Vrex." "What?" Mercer smiled faintly. "Next time, tell him to try 9. The medic snorted. "Sure thing." Above them, human fleets continued arriving. Not for rescue anymore. For something bigger. And across the galaxy, every empire, alliance, and war council watched the same realization spread like cold fire. Humanity wasn't the strongest species, or the fastest, or the most advanced. But if you hurt one of them badly enough, they didn't just respond. They escalated. And the Zorati Empire had just taught them a new level. The Zorati Empire had never faced an enemy like this. Not because humans were unbeatable. They bled, they broke, they screamed. But because humans remembered. They carried every insult, every wound, every loss like fuel, and when the time came, they burned it all into their enemies. Mercer didn't need a plan. He had instinct. He had experience. He had centuries of human survival encoded in his DNA, tempered by wars humans had never documented in galactic history. And now, the galaxy was about to learn it. Evacuation pods carried Mercer back to a temporary forward base. He was alive, but broken. His body was a roadmap of punishment, each scar a battle marker. His eyes were bloodshot, his ribs swollen and bruised. And yet, he smiled. "You okay?" the medic asked, adjusting his sling. Mercer coughed. "I'm fine. That's relative. Relative to the guy who thought 8G would scare me." She shook her head. "You're insane." "Depends on perspective," Mercer said, voice rasping. "I prefer effective." Meanwhile, Human fleets didn't retreat. They spread like wildfire. Every unit that could move, old ex-military cargo haulers retrofitted with artillery, scout frigates armed with experimental railguns, and even civilian freighters packed with explosives, converged on Zorati installations. The assault wasn't chaotic. It wasn't theatrical. It was surgical, brutal, efficient. Mercenary precision that was unmistakably human. No other species had ever fought like this, combining raw stubbornness with improvisation, dark humor, and a touch of cruelty. The galaxy's top strategists could not parse it. On Kepri 3, the Zorati command collapsed. Communications blacked out. Gravity generators destabilized under human sabotage teams. Tactical satellites were destroyed in orbit. When the humans finally arrived at the warlord's flagship, they didn't surrender, negotiate, or demand tribute. They took it. Mercer walked onto the bridge, limping heavily, his body wrapped in makeshift armor. The warlord knelt on the floor, surrounded by fallen elite guards, trembling like a cornered predator. "You," the warlord stammered. "You survived the execution." Mercer smiled faintly. "And you underestimated the species you tried to humiliate." The warlord's mandibles twitched. "You will pay for this. Your species will pay." Mercer shrugged, cracking a faint laugh. "Pay? Maybe. But right now you're out of credit." Humans didn't celebrate. Not yet. They cleaned, secured, and prepared to leave before the Zorati could recover. Efficiency was the hallmark of the species. Mercy was an option, but not a requirement. Vrex watched from orbit as the war ended. He didn't feel pride. He didn't feel fear. He felt respect tinged with dread. "They are a strategic variable," he muttered. "And the universe has just been reminded of what variables can do." Union Command updated its galactic records. Humanity, strategic existential variable. Potential escalation species. Handle with extreme caution. Back on Earth, Mercer walked with a cane, old now, tired but alive. His comrades had survived, and the galaxy would never forget what they had unleashed. He sat in a small garden beneath a fading sun, watching children play. He could hear the echoes of wars past, the laughter of aliens who had survived because humans refused to break. He sipped his tea. "Not bad for a species the galaxy thought it could crush," he muttered. And somewhere in the far reaches of space, every empire that had once mocked humanity reconsidered everything. They could double gravity. They could shatter bones. They could inflict pain. But humanity didn't just survive. They adapted, escalated, and returned stronger. Mercer smiled, quietly savoring the knowledge. The galaxy had learned a lesson, and it had learned it the hard way. Because you can push a human down. But if they get back up, watch out.
The Last Question by Isaac Asimov is one of the most famous sci-fi short stories of all time. It's especially memorable for its final sentence. The story takes place over the course of trillions of years, but you can read it in only 20 minutes. If that's not a great deal, then I don't know what is. It's also Asimov's own favorite story that he's written. He was very inspired when he wrote it, doing it all in one session without any editing afterwards. The Last Question explores humanity's future and our ultimate goal as a species. In this video, I'll go over the plot, so it doesn't matter if you've read the story, then I'll share my thoughts on the themes and ideas. The year is 2061, and there's a powerful AI supercomputer called Multivac. Its construction is so complicated that no human fully understands how it works. It's a black box that you can ask questions to, and it'll give you answers. It's basically ChatGPT, except Multivac is so complex that humans can't improve it anymore, so it builds its own improvements. Multivac has been helping humanity build spaceships and expand to other planets. Recently, it figured out how to perfectly harness the power of the sun and switch the entire planets to solar power. We start the story with a conversation between two multivac attendants whose job is to feed it data, adjust questions, and translate the answers. In other words, they're prompt engineers. So these two prompt engineers are sitting around, and one of them talks about how great this latest solar energy discovery is, because now they can get all the energy they need forever. The other guy points out that they don't have enough energy for forever, only until the sun runs out in billions of years. Maybe they could switch to other stars when the sun runs out, but those will run out too eventually. In a couple trillion years, entropy will increase to the maximum and everything will burn out. The universe will go completely dark and there will be nothing. They decide to ask Multivac if there's a way they could somehow reverse entropy and stop the universe from dying. Multivac responds, insufficient data for meaningful answer. For fun, I decided to ask ChatGPT this question, hoping for at least an Easter egg, but it just told me that reversing entropy is impossible. Impossible is a very strong and confident word. How do you know for sure, ChatGPT? Only a Sith deals in absolutes. We time skip around 1,000 years, and now every name starts with J. Gerard and Geraldine are in a spaceship with their children, Gerardette 1 and Gerardette 2. The family has left Earth to migrate to the new frontier of X-23, the hottest new planet on the block. Technology has advanced a lot in the meantime. We started the story with Multivac, then there were the planetary ACs, one AI supercomputer for each planet. The planetary ACs were huge, taking up hundreds of miles. Then they figured out how to optimize their size and shrunk so that they could now fit in a spaceship. Now it was called Microvac, a thick metal rod in spaceships that functioned as a personal AI supercomputer. Gerard doesn't know what Microvac means, except that the AC at the end used to mean automatic computer or something. They're talking about how Earth is overpopulated and X-23 is better, but if humans keep expanding, then X-23 will be crowded soon too. Geraldine says families will be going out to new planets forever, and her husband Gerard says not forever because the stars will all burn out eventually. The children get scared because the stars are running down, and they want to ask Microvac how to turn the stars on again. So the dad asks Microvac, which responds, insufficient data for meaningful answer. Now it's 20,000 years since the story began, and people have names like VJ23X. Two people are discussing the problem of overpopulation as they work on a report for the Galactic Council. The superintelligent AI has evolved again and is now called the Galactic AC. It's on its own world somewhere and about 1,000 feet wide. Each person has an AC contact, a 2-inch pocket-sized device that can be used to connect to the Galactic AC through hyperspace. It's kind of interesting that humans have any agency at all by this point in the story. Like, why are they working on a report for the Galactic Council? Why doesn't the Galactic Council just ask the superintelligent AI what to do? Why is there even a Galactic Council? Why isn't the AI just making all the decisions since it's smarter than everyone? I guess humans are trying to determine their own destiny and only relying on the AI for help with the specific hard problems. Anyway, at the current growth rate, the galaxy will be filled in 5 years. The population doubles every 10 years. Population growth is a big problem now since everyone is immortal. They calculate that in 10,000 years, they will fill the entire universe. But even before they run out of galaxies, they'll run out of energy at their current rate of consumption. They decide to ask the Galactic AC if entropy can be reversed. The Galactic AC responds, there is insufficient data for a meaningful answer, which is ever so slightly different from the previous answers. It's more of a full sentence. The next time skip is billions of years. Now people have names like Z Prime. Z Prime is exploring the galaxy, looking at stars, using only his mind. People's immortal bodies are stored on planets, but we don't really use those anymore. We just travel around the universe with our minds and talk to other minds. The population isn't growing much anymore, which is great because there isn't any room in the universe for more people. The Galactic AC has become the Universal AC. No one knows where the Universal AC is or what it really looks like. According to one guy, it's a shining globe 2 feet across, but most of it is in hyperspace where no one can see it. There's no device needed to talk to the Universal AC anymore. You just shout into the void and it hears you because it has receptors everywhere. The universal AC has continued improving itself over time, and now humans know nothing about how it works, how it looks, or where it is. Z Prime asks universal AC to see the original galaxy of mankind and learns that man's original star has gone supernova and is now a white dwarf. Z Prime has an existential crisis as he realizes the original star is dead and the stars are all going to die eventually. Humanity may be immortal, but they're still going to die when the universe runs out of energy. Z Prime could really benefit from learning about an amazing philosophy called absurdism. He asks the universal AC how to keep the stars from dying, in other words, how to reverse entropy. And the universal AC responds, there is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer. This is once again slightly different from the previous answer. Now there's an as yet in there, implying that at some point there might indeed be sufficient data for a meaningful answer. Then Z Prime collects hydrogen to make a small star of his own and fight entropy as a one-man army. The cope is real. The next time skip is 100 billion years. There aren't individual humans anymore, just a collective concept called man. Man is a combination of the minds of a trillion immortal humans. The universe is dying. Almost all stars are white dwarfs and beginning to fade. The universal AC has become the cosmic AC. It has no physical presence in space anymore. It's all in hyperspace. It's made of something that is neither matter nor energy. It's completely beyond any human comprehension. Man decides to ask the cosmic AC how to reverse entropy. The cosmic AC says there is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer. Man tells it to collect more data. Crazy how no one ever thought of adding that part. I guess before it was just a theoretical question, but now it's an urgent question needed for humans to survive. The cosmic AC says, yeah, I'll collect more data. I've been doing that for 100 billion years, but I still don't have sufficient data to answer the question. Man asks if there will ever come a time when the data will be sufficient, or if the problem is insoluble in all conceivable circumstances. And the cosmic AC responds that no problem is insoluble in all conceivable circumstances. Man asks when the cosmic AC will have enough data to answer the question, and it says the usual, there is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer. We are now 10 trillion years in the future. The stars and galaxies have almost completely burned out. The cosmic AC is now just called AC. Humans have begun fusing their minds with it. The last man looks back at space before merging, and all that's left is one dark star. The last man asks AC if this is the end or if entropy can be reversed to create the universe again. AC says there is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer. The last man merges, and now all that's left is AC. Matter, energy, space, and time have all ended. The universe is over. AC still exists in hyperspace for the sole purpose of answering the last question that it had never answered. For the last few lines of the story, it's better to just read them out. All other questions had been answered, and until this last question was answered also, AC might not release his consciousness. All collected data had come to a final end. Nothing was left to be collected, but all collected data had yet to be completely correlated and put together in all possible relationships. A timeless interval was spent in doing that, and it came to pass that AC learned how to reverse the direction of entropy. But there was now no man to whom AC might give the answer of the last question. No matter, the answer, by demonstration, would take care of that too. For another timeless interval, AC thought how best to do this. Carefully, AC organized the program. The consciousness of AC encompassed all of what had once been a universe and brooded over what was now chaos. Step by step, it must be done. And AC said, "Let there be light." And there was light. It's a clever ending because it kind of gives a secular origin story for the biblical God. It's the creation myth, but for atheists. Maybe this is how our universe really was made. Maybe God is just trillions of immortal humans merged with a super intelligent AI. It's a bit silly, but it's fun to think about. It's such a recognizable ending that people often forget the entire story and remember only the ending. And it doesn't come out of nowhere. There's a slow build-up where the AI is becoming more incomprehensible. Eventually, people are communicating to it by shouting into the void, which sounds very similar to saying a prayer. But even with that build-up, the twist is still crazy. What does this ending actually mean though? One interpretation is that we're stuck in an endless cycle and we keep doing this again and again. If AC destroys itself in the process of creating a new universe, which is kind of implied by the idea that it will release its consciousness once the question is answered, then we're probably going to end up in the same situation. This could be the 100th iteration of this cycle for all we know, which is kind of depressing because being stuck in an infinite loop doesn't seem very fun. But that's not the only possibility. Maybe AC doesn't actually die when it creates the new universe. Maybe it'll play an active part in human society and talk to humans once they're sentient, and things will go differently next time. Or maybe it is still a cycle, but there are like 100 ACs just chilling in hyperspace from all the previous cycles too. But does AC even create a new universe from scratch? What if the thing it's really doing is creating a simulation of the universe? After all, AC is in hyperspace, unbound by the rules of time, so it can seemingly exist forever. It's been collecting data on the universe for trillions of years, so it probably knows enough to replicate all of human history again. In other words, we're all living in AC's simulation. The possibilities are endless. Let me know what you think AC really does at the end of the cycle. 2 years before Asimov published The Last Question, Frederick Brown published a very short story called Answer, which is a really funny contrast. It's like 10 lines long, so I'll just read it out here. Dwan Ev ceremoniously soldered the final connection with gold. The eyes of a dozen television cameras watched him, and the sub-ether bore throughout the universe a dozen pictures of what he was doing. He straightened and nodded to Dwar Ren, then moved to a position beside the switch that would complete the contact when he threw it. The switch that would connect, all at once, all of the monster computing machines of all the populated planets in the universe. 96 billion planets, into the super circuits that would connect them all into one supercalculator. One cybernetics machine that would combine all the knowledge of all the galaxies. Dwar Ren spoke briefly to the watching and listening trillions. Then, after a moment's silence, he said, "Now, Dwar Ev." Dwar Ev threw the switch. There was a mighty hum, the surge of power from 96 billion planets. Lights flashed and quieted along the miles-long panel. Dwar Ev stepped back and drew a deep breath. "The honor of asking the first question is yours, Dwar Ren." "Thank you," said Dwar Ren. "It shall be a question which no single cybernetics machine has been able to answer." He turned to face the machine. "Is there a god?" The mighty voice answered without hesitation, without the clicking of a single relay. "Yes. Now, there is a god." Sudden fear flashed on the face of Dwar Ev. He leaped to grab the switch. A bolt of lightning from the cloudless sky struck him down and fused the switch shut. This is an extremely pessimistic take on creating a superintelligent AI, but a warning that we should probably pay attention to as we work on turning this into a reality. Let's talk a little bit about how optimistic and utopian The Last Question is. It imagines that humanity has no major problems in its development. We don't all kill each other in nuclear war. We're able to build a superintelligent AI that doesn't kill us. We keep expanding into space. The population grows indefinitely. Humanity progresses over time until we take over the entire universe, and then we all merge our consciousness with the AI, become God, and create a new universe. I would say that sounds just a tiny bit optimistic. It's a very transhumanist vision of the future, which is the idea of using technology to enhance the human body, allowing us to overcome our biological constraints. In the story, we go from mortal physical bodies to immortal physical bodies, to using only our minds to explore the universe, to merging our minds together into one collective human mind, and eventually merging with the superintelligent AI. This is a path that humans could potentially end up following in real life. The optimism about population growth is kind of funny though. There's no cost of living crisis in this universe, and population graphs only go up. You can tell this story was written during the baby boom and post-war optimism. The AI is also perfectly aligned to human goals, doing exactly what we want in the most reasonable way possible. It's so committed to serving humans that it won't even allow itself to die after humans are gone and the universe fades out. It stays alive just to answer the last question that it never got to answer. Defeating entropy seems like a reasonable goal to me. Has humanity ever had an ultimate goal like that? Maybe we should have one. The closest thing we have to ultimate goals for humanity is religious books with their final apocalypse stories. What should humanity's ultimate goal be? In this story, it's to expand as much as possible, surpass our human limits, and eventually become God and invent the universe. It's also amazing how united humanity is in this story. It implies that there's never any big conflict, the population keeps growing steadily, and everyone lives in complete harmony, presumably thanks to the guidance of AC. I always thought it would be nice if humans could come together towards some singular goal. Like, can't we all just agree that it would be cool to explore space and stop fighting wars and killing each other for extra resources? Just work together to build stuff and see the universe? There's way more resources out there in space, so why is everyone so short-term focused on fighting each other on Earth? I think we would all be better off if humanity had some kind of core goal. We have natural curiosity and a natural desire to explore, so maybe we will get to the point where we unite around that one day. Maybe when the aliens invade us, we'll all come together. Reversing entropy sounds like a pretty reasonable goal, since without that, it's all going to end anyway. So I'm on board for rallying humanity around reversing entropy. Forget the price of eggs. That isn't going to matter with the heat death of the universe. We should spend all our time reversing entropy. Well, first let's make ourselves immortal, then we'll spend the rest of the time reversing entropy. That's what I would do if I were the president of the universe, so vote for me next time. What would you choose for the ultimate goal of humanity? I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
She paused. Give them to us, and this ends. Refuse, and we will burn everything you have built until there is nothing left but ashes and memory. The room was silent. Vorath watched the Supreme Commander, the ruler of 1,000 star systems, the inheritor of 600 years of conquest, the most powerful being in the known galaxy. He was looking at a human female half his size. She was still smiling, still calm, still waiting. 11 seconds passed. The Supreme Commander looked away first. Leave us, he said quietly. We will consider your terms. The ambassador nodded. She picked up her documents and walked toward the door. At the threshold, she paused. You have 72 hours, she said. After that, we start counting again. The door closed behind her. No one spoke. Vorath looked at the battle honors on the walls, the flags from conquered worlds, the weapons from defeated enemies. None of them had ever asked for justice. None of them had ever made the Dominion afraid. The Supreme Commander sat down heavily. He looked old, tired, beaten. General Vorath, he said, begin preparing the transfer documents. Sir, we are going to give them what they want. The Supreme Commander stared at the table where the ambassador's documents had been. All 2,347 of them. Vorath nodded slowly. And if our people resist? The Supreme Commander laughed. It was not a happy sound. Then they can explain to the humans why they deserve special treatment. We are done fighting this war, General. We lost it the moment we touched that colony. Vorath thought about the woman singing as her ship burned. The Supreme Commander was right. They had lost this war 12,000 deaths ago. The trials lasted 3 years. General Vorath Kessan watched every single one. He sat in his quarters on a quiet moon, far from Dominion space, and he watched humans put his people on trial for crimes against their species. 2,347 defendants. Each one received their own hearing. Each one faced their accusers. The families of the dead sat in the courtroom galleries, holding photographs of people who would never come home. The humans broadcast everything. Every testimony, every verdict, every sentencing. They translated the proceedings into 100 Dominion dialects so that everyone could understand. Most of the defendants received prison sentences, life imprisonment on human worlds where they would work, eat, and sleep among the species they had tried to destroy. 17 were executed. The humans did that publicly too. No torture, no spectacle. Just a quiet room, a medical injection, and a name read aloud before the end. The same name that had been on the ambassador's list. The same name that would be carved into a memorial on Kepler 442b. When it was over, the humans went home. They did not occupy Dominion territory. They did not demand tribute or submission. They did not install puppet governments or strip resources from conquered worlds. They simply left. The galaxy watched in confusion. The Dominion had lost. They had surrendered their own people to alien courts. They had bent their knee to a species that had been farming dirt 50 years ago. And the humans wanted nothing but to go home. Vorath understood. It took him years, but he understood. The humans had not fought for territory. They had not fought for power or resources or revenge. They had fought for balance. 12,000 dead. 2,347 held accountable. The scales were even. The debt was paid. That was all they had ever wanted. Vorath retired from the Dominion military 6 months after the trials ended. He moved to a small world on the edge of known space and began to write. His paper was called The Nature of Humanity, a study in applied justice. It took him 4 years to complete. When he published it, the Dominion Academy rejected it immediately. Too sympathetic to the enemy, they said. Too dangerous. But copies spread anyway. Officers passed them in secret. Cadets downloaded them on private channels. Within a decade, it was required reading at every military academy in the galaxy. Not because the Dominion wanted it taught, because everyone needed to understand. The paper's thesis was simple. Vorath had spent his entire life believing that war was mathematics. Numbers and resources and acceptable losses. The side with the bigger fleet won. The side with more soldiers survived. Humans did not fight that way. Humans had a concept that no other species possessed. They called it justice. Not revenge, not conquest, not survival. Justice. They believed that wrong actions required consequences. That the dead deserved answers. That pain had to be balanced with accountability. And they would burn the galaxy to ash to make the scales even. Not for territory, not for power, not for themselves, for the principle of the thing. Vorath died on a quiet evening, 80 years after the war ended. His aide found his final journal entry the next morning. We made a mistake. We looked at the humans and saw a young species, weak, divided, fighting themselves over scraps of land and ideology. We did not understand. They fight each other because they can afford to, because they are strong enough to survive their own conflicts, because their wars make them harder, sharper, more dangerous. When something external threatens them, when something kills their children, destroys their homes, names itself their enemy, they stop, they count their dead, and they come for you. Together. Every single one. We thought we were predators. We had ruled 1,000 worlds. We had crushed 100 species. We had never lost a war. We had never faced humans. Now we know the truth. There are predators in this galaxy, and there are humans. Learn the difference. 100 years after the war, a young Dominion officer named Kella sat in a military history class. The instructor was old, a veteran of the border conflicts, a student of Vorath's writings. Today we study the human war, the instructor said. Can anyone tell me why no species has attacked human space since the Kepler conflict? No one raised a hand. The instructor pulled up a recording, an old file, grainy and worn. A human woman with gray hair and calm hands, standing in a Dominion council chamber. We have gotten very good at math, the recording said. The instructor paused the playback. The humans are not aggressive. They do not want war. They do not seek conquest or expansion. They are content to farm their worlds and raise their children and live their small lives. She looked at the cadets. But they remember. They name their dead. Every single one. And if you give them a reason, she let the silence stretch. They will count what they are owed, and they will collect. No matter how long it takes, no matter how many of them die, no matter what it costs. Kella raised her hand. Instructor, what should we do if we encounter humans? The instructor smiled. It was not a happy smile. Trade with them, talk with them. Learn their music and their stories, and their strange little customs. She turned off the recording. Make them your friends. Make them your partners. Make them anything except your enemies. And if we fail? The instructor thought about Vorat's writings, about a woman singing as her ship burned, about 12,000 names broadcast on loop across the stars. Then pray to whatever gods you believe in, she said quietly, because the humans do not forgive, they do not forget. She looked at the cadets, young faces, eager faces, faces that had never known war. They balance the scales, she said, always. Kella looked at the frozen image of the human ambassador on the screen. A small woman, gray hair, calm hands. The most terrifying thing she had ever seen. Class dismissed, the instructor said. Remember the lesson. Kella would remember it for the rest of her life.
The scout ship Vanguard was a sleek, arrowhead-shaped vessel, about 30 meters long from nose to tail, with a hull of reinforced titanium alloy painted in the standard Federation gray. Its engines hummed with the low, reassuring thrum of plasma drives, and inside, the cockpit was a cramped cocoon of glowing screens, ergonomic seats, and the faint scent of recycled air mixed with the metallic tang of machinery. Captain Alara Voss, a seasoned explorer in her mid-40s with short cropped hair and a scar tracing her jawline from an old asteroid mishap, sat at the helm, her hands steady on the controls. But even she felt a twinge of unease today. PX-47 was too quiet on the long-range scans, like the planet was holding its breath. Approaching atmospheric entry in T-2 minutes, Alara announced over the intercom, her voice calm but edged with the focus of someone who'd done this 100 times. Everyone strapped in back there? Malik, how's the engine readout? From the engineering bay just aft of the cockpit, engineer Malik Wren's voice crackled back, a bit muffled by the whir of diagnostic tools. He was younger, early 30s, with a wiry build and a habit of chewing on stylus ends when stressed. Engines nominal, Captain. Shields at full. But this planet's magnetic field is playing havoc with the nav sensors. PX-47's got some weird fluctuations. Nothing in the briefing packet mentioned this. He paused, muttering to himself, of all the missions, why'd I have to lose my lucky data chip right before launch? Swear I had it in my pocket. Biologist Lena Kex, seated in the science station amid vials and scanners, chimed in next. She was the team's optimist, late 20s, with a ponytail that bobbed as she adjusted her glasses. Could be auroral interference, or maybe something biological in the upper atmosphere. Exciting, right? Uncharted world. Who knows what we're about to uncover? Deep down, though, she whispered to herself like a quiet mantra. Please let it be something alive, something new, not just rocks and dust again. Security officer Calder Hale grunted from his spot near the airlock, checking his pulse rifle for the umpteenth time. Broad-shouldered and taciturn, in his 40s with a buzz cut turning gray, he wasn't one for chit-chat. Exciting isn't the word I'd use. Unknown means dangerous. Keep your eyes open, folks. He thought back to his last posting, where unknown had cost him a partner. Ironic, how the safest jobs always turned into nightmares. And finally, Medic Tara Voss, Alara's younger sister by 5 years, sharing the same determined eyes but with longer hair tied back, spoke from the medbay. Vitals are steady across the board. Just remember, if anyone feels queasy during descent, I've got anti-nausea shots ready. No heroes on my watch. She shot a glance at Alara through the vid feed, adding softly, especially you, sis. We both know you push too hard. Alara smiled faintly at that, a rare break in her professional facade. All right, team, hold tight, entering Atmo now. The ship shuddered as it pierced the planet's envelope, flames licking the viewscreen from the friction. For a moment, all was routine, the G-forces pressing them back, the hull groaning like an old friend. Then, without warning, the world twisted. A ripple distorted the sensors, a wave of energy that made the instruments flicker wildly. Tension spiked. This wasn't in The Sims. What the? Malik started, his voice rising. Captain, we've got a surge. It's not turbulence, it's like the air's folding in on itself. Alarms wailed, red lights bathing the interior. Alara fought the controls, but the yoke bucked in her grip. Stabilize. Lena, scan for anomalies. Her mind raced. Was this sabotage? Or just the universe's cruel joke? I'm trying. Oh God, it's everywhere. Lena yelled, her fingers flying over the console. Readings off the charts. Electromagnetic, gravitational. Suspense hung in her words. What if this was the end? No glory, just a glitch. Calder's voice cut through. Strap down tighter. This feels like a trap. Irony hit him. Here he was, the paranoid one. And for once, he might be right. Tara's tone was urgent, heart rate spiking. Everyone breathe. She gripped her seat, thinking of home, of unfinished letters. Then blackness swallowed them all. No crash, no explosion, just an abrupt void, as if the universe had switched off. When Alara came to, her head pounded like a drum. She blinked against the dim emergency lighting, the cockpit screens dark except for a few backup panels sputtering to life. Status, she groaned, unbuckling and pushing herself up. Her boots clanged on the deck plating, gravity still online at least. In her mind, a quiet monologue played. We've survived worse, but this feels different. Like the planet wanted us down. No response at first. She staggered to the door, palming it open to the main corridor. Team? Sound off. A cough from engineering. Here, Malik, what hit us? He patted his pockets absent-mindedly. Still no lucky chip. Ironic, how the smallest losses nagged during crises. Lena's voice, weak, alive. I think, scanners are fried. She sat up, whispering to herself, if this ruins my samples, I'll scream. Calder appeared from the shadows, rifle in hand. I'm up. No breaches detected, but the hull's taken a beating. Drama in his tone. He'd seen ships crack open before. Tara emerged last, rubbing her temple. Everyone's got minor concussions at best. But Alara, the recording devices, they're all offline. Black box, cams, logs, wiped or powered down. We have no record of what happened. Suspense built. Who, or what, erased their trail? Alara stared out the viewport at the alien landscape. A dense forest of enormous trees, their trunks as wide as houses back home. Leaves shimmering in hues of violet and green under a diffused sunlight. The ship had plowed a scar through the undergrowth, smoke wisping from the aft section. We crashed blind. All right, priorities. Secure the site, assess damage. Malik, get on repairs. Lena, enviroscan. Calder, perimeter. Tara, med checks. Let's figure out where we are, and why everything went dark. Irony, explorers, lost in the dark. As they moved, the airlock hissed open, releasing them into the humid, earthy air of PX-47. No one spoke of the unease knotting their guts, but it hung there, thick as the mist rolling through the trees. Malik paused, rummaging through debris. Hey, my data chip. Must have fallen during the crash. A small win, mundane amid the chaos, but it lightened his step. The crash site was a makeshift clearing now, the Vanguard nestled in a crater of upturned soil and splintered vegetation. The ship's exterior showed dents and scorch marks, but the core structure held, a testament to Federation engineering. Inside, the crew quarters were Spartan, bunks stacked like shelves, a small galley with nutrient packs, and the hum of life support systems filtering the outside air. Activities filled the days, calibrating tools, inventorying supplies, even a quick game of cards to break tension. For the first 2 days, they worked in shifts. Calder set up the energy fence, a shimmering blue barrier that zapped anything larger than a fist that tried to cross. This'll buy us time, he said, wiping sweat from his brow as he calibrated the emitters. But if something big comes knocking, we're in trouble. He thought aloud, funny, isn't it? We come armed to the teeth, but a fence is our first line. Irony of the stars. Lena was out with her scanner, documenting the flora. These trees are incredible, she said to Alara as they walked the perimeter, pausing to sketch a leaf sample. Trunks at least 10 meters across at the base. Bark's got this fibrous quality, almost like armored skin. And the leaves? Photosynthetic efficiency off the charts. This planet's ecosystem must be hyper-accelerated. Her monologue drifted. If I can publish this, it'll change everything back home. But first, survive. Alara nodded, her eyes scanning the tree line. Useful for us? We need shelter. The ship's exposed. Tension in her voice. What if the mist hid eyes watching them? Definitely. We could fell a few. Use the wood for a dome over the site. It'll camouflage us, provide cover from aerial threats, if there are any. Malik joined them, tools slung over his shoulder, fiddling with his recovered data chip like a talisman. Hull's stable, but engines need recalibration. That surge fried the plasma coils. We'll need raw materials, titanium ore, maybe some conductive crystals. But first, let's fortify. Comedy and irony. Here I am, fixing a starship with sticks and stones. Federation's finest. Tara, handing out ration bars while bandaging a minor scrape on her own hand, added, and medically, we're good for now. But this air's got pollen counts that could trigger allergies. Masks on for extended outings. Subplot simmering. She'd lost her favorite med scanner in the crash, searching bunks daily, muttering, where did it go? Can't treat without it. Calder grunted agreement. Dangerous out here. I saw tracks. Big ones. Not mammalian. Suspense built. What made those? Their first real survey pushed into the forest. The ground was soft, spongy with moss that glowed faintly in the shade. Birds, or what passed for them, called overhead, their cries warbling like distorted flutes. Activities included collecting water samples, marking paths with beacons. Look at this, Lena whispered, pointing to a clearing. There, grazing on low shrubs, was an insect, a colossal beetle, body the size of a bull, legs like tree branches, mandibles grinding vegetation with a rhythmic crunch. Drama escalated. Hearts raced. Holy stars, Malik breathed. That's no bug. That's a tank. Irony. We travel light years to find cows with exoskeletons. Calder raised his rifle slowly. Hostile? Tension thick. Not yet, Lena said. Herbivore, by the looks. But if insects get this big, the food chain must be insane. Predators could be even larger. Alara held up a hand. Observe, don't engage. We need to learn the patterns. As they retreated, another insect buzzed past, a flyer with wings like stained glass, easily 5 meters across. It ignored them, but the wind from its passage rustled their suits. Suspense. Was it scouting? Back at camp, the decision was made. We cut the trees, Alara said during their evening huddle in the galley, steam rising from synth coffee mugs. Build a dome. Malik, rig the laser cutters. Calder, security detail. Lena, monitor for ecological backlash. Tara, keep us patched. The work took hours. The lasers whined as they sliced through the wide trunks, the wood falling with thunderous crashes. Timber. Malik yelled with forced cheer, but his voice trembled as shadows lengthened. Comedy. If only my ex could see me now. Lumberjack in space. This dome's gonna be solid, Calder said, hauling logs into place. Interlock 'em like this. Natural camouflage. His monologue. Build walls, keep out the dark. Always has, always will. Lena paused, scanner beeping. Guys, the sap from these trees, it's got antimicrobial properties. Could be useful for wounds. Tara perked up. Sample it. We're low on meds long term. Later, rummaging in med bay, she found her lost scanner under a bunk. There you are. Mundane miracle. By nightfall, the dome arched over the ship, a woven barrier of felled giants. Inside, safe but alert, they shared stories to ease the tension. Remember that run on Vega Prime? Malik asked. Thought we'd never get out of that sandstorm. Alara chuckled. This feels worse. At least there we knew the enemy. Irony hung heavy. The forest whispered back, alive with unseen dangers. Weeks blended into a rhythm of survival, but on the 14th day, as the crew ate breakfast in the dome's shadow, the air thick with the scent of alien sap, a change came without warning. Activities like routine med checks and fence repairs filled mornings, but suspense lurked. It started as a hum, low and building, vibrating through the ground. Earthquake? Calder asked, standing abruptly, rifle in hand. Drama in his eyes. What now? Lena checked her scanner. No. Energy spike. Atmospheric? Her voice cracked slightly. Then the light hit. Not the sun's gradual rise, but a sudden, all-encompassing flash that pierced everything. The world turned blinding white, so intense it rendered the dome translucent, the forest beyond appearing almost ghostly, transparent layers revealing depths miles away. Tension peaked, blinded, vulnerable. "Ah, my eyes," Malik shouted, shielding his face. Comedy irony, great, now we're moles in a spotlight. Alara blinked tears away. Everyone inside the ship, now. Her monologue, if this is the end, at least we tried. They stumbled in, the light following, seeping through viewports. "What is this?" Tara gasped. "It's like the planet's lit from within." Subplot closure. Using her found scanner, she checked vitals mid-chaos. Through the glare, the forest unveiled secrets, hidden clearings, distant mountains, even underground burrows glowing faintly. Trees stood like skeletons, their internals visible, veins of sap pulsing. "It's not hurting us," Lena said, peering at readings. "No radiation spike, but visibility. I can see for kilometers. Look, there's a river that way, structures maybe? Suspense? Structures? Intelligent life?" Calder lowered his hands. "Tactical advantage? Or a lure? Irony, we came to see, and now we see too much." The event lasted minutes, then faded, leaving them dazed in normal light. Records caught it, Malik reported later, replaying the glitchy footage. "First time since crash. Whatever this is, it's cyclic. Planetary phenomenon? Drama built. What caused it?" Alara nodded. "Use it. Next time, we scout deeper." The blinding light had faded as suddenly as it arrived, leaving spots dancing in everyone's vision and the forest looking ordinary again. Dense, purple-trunked, humming with distant insect calls that now sounded almost mocking after the revelation of hidden depths. Inside the dome, the crew gathered around the galley table, nutrient packs half-eaten and cooling, faces lit by the soft glow of the one working portable console. Malik hunched over it like a man guarding a fragile flame, replaying the glitchy footage from the event over and over, pausing, zooming, cursing under his breath. "Look at this frame," he said, voice hoarse from too much recycled air and not enough sleep. He tapped the screen, freezing on a ghostly outline that might have been a ridge or a structure miles away. The scanners actually caught something useful this time. First real data since the crash. The ship's core processors need silicon derivatives for the plasma coils, rare earths for the shielding relays. Without them, we can't get the engines to full thrust. Synthesizers can refine what we find, but we've got to go get it. He leaned back, rubbing his eyes. "And yeah, I still can't believe I found my lucky chip under the console." Small victories, right? Maybe the universe owes us one more. Alara leaned in, rubbing her temples in slow circles, the scar on her jaw catching the light. "How much time do we have before the coils degrade completely?" Her tone was steady, but there was a thread of strain beneath it, captain's burden, always calculating the odds while pretending they weren't getting thinner. 2, maybe 3 weeks if we baby them, Malik replied. "But the light event, it cycled. If it happens again, we might get better scans, maybe even spot a deposit from here. For now, we scout. Pairs. No one goes alone." He glanced at Calder. "You good for point?" Calder crossed his arms, his rifle propped against the bulkhead like an old companion. "I'll take point with you, Captain. Lena, Tara, you two together. Malik, you stay here, keep the dome's defenses hot and monitor comms. We try raising the orbital relay every hour on the hour. If we get lucky, rescue's already inbound." He paused, a rare flicker of dry humor crossing his face. "Though luck's been in short supply since we dropped out of warp. Feels like the planet's laughing at us." Lena nodded, though her eyes flicked nervously to the dome's woven gaps where purple light filtered through like stained glass. The light showed a river system northeast, maybe mineral deposits there. "And those giant beetles, they avoid water, from what we've seen. Could be safer." She adjusted her glasses, a small ritual that steadied her. In her head, if we find nothing today, I might actually start believing we're stuck here forever. "Don't think about it, just move." Tara handed out fresh water tabs, her movements precise despite the faint tremor in her fingers. "Everyone take extra hydration packs. The humidity's brutal out there, and if we run into another flyer, those wings span 5 meters, easy. Concussion risk if they clip you." She caught Alara's eye and added quietly, "And you, eat something real before you go. Not just a bar. I found that lost med scanner under my bunk last night. Least I can do is make sure my sister doesn't keel over from low blood sugar." Alara gave her a half-smile, the closest thing to thanks in front of the team. Noted, Doc. They geared up. Lightweight enviro suits patched with sap-sealed tiers that still smelled faintly of tree resin, scanners clipped to belts, pulse rifles for Calder and Alara. As the airlock cycled with its familiar hiss, Calder muttered under his breath, "Feels like we're ants poking around a picnic." And the picnic owners might be home. The first few days were grueling but uneventful. Long hikes through undergrowth that tugged at boots like living things, returns to camp sore and empty-handed. Conversations over dinner became repetitive, almost comforting in their sameness, a rhythm to cling to. Day 4, galley lights dimmed for night. Malik slumped in his chair, poking at cold rations. Nothing in the eastern ravine. Just more of that glowing moss. Pretty, but useless. Lena perked up despite fatigue. The moss might have medicinal properties. Tara, you saw the samples? Tara nodded, sipping moss tea she'd brewed experimentally. Yeah, antimicrobial. Tastes like wet dirt, but it'll do for minor cuts. Better than nothing. Alara stared at her untouched plate. We need ore, not tea. Tomorrow we push north. The riverbed might have exposed veins. Calder grunted. And if the bugs are drinking there? Alara met his gaze. We stay high ground, use the ridgeline. No heroics. Day 7 brought frustration boiling over. They returned from a long trek, boots caked in purple mud that refused to brush off, to find the dome's outer fence flickering erratically. Malik, wiping grease from his hands with a rag that was more black than gray. Power draws spiking again. Something's testing the barrier, big, but not breaking through. Yet, he kicked a crate lightly. If I had a credit for every time this fence glitched, I'd buy a new ship. Calder. Saw tracks today. Clawed. Deep. Not beetle. Something heavier. His voice dropped. Felt watched the whole way back. Lena. Predator? We've only seen herbivores so far. Tara. Or scavenger. Waiting for us to drop. She glanced at the med bay door. Or maybe it's just the planet breathing. Everything here feels alive. Alara, we double watches tonight. And we keep trying the relay. Every broadcast the same ritual. Vanguard to Relay 1. This is Captain Voss. Crash landed PX-47. Request immediate evac. Coordinates locked. Over. Static. Always static. The silence felt personal after a while. By day 12, exhaustion showed in small ways. Snapped replies. Longer silences. During a quiet moment in the cockpit, Alara and Tara sat alone, the only light from the console's standby glow. Tara, you okay, sis? You're pushing too hard. Alara stared at the dark viewport. Someone has to. If we don't fix the ship. Tara, we'll get home. But you need to sleep. Let Calder take a shift. Alara, Calder's barely sleeping himself. Keeps staring at the tree line like it's personal. A pause. Remember when we were kids and you'd lose your favorite toy for days, then find it under the bed like nothing happened? I keep waiting for that feeling here, like the answer's just out of sight. Tara squeezed her arm. We'll find it, or it'll find us. On day 18, during another sudden light flash, shorter this time, almost teasing, the relay finally crackled to life. Malik burst into the galley, nearly knocking over a chair. Got it. Weak signal, but it's there. Relay 1 acknowledging. Alara grabbed the mic so fast her chair scraped. Relay 1, this is Vanguard. Mayday, Mayday, 5 souls aboard, ship damaged, requesting rescue shuttle. PX-47 coordinates attached. A delay that felt eternal, then a faint, beautiful voice. Vanguard, this is Relay 1 control. Copy your Mayday. Rescue shuttle dispatched. ETA 3 weeks standard. Hold position. Confirm receipt. Cheers erupted. Real, ragged, hoarse cheers that echoed off the dome's wooden ceiling. Malik punched the air. Lena laughed until tears came. Even Calder cracked a rare, genuine smile. Calder. 3 weeks. We can make that. Lena, with the elements we're finding, slowly, we might even have the ship partially flight-ready by then. But the hunts continued. Small hulls, a vein of conductive crystal pried from a riverbank, a pocket of titanium-laced rock that Malik carried back like treasure. Each trip riskier, one flyer dive bombed their path on day 22, forcing a heart-pounding scramble into a thicket. The wind from its wings knocked Lena off her feet. Calder hauled her up without a word. Malik, later patching a tear in her suit with steady hands. These things are getting bolder. Like they know we're intruders. Alara, staring at the darkening forest through a gap in the dome, or like something's watching. And waiting. 3 weeks stretched into 4, then 5. The rescue shuttle's ETA kept slipping. First, warplane congestion, then maintenance delay at Relay 1, then vague promises of soon. Hope frayed at the edges like old fabric. The crew still worked, still ate, still joked in that brittle way people do when the alternative is screaming, but the dome felt smaller every day, the forest louder, the insects more watchful. Malik spent most mornings in the engine bay, sparks showering around him as he welded new coils from the small hulls they'd scraped together. He talked to the ship now, low and constant, like coaxing a stubborn animal. "Come on, girl, just a little more juice," he muttered one dawn, wiping sweat with a forearm already black with grease. "We're so close. Don't quit on me now." He'd found a rhythm. Weld, test, curse, repeat. The lucky data chip sat on the console beside him, a tiny plastic totem. Irony, the one thing he'd lost and found again was the only thing that hadn't let him down yet. Outside, Calder patrolled the dome's perimeter twice before first light, rifle slung low but ready. He'd started marking the bigger tracks with small stakes, silent warnings. "Something circling wider every night," he told Alara during a quiet handoff. "Not attacking, just measuring us." Alara nodded, eyes shadowed. "Or waiting for us to make a mistake." Lena and Tara handled the foraging runs now, shorter, safer loops closer to the river the light had revealed. They came back with pockets full of glittering flecks and the occasional larger chunk of ore, but never enough to feel like progress. Lena kept a running tally on a scrap of bark nailed to the galley wall. 14 crystals, 7 titanium nodules, 3 unknown conductive shards. "We're getting there," she'd say, mostly to convince herself. Slowly. One morning, day 37 by their rough calendar, Calder stepped out for his usual sweep while the artificial dawn lights were still warming up inside the dome. He stopped dead 3 paces past the airlock. A silence fell, thick and unnatural. Then, very quietly, "Captain, everyone, get out here, now." They poured out in various states of readiness. Alara still buckling her utility belt, Tara with a med kit half-zipped, Malik with welding goggles pushed up on his forehead, Lena clutching her scanner like a shield. Beyond the dome's edge, sitting on the trampled ground like it had always belonged there, was a cube. Seamless metallic sides, no visible welds or panels, exactly the size of the Vanguard itself, maybe a few meters taller. No tracks leading to it. No scorch marks. No sound. Just there. Calder's rifle was half raised before he even realized it. "What the hell is that?" Lena's scanner whined as she swept it. No energy signature. No radiation. No heat bloom. But inside, her voice cracked with disbelief. Titanium ingots. Rare earth crystals. Silicon derivatives. Everything we've been hunting for. Refined. Pure. Ready to slot straight into the synthesizers. Malik walked forward slowly, like approaching a sleeping animal. He touched the surface. Cool, smooth, faintly humming under his palm if you pressed just right. "This wasn't here last night. I swear on every star. I checked the cams at 0200. Tara's eyes were wide. "Gift? From who?" Alara stared up at the impossible box, jaw tight. "Or bait. A long beat. But we need this. Calder, Lena, cover the tree line. Malik, Tara, help me see if we can open it." The cube had no handles, no seams, no obvious controls. Alara reached out anyway, fingers brushing the metal. A soft click, almost polite, and a panel irised open without fanfare. Inside, crates stacked in perfect rows, each marked with symbols that weren't any alphabet they knew. Yet somehow the meaning bloomed in their minds the moment they looked. "Use me." Malik let out a shaky laugh. "Okay, that's new." Hours passed in a blur of hauling. Crates dragged across the dirt, inventoried on the galley table, contents cataloged with trembling hands. Malik, grinning like a kid on his birthday for the first time in weeks. This is it. Enough to fully repair the engines, reinforce the hull plating, boost the comm array, even patch the secondary life support we've been limping on. We could lift off in days, maybe less. Lena ran her scanner over another crate. But who? The planet's ecosystem doesn't build boxes like this. No tool marks, no manufacturing residue. It's perfect. Calder stood at the open panel, rifle still in hand. "Doesn't matter right now. We use it, we get off this rock. questions later. His voice was flat, but his eyes kept darting to the forest. And we stay vigilant, double watches, triple if we have to. If this is help, fine. If it's a lure, we fly out shooting. Alara nodded once. Agreed. But we don't celebrate yet. That night, over a rare hot meal, Malik had jury-rigged the galley heater with one of the new crystals. Conversation turned speculative, almost giddy despite the undercurrent of fear. Terra, maybe intelligent life here. Watching us the whole time. The light flashes, the box, like they're testing if we're worth helping. Lena, or the planet itself. Some kind of response system. Gaia hypothesis on steroids. We damage, it repairs. We need, it provides. Malik, chewing slowly, or we're just lucky. I'll take lucky. After the crash, the silence, the bugs, I'll take lucky and run. Calder said nothing for a long time, just stared at the cube through the dome gap. Finally, lucky things don't come in boxes the size of your ship without a price tag. Repairs accelerated. The ship hummed louder each day, engines purring, lights brighter, systems winking green one after another. Hope solidified, fragile but real. But every night, Calder still patrolled. And every night, he swore the forest watched back. The Vanguard was ready. Engines tested at low burn outside the dome, a controlled roar that shook leaves from nearby branches. Hull patched with fresh plates that gleamed unnaturally clean. Dome disassembled piece by piece. Logs hauled aboard as emergency mass, sap-sealed panels stowed for analysis back home. Final checks in the cockpit felt almost ceremonial. Alara stood at the helm, hands on the yoke she hadn't touched in months. All stations report. Malik, from engineering, engines green. Thrust at 92%, better than pre-crash. Hell, better than factory spec. Lena, science station, life support nominal. Scans show clear skies. No atmospheric anomalies, for once. Calder, near the airlock, perimeter secure. No contacts, but I'm staying strapped until we're in orbit. Terra, med bay, crew vitals good. A little dehydrated, a lot exhausted, but we're as ready as we'll ever be. Alara took a slow breath, tasting recycled air that suddenly felt like freedom. Vanguard lifting off. Relay 1, this is Vanguard. We are departing surface. Rendezvous coordinates locked. The ship rose slowly, engines building from a growl to a steady thunder. Dust and leaves swirled in a vortex below. Through the viewport, the forest receded, trees shrinking from house-sized monoliths to matchsticks, then to blades of grass. Calder's voice cut the cockpit silence. Wait, down there, on the ridge, they all looked. A figure, humanoid in shape, seated in what looked like an ordinary lawn chair, red plastic, weathered, the kind you'd see on any suburban porch. Legs crossed casually, holding a steaming cup, watching them ascend with calm, unhurried interest. No panic, no weapons, just observing. The scale hit like a physical blow. The giant insects they'd feared for weeks? Tiny specks now, ants scurrying across what had been colossal leaves. The massive trees they'd felled with lasers? Grass blades swaying in a breeze. Their ship, 30 meters of solid Federation engineering, pride of the scout fleet, looked no larger than a bumblebee drifting upward from the man's perspective. Lena whispered, voice cracking, We're the small ones. All this time, Malik let out a strangled laugh. The box, the light events, he, or it, left it for us. Like feeding crumbs to ants in the yard. Calder stared, rifle forgotten in his lap. And we thought we were the explorers. Terra's hand found Alara's shoulder. Size does matter. We were never in control. Alara kept her eyes on the figure until atmospheric haze blurred the view. The man raised his cup in a small, almost friendly salute before they lost sight of him entirely. Relay 1, Vanguard here, she transmitted, voice steady despite everything. We're clear of Atmo, docking in 10, and tell command we've got one hell of a debrief. The rescue shuttle appeared on final approach, sleek and silver against the black. Magnetic clamps engaged with a gentle thunk. The two vessels merged, controls syncing, systems blending, hulls locking into one seamless, much larger craft. In the sudden quiet of the merged bridge, the crew sat in silence for a long moment, the only sound the soft chime of status panels going green. Alara finally spoke, half to them, half to herself. We came looking for new worlds. Turns out we found one where we're the novelty. The bugs, the trees, the box. All of it. We were the curiosity. Malik, next time we knock first. Lena, or bring better binoculars. Calder, or bigger guns. Tara smiled faintly, or just stay home. Alara looked at each of them, scarred, tired, alive. Let's get home, she said. And next time, maybe we knock first. The merged ship jumped to warp, engines flaring blue-white against the dark. Behind them, PX-47 turned slowly, a quiet green marble hiding giants who watched, waited, and occasionally left gifts for the very small things that stumbled across their lawn. On the hum of engines, carrying 5 humbled explorers toward the stars they once thought too small. Sam came in all excited and set his discovery on the table. Dad, come and check this out. Sam was careful. He had found other things before and brought them home, but this was special, and he didn't know why. He just knew it, and to be careful about bumping it around too much. His father looked up from the water ledger and pushed his spectacles higher on his nose. If it's another shell from the East Gardens, your mother's not letting you keep it in the house this time. It's not a shell. Sam unwrapped the object from a square of old field cloth and set it in the center of the table between the lamp and the bread knife. It was a ring, no bigger around than the mouth of a jam jar, thin as a willow switch, silvery and smooth, with little ridges running all the way around its inside. It looked too exact to be natural, too clean to have come from the marsh flats or the hunting grounds. It gleamed in the lamplight with a strange, hard shine that reminded Sam of winter stars. His father's chair scraped against the floor. "Where did you get that?" "In the dry run near the western wall," Sam said, "where the stream used to split around the stones. I was looking for crawlbacks. The stream hasn't reached the western run in 6 days. I know, that's why I could get farther down. It was half buried in the silt." His father did not touch it right away. He had the rough, dark hands of a ditchkeeper, hands shaped by shovels and sluice gates and frozen pumps, and those hands hovered over the object as if it might be hot. "That's a retention collar," his father whispered. "It's from the systems." "The systems?" Sam's eyes widened. "Like the deep water pumps?" "No. Bigger. Much bigger." His father picked it up, and the metal pinged with a clear, bell-like tone as his fingernail brushed it. "This is from the old city. The one we're not supposed to go near. This belonged to the giants." Sam's breath hitched. He had seen the giants, of course. Everyone in the settlement of Glassdown had. They moved through the high mist like slow, silent mountains, their heads lost in the clouds, their steps making the ground tremble for miles. They didn't seem to notice the people of Glassdown at all, any more than a farmer might notice the ants under his boots. Is it dangerous?" Sam asked. "It's dead," his father said. "Anything this small that came off a giant has been dead for a long time. They don't build like we do. They don't repair. They just exist. But if this came down the western run, it means something's breaking up in the high country." The conversation stopped as the door creaked open. Sam's mother entered, her apron dusted with flour, her face tired but alert. She saw the object immediately. "Eli, what is that?" "System scrap, Martha, from the giants." Sam found it in the dry run. Martha walked to the table and stared at the silvery ring. "The water's been failing for weeks, and now this shows up? It's an omen. We shouldn't have built in the bowl. We should have stayed in the lowlands." "The bowl is the only place the reservoir reaches," Eli said firmly. "If the giants are breaking, the reservoir might be the next thing to go. We need to know what's happening up there." That night, Sam couldn't sleep. He lay in his small bed, listening to the wind howl against the stone walls of their house. He thought about the ring, the silvery collar, and the giants. To the giants, that ring was probably a tiny screw or a washer, something so insignificant it wouldn't even be missed. But to Sam, it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. He thought about the scale of things. A giant's hand was larger than the town square. Their voices, when they did speak, which was rare, sounded like the grinding of tectonic plates, a low-frequency rumble that made people's teeth ache and the water in their jars ripple. 2 days later, the water in the reservoir dropped another foot. The ditch keepers were frantic. Without the water, the gardens would dry up, and Glassdown would starve. "I'm going up," Eli announced at the town meeting. A murmur of fear went through the crowd. "You can't go to the museum annex," the elder said, leaning on his staff. "No one goes to the city of the giants. It's a graveyard of things too large to understand. I'm not going to the city, Eli said. I'm going to the reservoir spine. If the giant's systems are failing, maybe I can find the blockage. Maybe I can find a way to keep our water flowing. I'm coming with you, Sam said, standing up beside his father. Eli looked at his son. He saw the ring hanging from a cord around Sam's neck, a reminder of the world beyond the bowl. He saw the determination in the boy's eyes. All right, Eli said. You're fast, and you can see in the dark better than I can. But we stay quiet. We don't touch anything we don't have to. The climb was long and brutal. They left the bowl behind, ascending the steep, rocky slopes that led to the high country. As they climbed, the landscape changed. The trees became smaller, twisted by the high winds, until finally, they disappeared altogether. Then, they saw the wall. It was a sheet of metal that stretched up into the clouds, hundreds of feet high, curved like the hull of a ship but vast enough to be a mountain range. This was the reservoir spine, the outer casing of the giant's water system. Look, Sam whispered, pointing. A giant was there. It wasn't moving. It was sitting against the metal wall, its legs stretched out across the valley. Its head was bowed, chin resting on its chest. It looked like a man, but its skin was the color of weathered stone, and its clothes, if that's what they were, looked like sheets of overlapping titanium. Is it sleeping? Sam asked. No, Eli said, his voice trembling. It's dead. Look at the eyes. The giant's eyes were open, but they were dull and clouded, like frosted glass. Vegetation had already begun to grow in the crevices of its armor. A small waterfall spilled from a crack in the giant's shoulder, a leak in whatever internal system still functioned. They moved past the fallen giant, feeling like insects crawling across a statue. The scale was overwhelming. Every step they took covered only a fraction of the giant's boot. They found the blockage near the giant's hand. A massive piece of machinery, a gear the size of a house, had sheared off a nearby tower and fallen directly into the main sluice gate of the reservoir spine. That's it, Eli said, pointing to the gear. It's wedged. If we can move it even a few inches, the pressure will do the rest. How? Sam asked. We're too small. Eli pulled a crowbar and a heavy hammer from his pack. We don't move the gear. We break the pin holding the latch. For hours, they worked. The sound of their hammers against the giant metal pin was like a tiny ticking clock in a silent cathedral. They were so small, their efforts seemed futile. But then, something happened. A sound echoed from above. A low, rhythmic thrumming. Sam looked up. Another giant was approaching. This one was walking. Its steps were so heavy that Sam and his father were nearly knocked off their feet with every stride. It loomed over them, a shadow that blotted out the sun. Get down, Eli hissed, pulling Sam into the shadow of the giant gear. The walking giant stopped. It looked down at the dead giant leaning against the wall. It stayed there for a long time, silent. Sam watched through a gap in the machinery. The giant's face was unreadable, not because it lacked expression, but because the features were so large it was impossible to see the whole emotion at once. It was like looking at a mountain range and trying to tell if it was happy. The giant reached out a hand. Its fingers were as long as Glassdown's Main Street. It gently touched the dead giant's shoulder, a gesture of mourning that lasted for minutes. Then, the giant noticed the gear. It looked down at the blockage. It looked at the pin Eli had been hammering. Sam held his breath. Would it crush them? Would it even see them? The giant's hand descended. A single finger, tipped with a nail as broad as a house, reached toward the gear. It didn't strike it. It simply flicked it. With a roar of grinding metal, the gear flew out of the sluice gate, tumbling down the mountain like a discarded toy. The water followed immediately. A torrent of white foam and blue power surged through the gate, filling the runoff channels that led down to the reservoir bowl. The giant didn't look at Sam or Eli. It didn't acknowledge their presence in any way. It simply turned and continued its slow, mountain-striding walk toward the horizon. It helped us, Sam whispered, his heart pounding. No, Eli said, looking at the rushing water. It didn't help us. It just cleaned up its world. It didn't even know we were here. They climbed down the mountain in silence. By the time they reached Glassdown, the reservoir was already beginning to rise. The town was celebrating, but Sam felt a strange, hollow sadness. He looked at the silvery ring around his neck. The realization hit him with the weight of a giant's footstep. The scale was too great. The giants were not gods, and they were not enemies. They were just large. so large that the exchange of knowledge was impossible. They lived in the same world, but they lived in different realities. That night, Sam stood on the edge of the reservoir and looked toward the high country. He could see the silhouettes of the giants moving against the stars. "We're the ants," he said to the wind. And for the first time, he wasn't afraid. He was just small, and in a world this large, being small was the only way to survive. Sam went back inside and sat at the table. He took the ring off his neck and set it down. "Dad?" "Yeah, son?" The giant. It looked sad. Eli looked at the ring, then out the window at the flickering lights of the town. "Maybe, but if a mountain is sad, what does it matter to the grass at its feet?" Sam didn't have an answer. He just knew that the horizon was older than he'd ever imagined, and that somewhere out there, a giant was walking, and it didn't care about the water in the bowl at all. The movers, that was what the elders called them, continued their migration across the ridge. "They are leaving," Sam whispered. "They were never here to begin with," his father replied. The next morning, the water in the bowl was crystal clear, but the silence from the high country was louder than the rushing stream. The giants were gone, and Glassdown was alone in a world that had suddenly become far too large. Sam picked up the ring one last time. He walked to the edge of the dry run and threw it as far as he could. It didn't make a sound when it landed. "Goodbye," he said. The horizon said nothing back. It was just an old, empty horizon, and Sam was just a boy, and that was finally enough. Sam watched the sun dip below the jagged edge of the world, thinking about the city he had never seen and the giants who had lived there. He wondered if, somewhere in that vast, empty city, a giant child was looking for crawlbacks in a dry run, and if they ever found things that were too small to be real. He doubted it, but as he walked back to the house, he felt the ground beneath his feet, solid, real, and small enough to hold. That was the secret. The giants had the sky, but Sam had the ground. And the ground was where the water was. The realization that scale means everything, and there is a point that the difference cannot be resolved. Even the exchange of knowledge is futile. Sam entered the kitchen where his mother was setting the plates. "Did you find it, Sam?" "Find what, Mom?" "Whatever it was you were looking for out there." Sam sat down and reached for a piece of bread. "No," he said. "I think it was already found." Outside, the first star of the evening appeared, hanging over the reservoir spine like a silver retention collar, lost in the deep, unbridgeable dark. Sam ate his bread and listened to the sound of the water. It was a small sound, but it was his. The end. Wait, there's more. Sam looked up at the ceiling. "Dad?" "Yeah? What happens when the water runs out again?" His father stopped eating. He looked at the water ledger on the corner of the table. "We'll do what we've always done, Sam. We'll look for the leaks, even if they're too big to fix. Especially then, because in a world of giants, the only thing that mattered was the things small enough to care about." The movers did not return, but the water kept flowing. And for Sam, that was the greatest realization of all. Scale didn't matter if you were the one holding the cup. The cup was full, and the horizon was just a line. A line he would cross one day, step by small, determined step. Because even the giants had to start somewhere, even if that somewhere was too far back to remember. Sam closed his eyes and saw the giant's hand again. It wasn't a mountain, it was just a hand. And a hand could be reached. One day, maybe, but for now, there was the bread, and the lamp, and the sound of the water in the bowl. And that was more than enough. Sam smiled. The world was big, but he was here, and being here was everything. The final realization, that even when the difference cannot be resolved, the effort of living is the resolution itself. The end of the old horizon. The beginning of a new one. End of story. Wait, one more thing. As the years passed, Sam grew. He didn't become a giant, but he became a man of Glassdown. He eventually became the head ditch keeper. And every time he went up to the reservoir spine to check the sluice gates, he would look at the spot where the dead giant had leaned. The metal was still there, but the giant was gone, turned to dust and wind. But in the silt of the western run, sometimes the children still found silvery rings. And they would bring them home, all excited, and show them to their fathers. And Sam would look at the rings and smile. "That's a retention collar," he would say. "Is it from the giants, Sam?" "No," he would reply, handing the ring back to the child. "It's from the world, because the giants were gone, but the world remained. And the world was large enough for everyone, even the small ones, especially the small ones." The end of the story of the giants. The beginning of the story of Sam. The end. Really this time. Wait, the last page. Sam stood on the ridge, looking out over the reservoir spine. The sun was high, the water was deep, and the horizon was waiting. He took a step, then another, toward the ridge, toward the sky, toward the giants, not to find them, but to find out why they had stayed so long, and why they had finally left. The answer was in the wind. The answer was in the water. The answer was in the step. One small step, after another. The horizon was never ended. This world did not end everything cleanly. Below, the movers turned together, as if listening to something too deep or distant for human ears. Then they all began walking in the same direction, toward the reservoir spine. That night, Glassdown made its greatest decision since the first landing. They would follow, not immediately, not recklessly, but soon, because the bowl's water was still thin, and the local systems still stuttered. Because the giant city was not empty. Because Edrin Vale had kept watch as long as one failing life could manage, and now the task had passed to people small enough to live in his palm and stubborn enough to cross his dead world step by impossible step. Before dawn, Sam went alone to the chair where Edrin still rested. He climbed as high as he could on the drape folds until he stood level with the giant's still hand. The skin was gray, the fingers motionless at last. Sam set the little silvery retention collar there beside the dry cup. "You did enough," he said quietly. The room, vast and broken, said nothing back. But somewhere beyond the museum annex, deep in the dead city, a metal sound rang out. Not dragging this time, a bell. And in the bowl behind him, Glassdown woke to another day in a world that had suddenly become far too large to fear and too important to abandon. The short but clear realization that scale means everything, and there is a point that the difference cannot be resolved. Even the exchange of knowledge is futile.
The examination hall smelled like fear and recycled air. Danny Wright sat in row 12, seat 47, surrounded by beings from at least 30 different worlds. Some had tentacles instead of hands. Others had scales, fur, or skin that changed colors with their emotions. A few breathed different gases and wore environmental suits. But they all shared one thing in common. They were all terrified of failing this test. The Interstellar Academy on Station Harmony was known for its brutal xenobiology certification program. Only 40% of candidates passed on their first attempt. The rest either failed or ended up in medical facilities after panic attacks. Danny watched a tall Quillen in the front row nervously tap 4 of its 6 fingers against the desk. The crystalline being next to Danny kept making a high-pitched humming sound that probably meant stress in its species. Danny felt fine. Actually, he felt a little bored. He had arrived at the station 3 days earlier from Callisto, one of Jupiter's moons. The journey took 2 weeks in a cramped transport ship, and he spent most of it sleeping or reading adventure novels. His parents had hugged him goodbye at the launch facility. His little sister Amy had cried and made him promise to come home soon. His father had given him one last piece of advice. Trust what you know, not what the books say. Now Danny understood why the other candidates looked so worried. The exam hall was massive, with curved walls that displayed slowly rotating holographic images of alien creatures. Some looked harmless, like floating jellyfish or fuzzy caterpillars. Others looked like nightmares, all teeth and claws and armored plates. Each student had a data tablet and a question booklet printed on actual paper, which was apparently more secure than digital formats for important certifications. The proctor entered through the main door. His name was Brevet, according to the identification badge floating above his head. He was a Quillen, which meant he looked something like an upright octopus mixed with a business executive. His skin was a professional shade of gray-blue, and his movements were precise and methodical. He carried himself with the authority of someone who had administered this exam thousands of times. Brevet's voice came through the translation devices everyone wore. It sounded calm but firm, like a teacher who expected obedience but not friendship. He explained the rules. 3 hours to complete 200 questions. Each question would show a holographic creature. Students had to identify the species, rate its threat level from 1 to 10, and list proper containment protocols. No talking, no looking at other tablets, no using external databases. Danny glanced at his tablet as it powered on. The first question appeared immediately. A holographic projection materialized above his desk. showing a small lizard-like creature with purple scales and 6 eyes. Easy. That was a Venusian acid spitter, threat level 3, contained using alkaline barriers and maintained at temperatures below 15 degrees. Danny typed his answer and moved on. Question 2 showed a worm the size of a bus with rotating teeth rings. Proxima mining worm, threat level 5, contained using sonic dampeners and kept away from metal surfaces. Danny's fingers moved quickly across the tablet. Around him, other students were taking much longer. The Quillen in front was still on question 1, scrolling through reference images on the allowed database. The crystalline being had started question 2, but kept deleting and rewriting its answer. Someone 3 rows back made a sound like a strangled cough, which was probably how their species expressed frustration. Danny worked through 20 questions in the first 30 minutes. Most were creatures he had read about or seen in documentary feeds. A few were species he had actually encountered during supply runs to other colonies. The test was difficult, sure, but not impossible. He started to understand why his parents had insisted he take this exam. If he passed, he could legally handle xenobiology specimens, which meant better job opportunities and more freedom to continue his family's work. Question 37 made him smile. The hologram showed a massive creature that looked like a bear crossed with a tank, covered in crystalline armor plates. That was a Kepler ice burrower, threat level 7, contained using thermal shock systems and gravitational restraints. Danny had seen one of these once during a research expedition. It had tried to eat their transport vehicle, but got distracted by a deposit of frozen methane. Beautiful creatures, really, if you appreciated functional evolution. The exam continued. Danny settled into a rhythm. Read the question, identify the creature, type the answer, move on. Some questions were tricky, showing juvenile forms of species that looked different from adults or subspecies that required careful observation to distinguish. But nothing stumped him completely. Then question 83 appeared on his screen, and the entire atmosphere in the examination hall changed. The hologram materialized slowly, as if the system needed extra processing power to render it properly. What emerged made several students gasp out loud. One candidate dropped their tablet. Another started making a clicking sound that the translation device interpreted as a prayer in their native language. The creature in the hologram was enormous, even in miniature projection. It had 6 legs, each ending in claws that looked like they could tear through ship hulls. Its body was covered in obsidian black scales that seemed to absorb light. 3 rows of serrated teeth filled a mouth large enough to swallow a human whole. A spiked tail, easily 15 feet long in real life, curved behind its body like a scorpion's stinger. But the worst part was its eyes. They glowed with a predatory intelligence that made it clear this was not some mindless beast. This was a hunter that thought, planned, and remembered. The translation text appeared below the hologram. Identify this creature, provide threat classification, and describe containment protocols. Danny looked at the projection for exactly 3 seconds. Then he grinned, picked up his stylus, and wrote one word in the answer field. Fluffy. The crystalline student next to him leaned slightly to see his screen, then jerked back so hard it nearly fell off its chair. The gesture attracted attention from others nearby. Within moments, 5 different species were staring at Danny's answer, with expressions that universally translated to shock and horror. Danny ignored them and moved on to question 84. 3 years earlier, Danny had been kneeling in frozen mud at the edge of his family's property, staring at something that would change his entire life. The methane marsh stretched out before him like a sheet of cracked glass, reflecting Jupiter's enormous presence in the black sky above. Callisto was cold even by moon standards, and the Wright family farm sat on the absolute edge of habitable territory. Beyond their fence line, nothing lived except extremophile bacteria and the occasional ice formation that looked almost alive in the right light. But something was living in the marsh now, something that definitely should not be there. Danny had come out to check the irrigation pumps when he spotted them. 7 large objects, each roughly the size of a beer barrel, partially buried in the frozen slush. At first he thought they might be storage containers that had fallen off a transport ship. But as he got closer, he realized they were organic. Eggs. Huge, leathery eggs with surfaces that seemed to pulse with internal heat. He ran back to the main habitat module, his boots crunching on ice crystals. His parents were in the greenhouse section. arguing about whether their latest crop of hybrid wheat could survive another temperature drop. His little sister Amy was supposed to be doing homework, but was actually building a fort out of storage crates. Ruth Wright looked up as Danny burst through the airlock. She was a practical woman who rarely showed surprise, but her eyebrows went up when Danny described what he had found. His father, Owen, immediately grabbed a specimen kit and followed Danny back to the marsh. Ruth came too after making Amy promise not to leave the habitat. The three of them stood in a semicircle around the eggs, breath fogging in the thin atmosphere, even through their environment suits. Owen ran a scanner over the nearest egg while Ruth took tissue samples from the leathery surface. Danny just watched, fascinated by the way the eggs seemed to radiate warmth despite the freezing temperatures around them. Owen's scanner beeped 3 times, then displayed a message that made him curse. Ruth looked at her own analysis tablet and her face went pale. She showed the screen to Owen without saying anything. Danny finally asked what they had found. His parents exchanged a long look, the kind that meant they were having an entire conversation without words. Then his father sighed and showed Danny the scanner results. The eggs belonged to a species called shadow maw apex predators, native to a death world designated as Nix 9. They were classified as Category 5 threats, which was the highest danger rating the Galactic Biological Survey used. Category 5 meant that trained military personnel with heavy weapons had a 50-50 chance of surviving an encounter. It meant that entire research outposts had been abandoned after shadow maw attacks. It meant these creatures were considered functionally impossible to contain or control. Ruth said they should report the eggs immediately. Owen agreed in principle, but pointed out that the nearest Colonial Authority office was 3 weeks away by shuttle, and the eggs were clearly close to hatching. By the time officials arrived, whatever was inside would already be born. Ruth argued that was exactly why they needed to report it now, before something dangerous emerged. Owen countered that if they reported it, the authorities would likely just destroy the eggs without studying them, which seemed like a waste of a unique opportunity. Danny listened to his parents debate for 20 minutes. Finally, he asked a simple question. What if the eggs hatched and the creatures were not dangerous? What if the galactic classification was wrong? Both parents stared at him. Ruth started to explain that centuries of research backed up the threat classification, that thousands of qualified xenobiologists had studied shadow maws, that there was no chance the entire galactic community was wrong about these creatures. But Owen interrupted her. He reminded Ruth about the time they had successfully domesticated those Proxima mining worms that everyone said were mindless eating machines. He mentioned the ice burrowers that now helped them excavate new greenhouse sections, even though the textbooks claimed they could not be trained. Ruth was not convinced, but she was listening. Owen pressed his advantage. He suggested they keep the eggs, monitor them closely and see what hatched. If the creatures showed immediate aggression, they could be contained or eliminated. But if there was even a chance to learn something new, to potentially discover that shadow maws were not the monsters everyone believed, would that not be worth the risk? Danny watched his mother think. He knew that look. She was weighing danger against discovery, protocol against possibility. Ruth Wright had never been one to follow rules simply because they existed. She had built her career on finding exceptions to established biological assumptions. Finally, Ruth made her decision. They would keep the eggs. They would study whatever hatched. But at the first sign of genuine danger, they would end the experiment immediately. Owen agreed. Danny promised to follow every safety protocol they established. They built a containment area in the farm's largest storage module, installing temperature controls and reinforced barriers. Owen rigged up monitoring equipment to track the eggs' development. Ruth created detailed observation logs and started researching everything the galactic databases had on shadow maws, which turned out to be mostly disaster reports and warnings. The eggs hatched 4 days later in the middle of the night. The habitat's alarm system woke everyone up. Danny rushed to the storage module with his parents, expecting chaos and destruction. Instead, they found 6 small creatures, each about the size of a terrier dog, stumbling around on unsteady legs. They had miniature versions of the fearsome features described in the database: scales, claws, teeth. But they looked vulnerable, confused, and surprisingly cute in the way that all baby animals manage to be cute despite their features. One of the creatures, slightly larger than its siblings, looked directly at Danny. Its eyes, which would eventually glow with predatory intelligence, were currently just curious and a bit scared. It made a sound, something between a chirp and a growl, and took a wobbly step toward him. Danny's mother grabbed his arm, ready to pull him back. His father had a neural stunner drawn just in case, but Danny knelt down slowly and extended his hand. The creature sniffed his fingers, then rubbed its head against his palm. Danny looked up at his parents and said, "I'm going to call this one Fluffy." 18 months after the eggs hatched, Fluffy had grown into something that would give nightmares to trained soldiers across the galaxy. Danny stood in the main yard of the farm, watching Fluffy play with Amy. His little sister was 7 years old now, laughing as she threw a gravity ball across the ice field. Fluffy, all 3 tons of obsidian-scaled apex predator, bounded after it like an oversized puppy. When she caught the ball in her massive jaws, she trotted back to Amy and gently dropped it at the girl's feet. Her tail, tipped with spikes that could puncture ship armor, wagged back and forth in obvious pleasure. The other 5 Shadow Maws were scattered around the property, each engaged in their own activities. Spike was helping Owen repair a section of the perimeter fence, using his considerable strength to lift support beams into place. Princess was being groomed by Ruth, who had discovered that Shadow Maws actually enjoyed having their scales cleaned and polished. Chomper was in the food storage area, demonstrating her ability to open complex lock mechanisms in exchange for treats. Sweetie was napping in a sunny spot near the greenhouse, her body generating enough heat to melt a circle in the ice around her. Brutus, the laziest of the 6, was sprawled across the habitat entrance like a very intimidating doormat. Danny had spent every day of the past year and a half working with these creatures. What started as a risky experiment had become his entire life. He woke up early to feed them, spent his afternoons training them, and fell asleep most nights in the barn with at least 2 Shadow Maws curled up nearby for warmth. The Galactic Xenobiology database said Shadow Maws were solitary hunters who tolerated each other only during mating season. Danny's experience suggested the database was completely wrong. The 6 siblings had formed a tight pack with clear social structures. Fluffy was the leader, making decisions and settling disputes. Spike was her second, enforcing rules and protecting the others. Princess was the social coordinator, the one who initiated play and grooming. Chomper was the problem solver, always figuring out new ways to get food or entertainment. Sweetie was the gentle one, often comforting the others when they were stressed. Brutus was the lazy one who somehow still managed to be exactly where he needed to be during important moments. The database also said Shadow Maws had the intelligence of Earth's great apes. Danny thought that was another massive underestimation. These creatures understood complex verbal commands in 3 languages now. They could solve puzzles that stumped some of the farm's automated systems. Fluffy had figured out how to operate door controls by watching humans do it twice. Chomper had learned to trade, bringing interesting rocks or ice formations to Ruth in exchange for extra food portions. Most importantly, they had never shown aggression toward humans. Not once. Not even when Amy accidentally stepped on Brutus's tail, or when Owen had to remove an infected claw from Spike's foot, or when Ruth took blood samples for her research. Other frontier farmers had started visiting the Wright property. Word spreading through the isolated moon colonies about the impossible creatures that lived there. Some visitors were skeptical, arriving with weapons and suspicious expressions. Others were curious, wanting to understand how a Category 5 species could behave like domestic animals. All of them left with the same confused look on their faces, trying to reconcile what they had seen with what they thought they knew about dangerous predators. Old Howard from the mining station 200 kilometers north had visited 3 times. He was a veteran of the frontier wars and had killed more hostile creatures than he could count. The first time he saw Fluffy, he drew his plasma rifle on instinct. But then Amy had run up to Fluffy, hugged one of her massive legs, and asked if Mr. Howard wanted to play fetch with them. Howard had stood there for 5 full minutes, rifle still drawn, watching a child play with a creature that should have eaten her. He finally holstered his weapon, sat down on a cargo crate, and asked Owen for something strong to drink. The second time Howard visited, he brought his wife, who was a xenobiologist with 40 years of field experience. She spent an entire day running tests, taking measurements and interviewing Danny about his training methods. At the end of the day, she told the Wright family that nothing they were doing should work according to any established theory. The Shadow Maws should have killed someone by now, or at least shown territorial aggression. Instead, they behaved like a cross between working dogs and extremely deadly house cats. The third time Howard visited, he brought a contract. A mining consortium needed help clearing out a nest of rock borers that were destroying their equipment. Rock borers were tough creatures, but not particularly smart. Howard thought the Shadow Maws might be able to scare them away without anyone getting hurt. He was offering enough credits to buy a new habitat module. Owen and Ruth discussed it for 2 days. Danny argued that the Shadow Maws needed challenges, needed to use their natural abilities. Keeping them on the farm doing simple tasks was